I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Again, I restart. Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 86. Time to pay the political debt. And yeah, the CIA got me. They made me think that no, while I was super tired, set the alarm to 1 hour later. Purposely want to cause us to have lesser viewers. It's the CIA. Anyway, the CIA also got the app that I use to do the super chat, text to speech. So messing up, I thought that it would be like, okay, I just wash up and make coffee and then we can start. And then end up, I spent half the time trying to fix what the hell is happening with the app. So the app is broken. I have to use back my fallback, and not just I just also I not only just got out of bed, I'm also sick. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's a bit harder to get up. I did wake up once while I was sleeping, and I saw the time. There's still time. I apparently I rest around. I closed my eyes back, and then I thought, why am I sleeping so long? It doesn't feel right. So I was wrong, though I did oversleep. And then the alarm rang like 50 half an hour ago. I was like, what? So I said it wrong. No, the CIA said it wrong, so it's not me. So I want to test the text to speech first before I start, because once we start talking, I have no chance to really do anything. Let me see if this works. If I output to the headphone, does it work? Do you hear anything? No. I think it didn't work. Do you guys hear the text to speech? I doubt so. Do you hear the text to speech? The test? No, didn't hear anything. Okay, I just saw it. Okay. Yeah, because the app broke, so that caused some very complicated situation. Okay. What should I do? Oh my god. Forget it. I will fix the text to speech while while we talk, because if not, then we will never start. Okay, so because this debugging this kind of software issue is going to take some long time. So let's start. Okay, reorientate myself a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the link to join. To join the DPA Open Mic. This DPA Open Mic, of course, as usual, is multicast on Twitter, Telegram, Twitch, YouTube on the Open Mic channel, and Rumble on the Open Mic channel. And the link to join is now drop in yum. Let me. I'm so unprepared. This is like the the most unprepared open mic ever. This one, and then this one, and then live, and then this one. Okay, close, and then this one, and okay, I just managed to drop the link finally, and also I dropped on Rumble, and I also got to pin it. Yeah, so the link to join is already set in. For those that are not subscribed, please subscribe, because I got to set new subscriber chat only. To monetization. Okay, save. Hi, yeah.
Hello.
So sorry, guys.
Monetization. That's all good. Can you hear me all right?
I hear some echo. I wonder if
Can you hear me better?
must be Vaughn. Vaughn is your one echo.
Just read it yourself, Wyatt.
Is
So
me?
there's a super chat that says banana, banana, banana. Then you just say banana, banana, banana.
Ah, that is.
I
So
think
manual super chat.
quite
That is
fun.
going to be so uncomfortable.
So anybody
Is
want
there-
to make
is
Wyatt
there-
say anything? Just send a super chat.
How does it sound now? Is there still an echo?
Yes, there's an echo whenever we talk.
Is it an echo now?
Maybe unplug. It's not your mic.
Is
It's
it
your
echoing
connection.
now? Okay.
Okay, I'll come back later. I need to finish my dinner. I'm supporting the US Empire.
Your mic is too close of your mouth, Vaughn.
Okay.
I guess I'll just go without.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you actually don't have to, go.
Hey, I was just gonna say, I mean, before everyone gets here, since it's stacking up European, I mean, we should keep it organized. Since the Europeans are here, obviously, we should go into the European election and try to keep that all together so everyone can follow it. Because I mean, I've been trying to follow a little bit, and it sounds like it's not really a big deal, and everybody's hopes kind of are either dashed or maybe something will change down the road, but I don't know. You guys know more. You're there, so I kind of figure all the Euros should come in here and give us a good block on the elections and what happened and who won, what the makeups of the parties are, what the agenda might be.
I'm going to leave the word at shadowy because France just gave the results of the French Parliament elections.
Well,
and
I was gonna.
a lot of things happened.
Hey, I was gonna say too, if you want to wait till more people show up, I know the exit polls are just happening. That would give more time for that stuff to drop if people want to talk about it more, because I know it's just happening right now. So
Yeah, they are dropped, so we know the results.
like
we know who
however
won.
the European people want to do it. If you want to go Europe first, Ukraine later, or
Yeah,
wait till
probably,
the results are in
I
more,
don't
then go back.
Yeah, I don't want to wait too long with Ukraine, but we can start with France, maybe England, because we have Mr. Vaz.
Yes, I'm sure that
Just
Voz want
entered
to
the-
speak to us about the result of the British election.
Yeah, maybe that first, yeah. Vaz?
Your turn.
Vaz, wake up.
I think he cannot hear us.
Yes,
Was
I can.
was.
Yes, I can. I was just doing
okay.
something.
Ah,
So, are you guys okay?
yeah.
We are,
nice
we
to
are.
meet you, dude. Long time
Especially
ago.
now that I have the result of the election in France.
Yeah. Let's start with France.
Okay, let's start.
No! England first. No, first
UK
England.
is
France is
UK
too
is
fresh.
UK is boring. They just changed.
Yeah,
the
but
prime
just
minister.
just tell. Vaz, you
just
need
changed
to
the
tell. You're
They
going to
just
need to
changed the
tell.
prime minister. It's not gonna change anything. The first call.
Just
Prime
just
Minister-
just tell
The
around
first
that.
call the
what
prime
happened.
minister made after he take the power was straight to Zelensky. So nothing's gonna change.
Be
So
the
in
same with
France,
France.
if you don't
Start
want
with
to speak
France.
about the British Island. In France, the polling institute basically make a lot of mistake for this election because everything they were seeking to happen didn't happen, and it was exactly the opposite. Basically, we were expecting the far right to win the election, and they lose it very badly. We have a three alliance of political party in France today. We have the far right, we have the white centers on the left. And the expecting
Stop
result
calling.
was far right, left.
Stop calling them. Stop
White
calling
centers.
them far right, please.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
it's far right. It's far right. Le Pen
When
is
you
far right.
you have to understand the guy who created this party has worked for the Waffen SS. For me, that's far right. You can call it whatever you want, but at this point, it's far right. So the expected result was far right, left, and center right. And the exact result since 12 minutes ago was the winner is the left. In second position, you have the right/center, and the loser is the far right. So exactly the opposite what we were expecting, and it's very surprising. It's a big
So who
surprise
won?
in France.
So who won?
The left.
The left won.
Yes, exactly. That's very surprising.
What the fuck?
Yes. But I think what is important to understand for the larger surprise of this election is not in the result in himself, but in the number of people who have decided to vote. I think it's a record for the last 20 years in a legislative election in France. So since a lot of people decided to go to vote, they decided to vote basically against the far right. That's what I
Hey,
think.
I had a question.
Yes.
So, I mean, not to jump ahead or anything, overall, were the European elections pro-war or anti-war as far as ending support and getting peace in Ukraine?
For Ukraine, nothing is going to change. Whatever happened in France is not going to change. Even the far right, a lot of people think they are pro-Russian, but it's just a joke. They are going to do the same thing as Meloni in Italy, and they are just going to follow NATO. Okay, so even the far right, the center of the left, they are going to do the same thing for Ukraine. The big change would be for Israel, because the left political party in France make a big part of their campaign to help Gaza. So are they going to fall, or are they going to try it to help Gaza? I don't know.
What about Le Pen saying that her party's a Zionist party? Is that going to cause a complication, or is that just rhetoric?
Repeat, please. Le Pen said
I thought
what?
Le Pen said something like that, like her party's a Zionist party or something, like basically saying that they had full support from her party, Israel.
Yes, that's exactly the opposite of the left party.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is the left more against Israel and the
No. The left support Gaza,
okay? Well,
not
that's what I meant.
Hamas,
They
because
support
nobody
Gaza.
support Hamas, but Gaza specifically.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. How is that going to work with the left winning the election, supporting Gaza, and then Le Pen winning her spot?
Le
I
Pen
guess.
lose.
Oh, she's that. So
She
she's
lost. Okay, so forget about her.
What a
Okay.
mess. What a fucking
Forget
mess.
until the
That's
next
what I'm saying.
election.
I was trying to figure it all out. That's why I was trying to make sense of it.
Yes.
I'm like,
And you
well,
have to
she's like
understand that the
Zionist
situation
and the-
is still a big mess in France, because the French system is built for two opposite parties, okay? One on the left, one on the right, basically. And today we have three of them. And the fact that we have three of them, basically, that means that we are going to have a very unstable government. Our government could change a lot, so we don't know what's going to happen. This situation is unstable, basically, in France for the moment.
So can't we agree that the plan of Macron actually worked?
Yes.
I don't think he was planning for the left to win the election, because the fact
No,
of
but-
winning is very important for in 2 years the presidential election. Don't forget that a victory is still a victory. Okay, whatever happened, it's a big surprise.
It's Mélenchon.
And
that
now
won.
you don't have to deal with Le Pen. You have to deal with Mélenchon.
Yeah.
And for Macron, it's a whole different story.
So Mélenchon is that guy who is like Jeremy Corbyn in UK.
What? I don't understand. Sorry.
Mélenchon
He's saying he's the Corbyn.
is
of
the Corbyn
Ah.
of France.
I don't think there is an equivalent. Maybe Bernie Sanders, if you want an equivalent in a British Anglo-Saxon system, but not.
What
I
does-
don't think
what
you
does
have
it-
something
what does he
someone
think-
like him.
What does he think
in Britain.
about NATO?
NATO, forget it. Nothing is going to change.
Okay, that's definitely not Jeremy Corbyn.
And when I say nothing, for the three political alliance, they are not going to change anything about NATO. So, like I said earlier, for Ukraine, nothing is going to change. The big difference is for Israel.
Do we want to ask about England then, I guess?
I just want to say something about the UK election. Remember
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yes.
Let's go over that. What happened there?
Yes. About 2 weeks ago, I sent a super chat saying, whatever happened, Reform would be lucky to get more than 10 votes. I knew they were going to be the popular people, but there was no way they would get more than 10. And I was wrong. They only got 5. Probably there's another way on the way.
The UK election is a bit, you know.
Hey, before you start, Tycho, I want to just ask. Overall, would you say the election ended up being pro-war or anti-war? You can answer that whatever. I just
It's
want
the
to
same
throw
as
that
France. There's zero difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party when it comes to Ukraine.
I think there is only in Germany where you have a big difference in the political spectrum for Ukraine. But there is no election in Germany in the future.
So overall, so far, you could say that as far as the war goes and support in the West, it's the governments are status quo.
Yes,
exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I think it might. I'm more interested in France actually because I think it's a little bit surprising this result. And Shadowy, what do you think is going to happen with this new government? What are their policies? What are they going to change? Anything? Or
you have to understand, they don't have an absolute majority. They have just a relative majority. So that means that to rules, they need to ally themselves with other people. And it's very hard for the left part of this left alliance to ally themselves with Macron. Because about the economy policies, they are strictly opposite. But strictly very, very strong opposition for the economical politics. So very difficult to have an agreement between.
So wait, was it Macron's
to form
party?
A government, basically?
Was it Macron's party who did well, or was it the Republican
yes,
Party?
surprisingly, they did better than the far right.
Macron's party, okay.
And it was a surprise too. So the real surprise was how poor the far right made in this election. It was very, very strange for a lot of people.
A bit dodgy.
Hey, I got a question. I know it's off topic, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but did the Olympics start yet?
No.
Okay, I was just making
we are
sure.
waiting for that. It's going to be a disaster. If you have the choice, don't come to France. Just watch it on TV. On TV, it's going to be very nice. I'm sure of it.
Oh, I know. I was
but
just. I
in real things in the streets, it's going to be a disaster.
Look at Mr.
The news here is always portraying Mélenchon as like a anti-Semite, like he's like a crazy anti-Semite.
Yeah,
is there any truth to that? Or what's going on?
You have to understand one thing. The far right has been created by guys who work for the Waffen-SS. Okay, this guy work for them, and they survive. I don't know how to the World War II. They come back to France, and 10 years later they created the Front National, and then Jean-Marie Le Pen joined them, and then Jean-Marie Le Pen takes the power in the Front National, and then 10 years ago, they created the Rassemblement National, and it was his daughter who leads this party. But at the birth of the party, you have Waffen-SS. So when they say they love Israel, it's a joke. It's a joke to the history.
Yeah, no, I'm asking about Mélenchon, not.
Yes, Mélenchon. They have some issue because it's how could I say that? They want to have the support of a large part of the French population who is Muslim. Okay? So it's not that Mélenchon don't like Israel or things like that. It's that they want, it's an electoral decision if you want. They just want to gain more votes from this part of the French community. For me, that's just a political decision.
What is the Muslim population of France? Does anyone know?
Big.
Yes, 18%.
18.
Wow.
Yes.
One on five.
I'm a big joke for you. If you
that's
ask the
big.
French people,
Shit.
everybody is going to tell you between 35 and 40. Okay? If you make a really statistical studies, it's 18%. There is a 2 times difference between what the people feel and what is reality.
Still quite high. Sounds pretty high to me.
It's depending on
18.
which city you are. If you are in a big city, yeah, you're going to see the Muslim population.
It's like UK.
But you have
It's like
villages with 0% also. You have little cities
it's like
villages with
it's like
0%.
it's like
And don't
UK.
forget that a lot of immigrants of the third or the second or third generation don't see themselves as Muslim anymore.
Also.
So
It's like the UK. I'm not talking about the Muslim because I don't think the Muslim is 80%, but the
This
non-white
is a test.
non-white
Yes,
people
right.
in
for me, not
UK,
white is irrelevant.
non-white people in UK is less than 20%.
But if you go
But
like to a city,
people say it's more.
Yes,
if you
because
go
the
to a
feeding of the
city
city
like
population.
Shadow
And
is
you know
living,
what? I'm going to tell you something very funny. 10 years ago, they made these polls in Hungary. Okay, in Hungary, the Muslim population is 0.5%. And the people were thinking they were 20%. They are
Well,
just crazy.
the Muslim
It's depending from
population in the UK is very concentrated in certain areas. And in the election we just had, we actually had about 6 MPs, so 6 seats were elected specifically by Islamic candidates. So it was like an
Come
Islamic
on,
guy basically stood.
no Islamic. Come on.
Oh yeah, basically. I mean, if you did you see
They are
some of
they are
the
Muslim. They are
Hey,
Muslim.
Tisho,
But
you have
no,
exactly the same
when
thing
you say
in USA
Islamic
with
when you
the
say
extremist
Islamic,
Christian.
like they are radicals or something like
yeah,
that.
sure. No, I'm not saying it's bad or anything. I'm just saying it's a big change. So we had like 6 guys who just decided to stand against the Labour Party in certain places in the UK. And like when you saw the votes being counted, it was literally like a guy in every case. It was like a guy with a massive beard, like wearing all the traditional clothes. People in the crowd cheering him and stuff, shouting Allahu Akbar. And there was like one Labour MP who was very sad at the time. Or I don't know. There was some controversy with like one of the Labour MPs.
Are you talking that guy that was a front bench from Leicester?
Yeah, like Jess Phillips, I think.
No, I'm talking about the other guy. He's from Leicester. I feel sorry for him. You know, he lost to Muslim guy.
Yeah,
and the same problem happened in Blackburn and Rochdale, where George Galloway lost. You know, a lot of independent Muslims got involved. In Blackburn, independent won. In Rochdale, Labour won.
Anyway, it's a big change in British politics. We've never had this before, really. It's never happened before. So
did Galloway lose his seat?
No, he lost. Galloway lost.
He lost.
Like 6,
so he's done.
Six sort of specifically Islamic candidates got elected.
No, Labour candidate got elected.
No. They were independent and they were representing the Islamic community or the Muslim community.
No, that wasn't in Blackburn. In Rochdale, Labour won.
Yeah, but then I'm saying overall,
Shadowy,
out of
Zionist, Israel, work with SS, Gestapo.
Do you hear that?
I think it may be heading to
I would have preferred to read it because the declaration always was very strange.
Anyway, I think we're gonna
I got a question.
Next.
I got a question. Did you hear this?
Shadowy, Zionists, Israel, work with SS, Gestapo.
I'm pretty sure there is a lot more of them who died in the death camp. That's you have Zionists who work for the Waffen SS.
So I was going to say, I think in 4 years' time, in the next election in the UK, you could see some serious change, because the big story right now is that the Labour Party has won the biggest sort of amount of seats ever, I think. But they've done it with less votes than they had in the previous election, where they got crushed. So
Yes.
you can imagine like the chaos that is going to create. Basically, everyone stopped voting for the centre-right party. Everyone was like, "Fuck you, we're not voting for you ever again."
Labor
And so
was more Labor was more popular under Jeremy Corbyn than Chris Starmer.
Exactly, but they've in this election they've won like 420 seats, so it's like the best result they've ever had in their history. So it's like it's made everything very chaotic now. And if Labour fucks up like in the next election, you could get some very crazy things happen. But that's 4 years away, so who knows?
What do you
Slava Ukraine.
The thing is, the conservatives, they are panicking. Some of them are calling for Nigel Farage to join them. And if he goes with that, it's like he's betraying the people that believe in him, because these people,
he'd be a moron. He'd be a moron to do that because everyone hates the Conservative Party. Like the only people who support them now are a few old people who are hoping that their pensions will be protected or whatever. Like that's it. There's no one else really. If you talk to people on the street, no one really is supporting them anymore. So I think that would be a pretty bad decision if you did that.
What do you think for UK for the future and like trading with Europe? Because now I am seeing and I'm hearing friends of me complaining, and myself also, before when UK was still a European part of Europe, if we needed to buy something in Europe, we didn't pay any taxes, we didn't pay any, import costs. Now it's fucking high. I'm going to say at least 25% you need to add on what you purchased. So if I buy something for $200, I'm going to pay 250 at the end of the story. And a lot of friends of me that bought clothing, like I do myself, shoes from UK stores, it became disgusting expensive. But the problem is you have a lot of UK retailer stores that only based in UK, and they don't have like a company that's working for them in Europe. So if you need to buy something, you need to buy something directly from the UK. So we are paying a lot of it. So do you think that the new government, UK government, is going to work more with Europe to make some other agreements and hope that they can trade like cheaper with Europe?
Yeah, of course. Well, they want to, but that's entirely up to Europe. That's up to the European Union. It's nothing to do with the UK government.
Because I think economical for the UK, it need to be paid in the ass.
Trust me, whatever they do, please don't try to get UK back in the EU, because the people's gonna be really pissed off.
I don't say they need to come back to the EU, but like we are just next to the EU with UK.
Just trade with EU. Find a way. Don't get back there.
It's fucking crazy. If I buy something on AliExpress, I need to pay less taxes than from the UK. That's just next to my door and a way of just talking. That's the problem.
It seems to me like the EU will say, if you wanted to trade with Europe, you should have stayed in the EU.
Yeah,
I just don't see that happening right now, because you got all the same leaders in the same place. So why would they all of a sudden, decide to be cooperative with England when they're all pissed at them for leaving in the first place? I mean, I don't know. Maybe after the war is over and there's different people in charge because people get fired and stuff. I just don't see Europe doing that.
Maybe things gonna change, because when they try to do the deal with the EU, it was with Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson hates the EU, and Macron hates Boris Johnson. Macron made life really hard for UK, but now it changed, maybe.
Yeah, let's hope. I hope really, because it's sad. I need to buy a fucking passport to go to UK, and 4 years ago it was not possible. So I was stupid to never visit UK before. Now I need to pay a new passport just to go to
Just
UK.
go to France. Go to France and get on a boat.
Yeah,
You need a passport.
easy.
You need a passport. You can take some guys on the boat, I think. But
If you want to come, if
I'll be waiting
you
for
come
you
on
in the show.
vacation in America, you fly down to Mexico, you sneak across the border, you get one of these NGO groups to pick you up. They'll hook you up with probably like up to a $10,000 debit card. There's your vacation. When you're done, you buy a plane ticket and fly that back home. I mean,
the first thing the guy did in UK was cut a law off that said.
I don't even know why you're getting hung up about a passport. I mean, passport, smashport. I mean, like that.
Yeah, I know that I need a passport if I just need to leave UK, Europe. But the first thing he cut down was the law that said if you cross the channel with a boat as an immigrant and you go to the UK, you're going to fly back to Ghana, Uganda. Rwanda. And he cut it down.
No anymore, because on yesterday, Keir Starmer said that deal is done.
Yeah, I said that's what I'm saying.
No one is going to be sent to Rwanda no more.
Just to keep everybody there in UK.
Well,
I wanted to add something about the European Union, please.
Sorry.
And for the British, the European Union administration has two ideas. The first one is to make sure that they surrender. Basically, they come back home in European Union, crying and asking very nicely to be allowed to come back. That's their first idea. The second idea is they don't want to come back. They want to punish them. They want to make them an example, to be sure that no other country want to leave European Union, to make sure that everybody understands that a country will leave European Union is going to be destroyed economically and to be destroyed, basically. They want to make them an example. So every negotiation is with these two ideas. Or you come back, or we destroy you.
But why would anyone want to join that fucking bullshit, you know?
Because
don't want to join.
I agree with Shadowy. That is the main reason. I think it's to punish. And I don't see it changing, actually. I mean, maybe with this new government, they will think, oh, maybe it's a new government, so we can say these guys are in favor of the EU, so we can let them back in. But I think that they're more concerned about other countries in Europe wanting to leave. So I think they just want to punish the UK, and they don't give a fuck about what happens. But they just want to punish.
Yes, they don't give a fuck.
You know, if that happened, they just open the door for Nigel Farage to be the next prime minister.
So what?
Yeah, but I mean, think about it, dude. They don't really make good decisions. They don't make competent decisions. They don't think 2 or 3 steps ahead of what they do and what consequences they'll have. You know, I mean, I agree with Shadow. I kind of feel like the EU's got no reason to be nice and let them back right now. And maybe if there's enough upheaval in the government after the war's over and stuff like that,
I'm sure that
there'll be new,
if the British
there'll be new people
want to come back,
be more amenable to that.
As very nicely, they're going to say yes. But they have to be very, very nice.
It's still a NATO country, so it's still a very big NATO country, UK. So it can still play with that. Just because it's a NATO country, it's going to be easier for them to come back to Europe compared if it wasn't. So it's a pain in the ass for the UK themselves. And I see it like an European that want to buy something for the UK, how fucking expensive it is. But vice versa is the same also.
It's costing a lot for UK.
Yeah, and UK is depending a lot from import also. So
yeah,
it's a win-win situation.
But,
if they don't need to be fully European.
But that's not what the people want. People don't want to be part of the EU.
Yeah, but they don't need to. They don't need to be European. They just need to have a European agreement and
yes,
but Europe is not going to happen.
Whatever they do, the people won't mind. The people won't mind if they do a deal, economic deal, as long that free of movement is not included, because they don't want. You know, there is a bunch of countries from Eastern European lining up to join the EU. That's not what people in the UK want. These people to come to the UK when whatever they
Eastern
want.
Europeans don't want to go to the UK anymore. Can I just say?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about Polish. I'm talking about the other country like Romania, Bulgaria. UK go pissed off when Bulgaria, Romania joined the EU. That's when they start seeing, nah, that's fucked up.
I don't think they want to go there either. I think
Oh,
times are
trust
changing.
me, there's still a lot of them here.
I think they've already gone. I think all the
Oh,
Bulgarians
no.
and Romanians. No. All the ones who wanted to come to the UK have already gone. That it's kind of finished. Those are quite small countries. Anyway.
If I go to my tube station, I'm gonna find like 10 or 15 people begging. They are all from Romania or Bulgaria.
Yeah, but
Hey,
what
don't
he's
be
saying
racist.
is everybody that wanted to leave already left. There's
No,
not like
they-
a big
they
continuous stream of Bulgarians probably anymore.
Oh, there's a lot.
No.
Trust me.
They
Trust
come
me.
there
Yeah,
to
well, yeah,
work.
there's a lot there now. I don't
They
know, I just
came
feel
there
like
to make
that-
more money. That's it.
And
I
when
mean,
they-
I just feel
when
like
they-
nothing's going to change
when-
until there's major changes in the
thing-
EU ministers and stuff.
One thing that happened when they joined the EU, a lot of these people came here. They applied for benefit for their kids. They never even brought the kids to the country. You know, the kids were living still in Romania.
Can we
And
stop being racist against Romanians?
I'm not
and
being
Bulgarians,
racist.
please?
Come on.
Stop this.
Hey,
Stop
look, I mean, what's the big deal? Every country's got shit like that where people exploit the system.
No,
and
I'm
take
just
money.
saying. I'm saying that's what
I mean, the Bulgarians do it in England. You got
when they
whites,
vote-
blacks,
when they
Mexicans
vote-
doing it here. There was probably Asians doing it in China.
My point
Mhm.
is,
South
these
Koreans or
people
something, I
vote
don't know.
live. These people vote live on because of that thing. If they bring that thing back, that's Nigel Farage, the next prime minister, for sure, 100% sure.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't have any. They don't seem to show any ability to realize that. So they'll keep doing what they're doing, and if that's what happens, that's what happens. Then you'll have the backlash, and things will either start correcting themselves or they'll just go worse. But I just,
Can we
like
go
I
back
said,
to
I just don't feel
France?
like
Can we
I
ask
don't feel
about
like you're going to
France?
get any kind of movement on that in favor of England or anything unless there's a whole bunch of new ministers. Maybe people that are suffering under the sanctions regime and Nord Stream and all that, in the next few years. Maybe the people that come out of that would be more open to mutual cooperation in letting the grudge die. But if it's all these people that like von der Leyen and all these other people, I mean,
Can we go
I
back
don't
to
know. I don't
France
know the
quickly?
names of
Can we
everybody,
quickly-
but you know what I'm saying. They all hate England for what they did.
Shadowy, what's going to
Yes.
happen? Is Macron going to... is the far left going to ally with Macron? Is Macron going to ally with the
It's
far right?
very
What's
difficult
going to happen?
because I think
happen?
that one of the factors that help the left side to win the election is because the French people realize, and at least it was a good moment to do that immigration is not really an issue in France. The main issue in France is money. There is too many, more and more poor people, and less, more and more very rich, and more very poor. Okay, that's the main issue in France. And if you vote for the left political party, is mainly because you think, and you are right, that they are going to try to reverse this situation. They are going to fail because Europe on a lot of issues, but they are going to at least try. If you vote for Macron, you are basically giving more money to the rich and taking money to the poor people. If you vote for the far right, it's the same thing for the economic program as Macron. So they choose the
Hold on.
money,
Is
basically.
that true? Is that true? Because I heard that the National Rally has some more left-wing economic policies. So
What?
I don't know. I heard they wanted
No.
to reverse the pension
You have to understand
thing
a
or
very
something
funny
like that.
things. In this election, a lot of people, a lot of journalists ask the far-right leader, Bardella, about his economical program. And step by step, basically, he removed all the things that could help the poor people. All the programs that could help the poor people were removed. And every decision, one per day, basically. 180 per day were removed. So in 1 week, in 7 days, the program was basically very, very right side for the rich and not for the poor anymore.
Does this
And
mean then
this,
that
for me, one
Macron,
of the main reasons
Macron's
why you lose
party-
this election.
So this means that Macron's party is the kingmaker. They can decide whether to ally with the far right or the far
Exactly.
He gambled right. The Macron.
You could think that the left party is the kingmaker too. You have 3 parties with mainly equals. Okay, you have a winner, a second place, and a third place, of course, but mainly each block is the same thing, the same size.
So who's gonna be the prime minister of France?
Oh, impossible to know today.
But if you know Mélenchon, he wants to
And
go.
he could change 3 times next week.
No, Mélenchon is for president, so Mélenchon, we don't need to count for him. He's the biggest party, so
No,
normally
Mélenchon, he has a very large issue. Mélenchon that he is very good for his own political party on the left side, but the whole alliance of the left hate him. Okay, they don't want him to have more power, so he's out already. You know it's not going to be a Mélenchon.
He's a guy for presidency. He's not a guy for prime minister.
Shadowy, you guys are fucked up people. I'm sure you vote for that guy. I'm sure you vote for that guy. Mélenchon.
Me?
Yes or no?
Oh no.
So
I
you vote
vote.
for Macron?
You have to
again.
understand one thing about the far left in France. In 2017, the far right, before 2017, the far left in France was anti-Euro. Okay, they want the French government to have more power and Europe to have less power. So I was a big fan of this idea. I'm sovereignist, okay? So I want the French government to have more power. But after 2017, Jean-Luc Mélenchon decided to join his strength with the pro-Europe party. And basically, he kicked out of this party all the guy who has the idea to create an opposition to Europe, basically. And now we have in France a very, very small left party with basically what I support and was sovereignist inside. Basically, people who think a state should be strong and should be able to take decision alone. Okay? And that the free market is just a joke. That's what I believe. And it's a very, very small party in France. And they have no friend anywhere. Especially in the mainstream media, you see. You understand
Why
that.
why is he described as pro-Russian by some people? I don't know. I've just
Who is
heard that he's
pro-Russian?
pro-Russian.
Nobody is for Russian in
Mélenchon.
France.
Mélenchon.
Forget that. Nobody is for Russian in France, okay? It's such a joke.
I'm not
There
saying
is
it's true.
such
I just read
a weight
that
of the mass media against
Let's
Russia.
say,
If someone say maybe we should make peace with Russia, it's going to be destroyed in 3 days. So forget it. Nobody is pro Russia in France.
Same here in the UK.
Yes.
I mean, aren't probably two of the biggest problems that Europe has, whether it's England or Europe and the EU, is the unrestricted immigration and then all the social spending, and maybe to a lesser extent military and foreign aid.
Understand that.
But I'm just saying, until they get those
to
two,
make you believe
at least
that
immigration under control, I think there's going to be a hard way for them to
please,
change.
Vaughn, you are smarter than that.
I'm not blaming it all on immigrants. I'm just saying it's a big problem.
Say it again.
I mean, you got
because-
people here that are from Europe saying these guys come in and use up all these benefits and stuff. Well, that drains the system.
You have to in France, the rich people take money from shit money from the state by not paying their taxes, and this money is 10 times more than what the poor people take. 10 times more, but nobody speak about it
That's
because
everywhere.
they are rich.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have to understand what the poor people do doesn't matter. Even if they are migrant, what matters is why the wealthier people in the population are becoming more and more rich and the poor more and more poor. That's what matters.
Yeah, but having more and more
Immigration,
poor
it's a
creating
joke.
more and more
It's just to
chaos
make sure
also
that
on
we
the
don't speak
streets.
about the true issue.
No, there is no. It's not economical. The issue. It's more than how more poor people you have, how more shit the streets are going to get. And that's not good also.
It also keeps wages down. It suppresses wages. Immigration suppresses wages. That's the main reason. It's just big business wants to pay less money. I mean, it's true all over Europe and all over the world. It's just
it's true here in the States, and it's causing problems. Even though there's benefits to doing it, like low wages and cheap labor, you can every day on the news you can see the problems it causes. I'm just saying it's obviously a big problem that has to be dealt with,
on the news,
and everybody's afraid to deal with it.
There is a lot of people here in the UK. There is a lot of people here in the UK, even though they are legal, they're still getting like £7 an hour. That's below the minimum.
There's people that do that here too. What I'm saying is that's one thing if it's citizens doing it. It's a whole other thing if you got people that aren't citizens doing it. This burdens the system. If they weren't there, they wouldn't be burdening the system. You don't have to worry about your, native fraud, fraudsters, not your international fraudsters.
I was talking to. I was just gonna say on this issue. I was talking to this Korean guy today here in Poland. He runs a factory here for LG. And he was talking about, we might be moving, actually. We might be moving to America. And I said, what? Are you insane? Aren't the labor costs like 10 times higher? Why would you go to America? He says, no, we just hire Mexicans. We just hire illegal Mexicans. It's actually cheaper to go to America than it is to do it in a place like Poland. So
and like China got more expensive, so they prefer to have Mexicans.
From the capitalist's mouth, there you go. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's the same thing here in UK.
You know that in France, the grey of the black market. You have to understand one thing. In France, the grey of the black market was what's the word? The company who don't declare all their employees to the state. It's just 1 to 5% of the economy. It's nothing. What we have to what matters is the 95 other percent. Why do we have to focus on 1 to 5%? Why? Because the mainstream media is always speaking about that. Because guess who controls the mass media? The guy who has the more money. And they don't want people to speak about taking money to the rich to give to the poor. They don't want that.
I disagree. I think they don't want to talk about taking money from the rich to give to the poor, but they also don't want to talk about illegal immigration because both things are included.
If you were in France, you understand that the media speak every time about illegal immigration.
Okay. Shadowy, the Conservative government in the UK just promised for the last 10 years to reduce illegal immigration. That was their main promise. They didn't do it. It went up by about 10 times.
The biggest joke ever.
Of course, it's a joke. Because it has no issue. It's not an issue.
Let him finish. Come on, let him finish.
When a left-wing party wins power, they get elected saying, we're going to crush the capitalists. We're going to destroy the big business. We're going to, even out the economy. We're going to give money to the poor. What happens when they get elected? Absolutely fucking nothing, usually. They don't do any of that shit. They forget about half of it. Exactly the same situation. The right wing forgets about its promise to reduce immigration once they get elected. The left wing forgets about its promise to attack big business. So you can see these are the two issues which are basically untouchable in Europe and in America.
I'm afraid
in France, we have a third way with Macron.
In the UK anymore.
In France, we have a third way with Macron. Macron decided to basically cut money, to take money from hospital, education, public education, and things like that, to give this money to the large company. Okay? And the deal was for the large company to create more jobs. But it's not an obligation. So basically, they take the money and give it to the shareholders. Okay? And nothing has been created except that the hospital in France is now worse and worse. And it was the same thing for all the public things we had in France. Because Macron takes the money and give it to a company. Just for the shareholders. It's even worse than just doing nothing, in fact.
Well, I think all of our governments are corrupt. Let's move on. Exactly.
Yeah,
It's,
this is a good
it's the
idea.
same argument everywhere.
Let's talk about Canada. What's
They
going
have
on
to
there?
find a class of people to blame for everything and
Yes,
keep you focused on that class and forget to know the main issues.
exactly.
As Shadow mentioned earlier, the money the big corporations illegally move around can quadruple how much the government give out in aid to its citizens and people in its country. But of course, that discussion is never up for. It has never up for discussion. It's always okay. The guy crossing the border with his children on his back, he's the problem. Not the corporation that make billions of dollars and didn't pay nothing in taxes. So
Hey,
again,
FCS.
that's for another
The
day.
the French government gives the immigrant basically between 100 and 200 million euro each year. Okay,
But even
a lot of
if
people are going
you-
to say a lot of people think it's a lot. It's a joke. They give to large company 200 billion
okay,
each year.
yeah.
So
now
who
imagine-
cares about immigration?
No, they give money to the companies to stay in Europe. Otherwise, you're gone.
Go away.
Please.
Yeah. And what do these big companies? They create employments.
No,
create
they
jobs.
don't.
Yeah, they
They
do.
give the money to shareholders and create factory in Mexico.
Yeah, but the French companies themselves doing that. They go to Romania. They have France has the cool brand called Dacia.
Unlike earlier, our friend told us, they don't want to go to Poland anymore. They want to go to USA for illegal worker.
Most of these corporations, the only reason why they are staying in Europe is because of they are afraid to be sanctioned. But if it's up to them, they can get all the kickback from the government. They'll up and leave to more money.
No, but the welfare in Poland became too good. Poland and until I mean I working already for more than 17 years in the lifting industry. So I working a lot on construction sites and for companies to lift things. And 17 years ago, you had Polish people, welders, building bridges, things like that in Belgium, or working in shipyards. And these guys came to Belgium and they said, I am a welder, but I can do everything. Actually, they could only weld, but they were very motivated. They gained not a lot of money, more than in their own country. And the problem that Poland had was that they lost all the employees. Nobody worked in Poland anymore. Everybody came to Europe to work. But the European countries say also, we're going to make a little bit more human rights. And these Polish people working at not even a third for what I am making, we're going to level these prices. So they start to do that. So a lot of Polish people return to stayed in Belgium for that. But Poland became very well politically and their own people. So like for truck drivers, Poland said, come back to Poland. We're going to finance you or help finance you to buy your own truck. We're going to help you. And you do everything from here. So economically, the growth of Poland started to go up and up and up and up and up. If you compare Poland to now and 17 years ago, the difference is big. We still have Polish people in Belgium working, but they are living in Belgium. They're not living in Poland anymore. A lot of Polish people, they earn a lot of money in Belgium. They return to Poland to start their own business there. And they stayed there. There's a very big difference. Poland is one of the Eastern European countries, ex-Soviet countries, that grow economically very well. Very well. So it's a fucking it's but the biggest problem like you have at UK, they lost all these cheap work people because they have a problem to find some people to work for their country. But UK isn't Europe anymore, so they can't have easy access to these workers anymore. So they lost of them. So the industry of UK went.
They do when
I'm off. Have good day, DPA people. Slava Ukraine.
Romanian people still coming here for Christmas to do the job so they can save Christmas for the British.
Mm.
They give them a 2-month working visa.
If we just look, and in France, the same situation, you go to any construction sites, just count on how many French or Belgian people are working on that construction site.
Mr.
Nobody.
Mr. Lambo, just to comment on this a little bit, this economy shift people keep talking about, like in the case of Poland, I think you used to know this. Yes, they have developed, but you've also not taken into consideration their debt. They have more debt today than they had back then. So again, and this is the same thing that will happen to Greece. Eventually, they're going to default again. I hope they don't default, and I hope that never happens. But that's how all this project goes. They find some country that case their ass, they dump a bunch of debt on you. To you are developing, we're getting rich or we're getting ahead. Then the moment you have any little thing that they don't like, they default you, and then you go back to being Greece again. So again, of course, the development things are physical. You can see things on the ground is changing, but at the end of the day, I always ask this question: at what cost? And if nothing goes wrong, if Poland keeps up to EU, everything should be smooth. But the moment Poland have any other idea from what they don't like, then they're going to start defaulting, and that's going to be another disaster coming in that region. So again, all these little money projects for corporations or countries and stuff, I mean, it does work, but I think let it be from the country own, at their own speed and at their own weight, what they're lifting, the financial burden that they're pushing, they're showing. It can be a loan that can entrap them. Is it frozen? Or anyway, it can be a loan that can eventually that have so much. It basically make you handicap in your own national economy and security interest.
Yeah, of course. The thing I just see, if I'm going to a construction site, you don't see Polish people anymore. We don't have Polish construction workers anymore. These are Romanians, Portuguese, Spanish, Africans. And I already said that in the
come on,
open mic. Hey, wait! I already said that in the previous open mic. So these Belgian companies work with a sub-European company that they hire. I say a Spanish company. So the Spanish company is going to search after their workers in Spain and in Portugal. The problem they have now, they don't find these workers anymore. So they go up to Africa to find their construction workers. The problem we have here in Belgium, we're working a lot with concrete pouring, prefabricating things. So you need to have so the job site boss says to me, I am already happy that these Africans can clean these panels and stock them. Because they don't know that in their country. They don't know, they don't have this modern way of fabricating stuff like we do in Belgium or even in Netherlands. We are king in prefabricating stuff. We are king in concrete. If you just look at skyscrapers around the world, Belgium, Europe, Netherlands, and Belgium always went very big in concrete structures. United States just watch big buildings like the World Trade Center. The new one is poured with the centerpiece and concrete, but before it was all steel structure. United States always built with steel and not with concrete. So we are very modern and concrete, as the Germans in Second World War, very big in concrete also. But the thing is, so you hire people from Africa that are already still living in a very low building standards compared to technologies we have here in Europe. They don't know shit what they are doing here. They don't know shit. That's a very big problem. But the problem is so big and employment that, like in Belgium, nobody wants to make their hand dirty again. So finding Belgian construction workers is a fucking problem. We are building now here in Zeebrugges, we have a very big, we are building very big tunnel structures that we're going to float. We're going to transport them in Antwerp, and we're going to sink them to the bottom to make a tunnel complex for cars and trucks. So an underwater tunnel. It's prefabricated. If you go there to that construction site, the only Belgian guys you're going to see are the bosses. So everybody that is the chief and command of the construction site are Belgium. All the other guys are Portuguese, Spanish, or African. And you can speak about 500 people on one job site. That's how crazy it is. You don't going to see one construction worker from Belgium that is building something. Nobody. That's how big the problem is. And Belgium, France is the same problem. The own people that living in these countries doesn't want to make their hands dirty. They want to do IT stuff. They want to work in the medic sector. But they don't want to work in the construction sector anymore. It's a fucking big problem. Transport sector also. Driving a truck. Just look how many companies you have here in Europe that using still Polish, Slovaks, Romanian, Czechs, Slovakia people. We already have in Germany people from Taiwan, not Taiwan, it's from Chinese countries that's coming to Europe to work here because you're fucking making more money.
Maybe for Singapore.
Not say, I forgot. No, Philippines. It were Philippines.
It's not just a Belgian problem. It's a West problem because
it's a West problem. It's a fucking it's a West problem. I just take Belgium for example because
and it's a very old issue. We had the same problem already 50 years ago.
Yeah,
I remember being told in high school about how we were all going to be working in offices and we'd be knowledge workers and all that stuff. So, bottom line is we've got a couple generations of workforce now who don't have any real trade skills whatsoever, and it permeates throughout construction. It permeates throughout engineering. So, we've kind of set ourselves up for this. This is what happens when you outsource all your manufacturing to other countries. And that's kind of the situation we're in now.
Yep.
Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like in the States, like I went to high school, and graduated in the 80s. We had Votech, which had like all kinds of, trades and stuff available for kids to do if they didn't want to go to school. And all that stuff was real popular back then. They had an entire center in the district where everybody went on buses to go to. So it had its own campus. And, all through the 90s, that got whittled down. By the 2000s, that's when, the internet really started taking off and all this, coding and, programming and computer stuff come on, which there was a lot of opportunity there. But obviously, like everything else, it gets totally oversaturated. But now you have to have guys like the Dirty Jobs guy out there. Hey, it's commendable work to build roads or lay asphalt. You make $30 an hour welding these pipes together. Which is 10 times what you're going to make as a barista at Starbucks with a master's degree in some bullshit subject. And it, like you said, it's really changed a lot. Probably at least 2 to 3 school generations worth of, probably by the mid 90s to late 90s, that was pretty much getting quashed out. Traditional roles, traditional jobs.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why we can't build anything anymore. So.
Yeah. Just go to McDonald's and just count how many people are working in the kitchen that speak in your language. If I go to drive-through and I want to order, it's already difficult to speak to these guys.
You know how much they get paid for that?
More than UK, I think.
They do long hours and get paid shit.
Yeah.
So basically, they don't have time.
It really, like in the States, though, it just depends because there's plenty of people that get regular jobs and work regular hours and make good money, and they're illegal, if you want to call it that, or whatever, undocumented. I mean, it just depends what you want to do and what you're willing to go through to make money.
A lot of these people that keep saying, get rid of the immigrants, they get rid of them, are these people that love this life, Right.
See, like, I don't know. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but for me, when I talk about immigration, I just want it regulated and controlled. And I think we should have a meritocracy system where we try to bring in the best people. Like right now in the States, we need like engineers and stuff. Well, if there's a guy that went to school in Kenya at some university and he's an engineer, legit engineer, all his math is legit, then why should he, if he wants to come here and work for a construction company and make, $200 grand a year, He should be able to come here. We should be bringing that guy in. But see, the problem is you got the undesirable immigrants that come in, and that's where the problem lies. And like in the States right now, you've got the borders wide open. So, let's say 1 out of every 100 is a good immigrant. Maybe another 20 or 30 are, political or whatever migrants, trying to get to a better life, if they're a family or something. And then you've got, the gangs and everybody else that are putting people in here because they need, for lack of a better word, they need soldiers on the ground on both sides of the border. And there's people that know they can come here and do whatever they want and get away with it, especially if you can get to the right city. Plus, they're giving away all kinds of free stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not great. You got to go across the desert and march across Central America. But, if you're dedicated, you can get it done. But that's the problem. It's completely unregulated. If it was regulated, we should be bringing in good people and helping people that need help. But, if you're just coming here to fuck around, then you shouldn't get in. And that should be the way for every country. Every country should be bringing in good people that they can benefit from and keeping the bad people out. I mean, it's no benefit to any country to let bad people in their country, so why would anybody do it? I mean, Mexico has harsher regulations for immigration than we do. They enforce them, but you don't hear anybody calling the Mexicans Nazis or fascists or something. They don't let people just walk in. They don't. And if you do sneak in, you don't get free shit because you got to have ID and
BBC propaganda. You know that,
huh?
This is BBC and CNN propaganda when they calling people like Farage.
Vaughn, read a private chat.
I agree with you, Vaughn. But the thing is, trust me, I'm against this mass immigration or legal immigrant. But the thing is, all these people complaining about this, they love that good life of Uber, going eating out. We're gonna sweep the streets and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that.
I'm not gonna start being an engineer to go to the United States to sweep the street.
No, but
is that better?
That's better.
Yeah. The biggest problem that you have, and that's something that during the elections in Belgium, the party said, and they agreed, it's easier to call a foreigner company to let workers working in our country than form people that doesn't want to work in our country, that are in our country. You know what I mean? You don't need to invest something, The problem is if you want to, the problem we have, and if you're talking about immigration, you have a lot of immigrants coming to Belgium and they just don't work. But we're going to ask to a foreigner country to come here working with their people to here. And that's not a problem for our government. Why? Because these buildings are being built. And it's fucking stupid. And that's the thing that the far right wanted to do, is to stop that, to say, no, we have a lot of people we can form here. The problem is we can form here, and that costs a lot of money to form people, a lot of people. So the right part, the extreme right part, is needed to say, okay, we stop immigration because we have too many people coming to the country that are useless because they don't want to work here. They just want to enjoy the free life they're getting here. That's a big problem.
To be honest, I would love to see a far right party leading a European country, just give them 6 months to see what they can do, because these people. I
always call a far right party a wolf in the sheepskin. So they show them pretty happy. But if you just look at the Bargueda from Front National in France, that guy just looked like an SS guy. The way he dresses himself, that guy looked fucking neo-Nazi. People are voting like they don't know. And the biggest problem you have in countries like France, and I think the UK also, is the voting rights. You don't need to go vote. You have the right to vote. But in Belgium, you need to go voting. Otherwise, they're going to give you a bill to pay. They're going to punish you for that, because there's a law here in Belgium that you need to vote. You're 18 years old. You're going to vote. Everybody needs to go to vote. And France, you can vote if you want to. You're 18, okay. If you want to vote, go to vote. If you don't want to vote, don't want to vote. And Paris last year, they make the biggest joke ever. They had a voting thing about a referendum for big SUVs in the city. 1% of the population of Paris went to vote, and they won the voting. So all these SUVs, the polluting cars, need to pay a ton shit more of parking fees compared to normal car. But just 1% went to vote. That's not legal. If you go to vote, you need to count that 51% of the population at minimum need to go to vote. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. If you just look, was that the election in Slovenia or something like that, where they had maybe just 18% of 25% that went voting. I don't know which country it was. But how can you make a government if just less than half of the population go to vote? That is not right. That's not correct. That's bullshit. And that's what happened in France. In the first round, everybody went to vote, was more right. And then the second time, they say, it's in the pocket, I don't need to vote. So they didn't even vote again, and they lost. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Because all the lefties were sponsored to go voting. They asked to all the left-sided peoples to go voting, and they did that.
And I think a lot of people
I
understand that the far right is just for the wealthier guy.
Yeah.
No, why
I have a quick question.
Go after you.
So I have a quick question. So Mr. Lambert just now talked about the referendum. Upgrade in Switzerland, how does it work? Do you have like a minimum voting percentage before it will be passed? Or because it doesn't make sense. 1% is too low, man. It should be like at least like 15%, for a poll or referendum to be legitimate. Upgrade, yeah.
What's wrong with your microphone? Is your microphone or you go cold?
You have an issue, Mike.
I'm not well.
Mike.
Oh, okay.
He drank too much yesterday. Stop partying, right?
It's normal, right? My voice is normal, right? I mean, my voice is not normal, but my mic is normal, right?
Yes.
You can hear, right?
Answer the question.
Your mic is too loud. Your mic is too loud.
All right, I just move it away.
Yeah. You asked me a question. Yeah, in Switzerland, there's most of the time is like around 30% of the population who is deciding what is going on. But there is frequent referendums on anything. So if you don't like it, you can just strike it, right, with your own thing which you want.
What's the minimum percentage? Do you have a law for minimum percentage?
No minimum percentage. It's up to the population to go or to not to go. There is no
So it could be 1% as well.
It could be, yeah, but most of the time in Switzerland everything goes fine. So the people don't need to go vote because everything is fine, and we have just some things like social issues, like maybe some green thing or a little bit more money for the poorer people or something like that, or tax a little bit more the rich, and then people go to vote, right? But most of the time it's clear, defined, and it's pretty well, because we also have there's not just national voting, it's also canton, like a region who's voting. So the regions, they also decide by themselves what they want, and there the level of voting is much higher because people care more about local things than national things, because it impacts them much harder than national things. National things are usually for things who are done abroad, like let's say, I don't know, attack Russia or something like that, you know. I don't know.
It's just some random question, because I was like listening, I was like, how can it be possible?
I wanted to add something which Mr. Lambo said before. I don't think it's the case that in France that the people first round they went to vote and second round they didn't went to vote because they thought they won. If you saw the percentage, it's almost the same like in the first two. So
it's like less right and more left went to vote in the second round.
No, I think it's first and foremost is because people openly dropped out of the races. So if there was like 3 parties who are in one region, they just dropped out of the race and said, don't vote for the far right party, just vote for anything else than far right. And
It was actually
that's
tactical,
why the
dirty
last
move, all these parties.
it is what it is, right? It's
Yeah.
you can call it not very democratic, but at the end, the people voted still, right? So it's kind of democratic still. But they make like barrage to the right-wing party, and that's why now we have a left-wing party who was almost dead like a couple of years ago in France, who is revived because they put all the left-leaning parties together, the communists, the socialists, the greens, the whatever you have who is left-leaning, and they put them together, and now they are a party. Let's see what they will do. But anyways, nobody has the majority, so it doesn't matter. So nobody can govern. So we're gonna have like 3 years who is horrible like usual. And Mr. Lambo, don't forget Belgium lost again against France. Again.
Yeah, I know.
Again.
We
It's hard, but
one
it
day
is
we
what
will take
What I've been trying.
And you lost.
Yes.
You lost.
I think this
UK
is
anyway.
Okay, what I've been trying to say earlier was basically a correlation what Mr. Lambo was saying to the dilemma Vaughan basically created, saying we should also be a control immigration, bring in only the trained and expert and well-disciplined people. If you bring them in here, now you have competition against your own people that are trained as in field. That's why you need that skill set. Now that create the confusion for Mr. Lambo. He said many Belgians don't want to do the jobs the Africans and the Portuguese and Spanish want to do. So then who do those jobs? If you do what Vaughan is saying, if Mr. Lambo becomes a problem, and if you do appease Mr. Lambo, then you're gonna create Vaughan a problem. This is why sometimes when people go to office, they have all these bright ideas on immigration, and nothing works because they come and see this hurdle. You can call it. There's a bunch of experts living in Africa every day. That's a huge demand for people around the world. Come here and do their job. Do here, they pay you $100+ a year. But yeah, but there are not many. The same way you need them in your country is the same way there are not that many also outside your country. There are not very people in a level of we come to the workforce. The people that make the economy and the companies to work, they are very small. That brain power is not, and what is manufacturing, what is administration, any form of it. Every country in the world is a very small set of people. So if you gonna go to Africa, every now when I go to the state, when I go to do some job in the state, and in a company that I work with, and usually it's like 7-8 of us living from that region going together, going to do a few months of jobs. And so the job I go to do in the state, I do it back in Liberia, for myself. But but the other jobs, the one Mr. Lambo is talking about, under no circumstances you pay me any money to do that job. I'm not going to do it. So if I don't do that job, I have legal immigrations and other check and balance from one in place. Now, who's going to help Mr. Lambo do the job you're talking about? Are you going to force the Belgian citizens that have the same qualification that I have? Are you going to force the ones that I want to do the construction job to come and do it? So immigration becomes these two things. Yes, you can control your immigration, but it should not be based on how you call it. I won't say that, but I say let it be the way the businesses have always run it. Make it easy for people to go back and forth. Legal immigration is it's almost impossible to this country that comply with immigrations. You see people get a qualification, get all these disciplines, but again, we'll go through this hurdle, spend so much money, and get denied because of they like to post on Twitter or they repost a picture on Facebook. Nonsense. This guy is a skill, and you have a very skills that you need in your country, but you're gonna put so much hurdle in his place. It's easier for him to just walk through Mexico and enter the country, and that's what people are doing. Some of the people you see through these borders, they are very well capable, very, 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 very well disciplined and accredited people. But of course, the legal process is either take too long or it becomes so expensive. So some people just take the easy way out to just walk through the border. In my own understanding, none of this could be a problem if only we deal on a fair and even playing field. But the West doesn't play on a fair, even playing field. The West does not deal in the context of other people as partner to deal with subjugations. And if you do in our mindset, you're always going to have that problem, because you can't tell the Congolese right now. The Congolese try to set their mind to China. America says no. Who is America to say no to that? You can't be you can't be undermining or subjugating people in their own countries, and you expect their people what they should eat rocks, or should eat what they should eat? They should eat leaves and no, they're gonna find a way to survive. And if you basically keep fucking with them and fucking with a way forward, they're gonna come to you. They obviously have figured it out, so they'll come to you. So the best way to stop this mass immigration, bringing in drugs and thugs and this and that, is just stay within your borders and do what good for your country, and leave that people alone to do what good for their country. Don't stop Congo from selling their mines to China. Let them figure it out. If they sell it and it's wrong for them, it's for Congo's fault to figure it out. It doesn't concern America in any way. Now, if they keep doing this nonsense and walk come to Congo and Congolese get in the boat to come to America, oh, we have Congolese immigrants in America. No, none of these people just woke up one morning and say, you know what, I hate my fucking country, I'm leaving. No, something created the situation. Everybody in this world, I believe, would love to be or would love to stay where they found their families, their ancestors, and cultures, because it's more easier to deal with your own culture than anywhere in foreign countries. To travel outside your zone is very, 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 very dreadful and very, 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 very emotionally exhausting. But people do it not because of they want to, because of somebody else created a situation that they have to go. So again, we can solve this problem, but let's just create an even playing field. Everybody deal respectfully, respect other people's cultures and customs. Leave them alone. So that's where I'm coming from. But yeah, upgrade.
Yeah, I agree partially with what you said, but still, I think every country has the right to determine how many immigrants they want and how many they don't want. It's not up to the people who just come through the border and decide, hey, I just want to come, because I have a better life here than there. That's also not a possibility, because then we just have chaos. And I think with chaos, you can't govern a country. You should be able to be independent and figure out which people you really need, and it should be merit-based, not just because you come from a poor country, you should come in. That's not a criteria. So all the world can come to a richer country. There is no boundaries. There is no limits, because there will always be poorer countries and richer countries. So all the rich countries need to absorb the poor countries' people, because it's not going well there, and because maybe they want to have a better life. That's fine, right? We don't discriminate because of that. It's not a discrimination, but it's also a criteria you should take in consideration. To have merit-based people coming in, it's totally normal. If you don't produce enough engineer, like was one said or somebody else said, then why not take the engineers from abroad if they want to come, right? If they have the qualifications, why not? I don't see any issues with that. I don't know who was first. Or you want to respond, FC?
I'm not arguing any of that. Of course, I'm not arguing any of that. But what I'm trying to say is, there's a saying in language: you don't get to drink a poison and you say, "Oh, it is," or "Why is it killing me?" No, you created the mass immigration, so you have to atone for it. I'm not saying this right. I'm not saying these people should even leave their countries. I'm not saying that the government or the country they're going to shouldn't have to put any restriction in place. Obviously, restrictions are not working because you yourself know you created a fucked up situations that is not going to work. No matter how much you put in place, it's not going to deter them. It's not going to stop them. They're going to find many other ways to come in. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there should be any rules and regulation. There's many rules and regulations. Almost even this country today, these countries that have this massive, they have laws in place to prevent this. But of course, it's in fault. To control 10 people is easy. To control 1,000 people, that's what becomes a problem. Like, you know what? This is getting a little bit out of hand. So they can do everything they want to do, but you don't stop. They say you don't stop the leak on the roof by removing it. So anyway, that's a little staying back. But what I'm trying to say is, you can't raise your walls higher when you're creating more people to show up at your walls. Eventually, you're going to knock down your walls. So stop
FPS.
creating a situation for other countries for them to leave their country that they won't have to come to it. Some people are very comfortable.
Can I ask you a question then? Do you agree
Hold on,
that
hold on.
that harder rules for coming in a country is preventing also some of this illegal immigration? Because if you have just you have rules but you don't enforce them, I mean, then it makes no sense. There's like no rules, right?
No,
So
definitely.
rules
But how
which
do
are
you enforce it, knowing very well you are creating situation that make it almost impossible to enforce? Yeah.
I mean,
What doesn't China has that problem? What doesn't China has a problem? Huh?
You could put more personnel at the border. You could make stricter. Yeah, you could put the wall. I mean, like
you could do all of that.
It's difficult for people to cross just over it, right?
Yeah, there are countries that already have this,
thing,
and
but
it's
in
not
America,
working.
there's huge land, there's huge ground, right? So you can just cross over some path where it's nobody gonna see you. But if you put more barriers, physical barriers, it will be a little bit more difficult for illegal immigration to enter the country. I think that's my opinion. I don't. Pardon?
Yeah, listen. When it comes to immigration, people forget this. Yeah, more people more people are illegal in America before this recent mass migrations that were here legal, enter legal, and stayed than people that cross illegally through the border. People don't take that into considerations. Most illegal immigrants they didn't become illegal by crossing the border. They come here legally and overstay their visa in a state. When I walk in a state, there's some of the statistics we're pulling. Yeah, some of these massive immigrations, people think that they're just a bunch of illegal. No, majority
Actually,
of those people
I have to interrupt you there. When did you work here? When did you get those statistics from? Because that's no longer the case. The case now is that
I just told you, not counting the recent, as I said, not counting the recent mass migrations. But before this, that's from 2000. I'll say 14 and backward. Majority of the illegal immigrants here came from people that came here legally and overstayed their visa. So in most countries, and that happens to be the case. Because again, the ones that come legally are given so much hassle to get the people. So again, nobody want to work on money and say, you know what, I don't want to be here. People, there are many people. Africa have billions of people. What you see in your countries is less than 0.00% of the population of Africa. No, so you think these people don't know America exists? They know America exists, but so people are not. They don't have issues with their conditions. What they have issues with is their safety that you guys create. You guys create insecurity for them, and because you create insecurities for them, so they have to leave. Everybody want to live and nobody want to die because of, I don't believe in these politicians. But the moment any government go against you guys' interest, you start bombing the country, and then you create instabilities, and the people have to go somewhere. You that promise them better life and democracy, they come to you. Stop creating the chaos, and chaos will start coming to you. I think that don't poke the honest net and you get stung by a bee. Isn't that what they say? But yeah, upgrade.
Finally, you went straight to the point.
Yeah,
I will say, actually, FCS, I wanted to ask you, how long have you guys been talking about this? Because the entire time I've been watching for like about half an hour, you've been back and forth about this whole point.
No, this is probably like 10, 15
yeah,
minutes.
I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, maybe with FCS. But I just asked, you said that the overstaying of visas and people just stay in the country. I've been working and living in China, and if you overstay your visa and they caught you, they just deport you. But in our countries, we don't do that. So we just leave people who are illegal inside the country, and then you get more and more and more because everybody is just taking advantage of the failed system. So that's also not a solution. The solution is to enforce the rules on the book, and then you will get also less illegal immigration because it will be automatic. Because people will say, oh, okay, now I know if I overstay, I will get kicked out. But the problem is if you do that, every media will take this gladly and will make it very emotional. But it shouldn't be an emotional point. It should be just a really strict rule-based thing. Every country should have the rules on the books, and then you enforce them. If you don't enforce them, you're not a country for me. You're just a failed state. You just take everything what you want, and that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe Shadow.
I also wanted to know if you guys would be interested in kind of switching to another topic. There's
I
some
just
stuff. I
want
don't.
to
I don't know
ask
how long
you
the
I think we
study is.
wanted to talk just, and after we can change. Yeah,
I just want to preface. I'll let you talk, but preface. I don't know if you guys have covered it yet. Maybe you can tell me. The events going on in Ukraine, the recent breakthrough in the front lines.
No, we
Not
never
yet?
don't speak
Well, then
about Ukraine.
I'd love to have that conversation.
Not yet.
next, but I know somebody's up.
Gladly. Yeah, gladly.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the immigration issue. One of the main issues for me is not about the people who cross the border illegally. It's about the people who gives them jobs, who allows them to earn money. And these people, most of the time, they are not immigrants. They are local guys who decided to break the law, to earn more money. And one of the ways to fight immigration would be to fight this guy. In China, they have a lot of automatic system to basically check identity of people to make sure to be sure that they are what they say they are, and you have a lot of paperwork basically to do when you hire someone, and there is a lot of camera. It's basically a very strong security state, and I'm pretty sure that it's way harder to employ someone illegally in China than in France. Okay, so the issue could be there. If you reinforce the control and basically you don't hesitate to strike against the big company who earn money with illegal worker, you could fight against immigration. But there is a large issue there. In France, the main construction company, Bouygues, is also the owner of the main TV channel, TF1. And so you are fucked.
So this is why you need BBC, no? You need a national TV.
This is why you need a good independent media. But good luck with this one.
Like this
Yeah,
guy.
of course.
Like this guy.
Yeah, until it's like this guy until I got bought out by some big MNC.
Hey man, look, I've invested enough time into DPA. If you get bought out, I expect a paycheck.
So we change the topics. Ukraine now.
I was curious. Yeah. So have you guys been following what's been going on?
Before we go to Ukraine, let's talk about
No. Anyway, so what's been going on in Ukraine is essentially the line along Toretsk next to the city of New York has been significantly broken down. Yeah, there you go. Why it pulled apart, you could say, right? What was it? A 4-kilometer push that the Russians had?
Could we have the map, Oyat, please?
Please use your words before someone clicks.
Where's the map?
Yeah.
Where's the map? Where's the map? Where's the map?
We want the map.
The Russians just lighted up the New York, So
Alan,
Yeah,
where's the map?
the map on screen, please.
Yeah. Why you want to make me open the?
Your map is
Okay,
so
wait.
nice, and you put a lot of time on it.
Yeah, dude. Let's
So
use
display
the
it.
map. We can build off there.
I believe there's people in the United States when they say Russia has taken New York, they think it's their New York.
Right. It's our New York. Our New York got blown up.
They are so good with geography.
Yep.
Yeah. So
you want to zoom out just a little bit so everyone can kind of get a general gist on where in the front line that is?
yeah, it's here. It's full of icons. There, it's here. Yeah. Yeah. That's the
Yeah.
So what happened basically?
So, as far as I'm aware, wasn't this not the longest, most stagnant line in the entire conflict since 2014? This line here almost did not move for 8.5 years once the lines kind of settled in 2015.
Yeah. This entire line here. This is actually the Civil War front line, and that's why it's super heavily defended. Nobody would believe that the Russians will attack from this direction. Like, I also don't believe. I think that, and strategically, it's a pointless place to attack. So,
well, actually, that's what I wanted to bring up. If they take Toretsk, or at least threaten the city, look at the highway that comes north of it. That highway, does it not go straight into Siversk after Konstantinivka?
Siversk, not one big round.
Yeah.
It goes to Sloviansk, Kramatorsk,
Oh, okay. Okay, I see.
Severus is way more vulnerable actually. So if you talk about Severus, there's only this road, and then there's this road, and then there's this road going to Liman, and that's about it. These are the roads. So if that's why I always say that if the Russians attack from this direction up, capture right Alexandrivka, cut off this road, the Ukrainians can only go through to Liman, and then they would. It's not possible to hold Severus if they only have to go through Liman, because Liman is actually pretty easy to fall if the Russians try to go seriously in that direction. Yeah. So Severus, I always thought
And
that
it allows
the
for a
Russians.
propaganda victory as well, because if they can push the Ukrainians back through Liman, then they can argue that they're
Yeah.
pushing them back the same way that they got pushed back during the Kharkov offensive that the Ukrainians launched.
And Liman is a very important city because you have a lot of railroad system in Liman coming from every direction. It's a key
it's just
city
that-
for the logistical side of the operation.
Yeah, it's just that oh, I can hear myself. So because I don't think that the Russians really wanted to capture ground in that way. I think that they're more interested in just stretch the logistic, because there's a river here, so there's another river here. So they make life very difficult for the Ukrainians to go to the front line. And Severus is another like I said, the roads is so limited around here. The Ukrainians will have to go one big round to Severus. Previously they can go through here, but the Wagner forces have taken that out. So yeah, so to have them fight in the Severus front also continue to stretch the Ukrainian forces. It's just the Russians just I don't think they will want to close down all these fronts. They will just want to continue to stretch it to make it so easy for them to fight around Slovians and Kramatorsk.
Yeah.
No, if they
let's
fight
take a
around
look back
here,
at New York, because
it'll be easy.
what could the long-term advantage of taking this entire region be? Not just New York, but the greater region.
In fact, I think you are forgetting a railroad that's near this part of the front line. In the southeast, there is a very large railroad going to
Donetsk.
from Donetsk to Bakhmut. No, on the Russian side, but it's way too near of the front line. You cannot use them. You are going to take artillery fire if you want to use them, to use this railroad system. And it could be very interesting for the logistical side of the operation too.
So for the Russians, they already secured Bakhmut, they secured Mayos right now, and very secured right now. Previously, it was not that secured, but because of the offensive, now it's super secured. You go through Holivka all the way to Donetsk. So this highway is now super secured right now. Like the Russians can just drive easily.
You guys,
the highway, yes, but try to find a map. Could you put on screen the railroad system? Because if you want to move a large quantity of supply, like artillery shell, you need train.
He just labeled it on the map. He doesn't have to pull up a map. He knows where the railroad is. He just drew it on.
I'm not sure where's the railway. If I look from here,
so,
I have to look through the
It's along the highway. It's the same highway that you labeled just now. It's that same. They go parallel.
There is this highway going through here. This is the railway. Sorry, railway going through Druzhba. I think that this is the railway. There's another railway coming down. I think this side. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right
There's
there.
another railway there. Yeah, because I can see through the. Because they always have a trees going around. So this is the railway line. Yeah, these are the two railway lines. Konstantinivka is like the super hub. Super transport hub.
Liman.
It's like
It's the same thing for Liman.
Yeah, it's a bit like
which city is
Bakhmut,
bigger?
actually.
Which city is bigger, Konstantinivka or Bakhmut?
Konstantinivka is bigger.
It's bigger.
Konstantinivka is like the bigger version of Bakhmut.
Okay. Well, it doesn't. Is it population? Is it bigger in population? Because the city physical size looks pretty similar.
Physically, I think it's bigger, but population, I'm not sure.
Because Bakhmut was like the highway. It was the highway hub. If you look at Bakhmut, look at the amount of highways that come out of that city. Like 6 highways that pour out.
There's one around here. I think one I can hear echo.
Right there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the field.
There's
This Bakhmut.
the Kromova highway as well. You don't have it marked. Kromova.
Yeah, there's is no. So Bakhmut was this. Konstantinivka is actually basically pretty similar. But but it's more of a railway. It's only an X. Yeah. Bakhmut is way more important in the previously when the front line like this. No, it literally leads to all the fronts. Yeah, now it's just the frontline city. Not very important right now. Yeah. No, the thing is, I'm also not sure if the Russians really want to take.
What could be the push that the Russians make near New York and
So,
Donetsk?
the question,
What
how
would that
did
open up?
Russian
'Cause
did
there's
it?
that big lake there.
Big lake. This one.
Body of water, right? Not lake.
Let me use another map.
Yeah.
This one.
Mm-hmm. Is this a park? Would it be easy to take? Because it looks like it's a high ground. There's high ground on one side.
Yeah, there's high grounds all the way on the top here.
Mm-hmm. Which is good for defense.
Yeah, so the Ukrainians could defend around here. No. Yeah,
Actually,
it will be.
Look even lower down. Katerinivka, right there. There's also high ground along the creek there. Yeah.
So it's a pretty defensive, no advantage, I would say, for the Ukrainians. But of course, nowadays, with total air superiority, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you go, you just die. So, yeah. And yeah, I don't know. To me, this offensive don't make a lot of sense. And even if the Russians capture it, it doesn't change a lot. It's just going to be, have a lot more place to go. But
could it be? You say it doesn't make sense. Could it be a similar offensive to that of Donetsk, where it's somewhat symbolic because this city, Gorlivka, has been under artillery and Ukrainian fire control for the last 10 years now? They want to do the same thing they did with Avdiivka and have that kind of sprout outward. The same thing they're doing with Gorlivka because they don't want the city to be struck anymore. Because Wyatt, you may know, Gorlivka actually, proportionally to the size of the city, Gorlivka has been hit by more artillery in the last 10 years than Donetsk has.
Yeah, I think if by the size.
Yeah.
So the Holivka is basically just on the front line. I think it's a terrible place. I think the only thing that I would imagine is that the Russians want to establish the line around here, like so that you if the Russians can take all the heavy defenses, then in terms of negotiations, it's very hard for the Ukrainians to justify, because now if they still have New York, they will say that we still have very strong defenses. They still want to hold on further. They still want to fight further. Yeah. So
what about the potential?
I think it's more about putting pressures on the Ukrainian side, because when you have the front line who has been pierced, when you have heavy fortification, it gives the impression that the Russians could break the line everywhere, because if they were able to pierce here, they could do that everywhere basically. So it put a lot of pressure on the Ukrainian headquarters.
Is that not the area where you have the highest concentration of fabs for the moment also?
I thought it was Kupiansk.
Right now.
I thought it was Kupiansk.
It's Kupiansk, yeah.
I can't tell. Every place seems very, very, very fat. They fat
it's
them,
like how many does they drop in a week? 800?
1,000.
1,000 now? It's crazy.
They did. I remember in May they did 3,100. In June they did 3,500, and in the first week of July they've done.
It's got to be over 1,000,
something like that.
Because it was reported last week that they dropped 1,000 glide bombs across the front
in 1 week. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 week.
And then imagine how many geolocations or how many videos we actually only saw.
Yeah,
so this is what I always tell people.
100?
Yeah, that's why I always tell people.
Just show the most beautiful ones, like the 4 in a row.
They're getting no. You say it's beautiful, but like strategically speaking, that's kind of terrifying if they can be that precise now with math.
Yeah, and view for us, for people that likes to see things about planes and stuff, it's beautiful to see their accuracy. But for the guys in the trenches or in the front line, it need to be the biggest hell ever. And they're just doing that very accuracy with the 500s or the 250s. We don't even speak about the 1,500s. And you just need to imagine if you have 4 Sukhoi 34s with 4 Fab 3000s dropping pinpoint in a line, you completely destroy a line of 1 kilometer, and you do a damage of like it's nuts.
And you can
And
just
of
let it
heavy,
go, actually.
and it's of heavy fortification. I think I read somewhere Fab 3000 is meant to attack the bunkers. So
In fact, actually,
if they're hiding underground, that's the one that they use to destroy the bunkers.
I've seen that they've been using the Fab 3000 for targeting
buildings, right?
drone centers and intelligence centers. Because there was that one video we saw about last week, 2 weeks ago, something like that.
So it could be underground.
It was a 3-story building that they dropped the bomb on. But the building was just, I mean, obviously you could tell there was no basement. It was just a building. They were just trying to flatten the entire building, and they claimed that that building was an intel center. And I guess it worked.
Yeah. So all I saw on the headline today when I was out was that a school was bombed. Oh, but that was Israel. Sorry, that's Israel. I remember wrongly. Israel bombed a school. Like someone go to school right now as if no. But upgrade is like
no upgrade first.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on real quick about what was said. Yeah, we talked about it last time already about the New York front. I think it's just the Russians just go in where they can just take ground. That's it, you know.
Exactly.
If there's weaker defenses, even if it's well fortified, if you have nobody in it, they're worth nothing, right? They're worth nothing. You can just go through, and that's why we have reports from 3, 4, 5 kilometers push inside the heavy fortified defense lines because they can't repel the attacks anymore, and that's very, very bad for the Ukrainians because this shows, like Shadowy was saying, or somebody, I don't remember, that they can pierce everywhere. If they would
you
like
take it to its logical conclusion, it means that the Russians aren't interested in taking ground. More so, they're more interested in destroying the Ukrainian military.
Be careful about confusion.
You're still muted. I know you've been trying to talk.
We have to wait to see if it's happened again somewhere else.
It was just mid of my sentence, and you just cut me off. So just give me a second.
Sorry.
I will finish my sentence, and then after I will give it to one. Yeah, and also the planes. I don't know if you saw this, but also many planes that destroyed the Russians in the couple of days past, and the helicopters and also the air defense. I mean, like they're getting destroyed everywhere. They don't have anything, you know. Bon, go.
Yeah, I mean, like Kharkov's opinion operation, I kind of feel like the main focal points are going to be Kupiansk, and then you've got Konstantinivka, and then Pavlovsk, and that's it. I mean, those are the 3 places they're going. New York's collapsing. It's just one of the 2014 ones, and the reason it's gone and they're moving in is probably fab the shit out of it, and that's what they're using the fabs for specifically. Is these 2014 heavy fortifications? They hit them, they're probably cleared instantaneously, and then the Russians just go in and clear the place and secure it. I mean, that's why they're moving, like you said, they move like water. Wherever there's an opening, they're going to flow down through there. And if it's easy, they're going to go. I mean, there's plenty of places where there's no mines, there's no defenders, everybody's burned alive laying around in the field. So they can just drive down there and stop until they meet contact, and then they stop, and then that's where they start holding them there so they can fab them some more. I mean, that's why you're getting these little breakouts everywhere. It's just wherever they can find an opening. Or they've killed everybody. There's nobody left to stop them. And that's what this whole thing's going to be this whole summer. They're going to keep killing them. They're going to find more and more openings, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger. Eventually, Avdiivka will connect to New York, and New York will connect to Kupiansk, and it'll just get bigger and bigger, and there'll be little fingers and more fingers. Because the thing is it's not 2022 when the Russians were fingered out all over the place like tentacles, because there was a Ukrainian army that was coming to respond. This time there's nobody coming. So every time they advance, if you come, they kill you. Eventually no one's going to come. So it's just going to get easier and easier as the summer goes along. And I think you're just starting to see it all come to fruition. The grinding, the pounding, the destruction of the artillery, the air defense degradation. And now they're just slowly up, just taking what they want because there's literally no one there to stop them. And I think that's the Donetsk is the biggest area where there's the fewest amount of guys, and that's where you're going to see the biggest pickups.
So, but I want to play some super chats. I missed out the super chat. Sorry. So this is a bit like outdated already.
Africa has always been messed with by the West.
And
That's new.
Republic.
Did you read the whole thing?
Hi everyone. Equals plus Republic.
And this is the relevant one. Where is it? Oh, I found it. Oh, okay.
Eat.
No, they did it for the pizzas, dude.
They took N.Y for the deli sandwiches. That's
I
it.
think there is.
Okay.
I think there is a pizza place there in New York. It's temporarily closed, and it says to call ahead for hours, and that due to the situation, they may not be operating normally.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, you may get bombed eating a pizza, so stay away.
You can
There
look
is
them
no
up
longer
on, you can look them
illegal
up on
worker
Google
working in
Maps,
the
and you
kitchen.
can leave a review. Like I left one in New York Pizza, which was in Bakhmut. You know, they have
Seriously.
some good food.
Come on, Vaughn. Give me that petty. Sorry, Shadowy.
I wanted to add something about what Von said. I think he's right that we shouldn't try to find the new focus point or the track point like the German and the Prussian were thinking about war. It's not an idea that's going to happen in this war. The idea of piercing the line and exploiting this breakthrough to advance your army, it's not going to happen like that. Today, we have just small troops, small number of soldiers advancing and trying to advance, basically. And if there is an opposition, they not where the opposition is and they fall back. They call the airplane destroyed, and they try again a few days later. Okay? And they are doing the same thing everywhere on the front line. Like Von said, he said, they are not going to try to find a focus point or something. They are just going to exploit wherever there is a possibility to advance, they are just going to advance. And I'm pretty sure that they were the first one surprised to be able to advance so far in one time. Because honestly, Wyatt could tell us it's a very staunch to be able to advance so quickly. You
got to figure they've got. I'll shut up real quick, Boyan, but you just got to figure with all the ISR they have now. You know, they go in, they find every target they can find, they bomb them, hit them with Lancets, whatever. Then they probably fly back in and see what's left. And if there's nothing left, they probably just roll right up in there and clear it out with some ground troops. Go ahead, Boyan.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm here in a corner where I have bad internet. Probably I have a lag. I have 2 points. I have started watching late, and I was just seeing you discussing the French election results. But this is a point I will add later. I have a question regarding Ukraine and the movements of the fronts. What is your feel? What is the Ukraine doing? Are they falling back because they can't hold line, or have they slightly changed tactics, that they withdraw tactically just to reduce their own casualties, and during withdrawal to put some casualties on the Russians? Have they changed that strategy? This is the question that I have, but I wanted also to add the point regarding the French election results. Sorry guys, I'm late on that. I think Shadowy had given us a bit of fake news regarding that the Le Pen party has lost. You know, obviously it didn't win a majority or something, but they increased their seats in parliament. Probably will increase by 50% at least. Is that not correct, Shadowy? So these 2 points, whoever likes to answer.
Everybody
Shadowy.
was thinking they were going to win. And if you compare the result of the
But
legislative
that is
election
irrelevant.
with the result
They
of the
increased
of the
their
European
votes.
election, it's a
You asked me
loss.
a question, let me answer.
What?
Yeah,
Go
You
ahead,
mean
this
in
is,
the
I
4
think, not really
you mean about
correct.
the last previous legislative election? You want to compare one election with another's with for 3 years
No,
difference?
no. Well, sure. Well, because the reason behind that is obviously people, I think, mostly vote. If you call it far right, I'm not French. I don't know. Probably you're right. But people are not satisfied with the politics in France, so they vote for this party or to protest. And since the politics are not changing in a way that people are more satisfied, even more people vote for it than last time. And if politics will not change, the next time even more will vote for this party. You know, that's my argument. So they did not lose, they increased their votes, and they increased the seats in parliament.
Actually, they always had that stupid thing in France
And
that
drastically.
two voting rounds. They always did 2 voting rounds, and the first round always far right, up, and then everybody started to panic. Second round, they lost everything. Always.
Exactly.
Just look every election, presidential election, every time that
Well,
happens.
lose. This is, yeah, I understand. But last time in parliament they had 90 seats, and this time they will have between 120 and 150. So this is a massive,
They won.
massive
But they were
increase.
expected 300. They were expected 300. Okay,
Yeah,
and they
expected
only have
double of it.
130 or 140.
Don't say that.
Hey, Shadowy, real quick, if they had gotten 300, would that have made a difference?
Yes, they would have a full majority.
Okay.
And they would have, they could have done whatever they want.
Majority.
No, they
But
have
how
1/4 of the seats.
And there is another issue, very important issue in France, that very few people understand. In France, in the parliament, you have special people who are from the parliamentary who have a function to basically manage the parliament. And these guys, they are chosen from the leading party. And everybody was expecting the far right to be able to control the parliament with these guys. Okay? And today, these guys they are going to be part of the left side of the political spectrum. And that's really important. That means that basically the left side is going to be able to control the parliament, not the government, the parliament. Okay, not the same thing. And that gives them a lot of power about how they could create law and make sure that some law is modified or things like that. And this is very, very important. And if the far right were able to have even 200 parliament guy, they would have been able to control this key job in the parliament. And for me, because I'm on the left side, it would have been terrible for France. So it's a defeat. I'm sorry for you, Virgin, but it's a defeat for the far right.
Your shirt is ugly and upgrades.
Will they?
It's not sorry for me. I'm not French.
So Vaughn.
Well, just real quick, will the far right have a say then in these people? Just a compromise, like instead of getting, let's say they would have got 30, now they get 20, and they got to split it with their coalition, so it dilutes their power even more. Or do they have any say in the picks, or are they?
Honestly, the situation is very complicated. That you could have anything in the next few days. We don't know.
So you really got to wait until the middle of the week before you got to have a good idea.
Yes, we do not know who is going to be the government right now because it's a hung parliament. So it's going to be all this deal making between all the different parties and see who will actually end up to be the majority. But no, personally, I don't think the Le Pen's party will ever get that kind of like 300 seats kind of thing because it's clear that they will never get that. So that's why I think from what I've read is like it really depends on the
59, something like that.
Yeah, it was always dependent on the alliance, like whether enough alliance to join, and that is already one big mess.
The conservative right, earlier you post a message about the conservative right, les républicains. They have been destroyed. Okay, there is very few of them, and most of them have allied themselves with the far right.
So, upgrade.
Yeah, I have here the results. So you say that the right party was destroyed. I don't think so. I think they increased their votes. Definitely, the left-leaning party did much better than there was the forecast before the vote. But I never saw that there was 300 for RN. There was like on between 200 and 250 seats, they said. And Macron should have done much less good that he actually did. What shows also people that people didn't choose Macron's party because they like the party. No, they just choose it because they don't want the other party to actually come to power.
They don't want the
It has
far right.
nothing to do with liking the party. This is typical
it
France.
happens-
We
it
complain
happens
about it
every
all the
selection.
time. In France, it's
Yeah.
always the same bullshit. People complain, and then after they go vote again for the same guy. The same guy
Yeah.
who was spitting. They were
But
spitting on
in
this
France,
guy
we don't vote
for
for, we
7
vote
years.
against.
Shadowy,
Yeah.
they were spitting for 7 years on this guy's face. Nobody wants to do anything with him. And now they vote him again with 100 and something. What? How many? Wait, I will tell you because I have it right here. It's Le Monde, so I think it's quite trustworthy. They have right now. They have 113 seats. 113. They should have done between 60 and 90. Now they have 113. That's more than right now the left-leaning party has, but it still
They
has
did.
some seats to
They
go.
make a deal with the left party.
Yes, but that's what I mean. That's what I mean, Shadowy. We always complain in France. That's why I live in Switzerland. And that's why I like Swiss and the Swiss system much better than the French system. Because in France, we always complain, but then after when we need to actually do something and show the people, we do the exactly opposite. And then we cry again for 4 or 5 years. And then again, the same happens. So, yeah.
That reminds me of how Ukraine fight their wars.
On, you can go.
They just keep doing the same thing and expect different results. And then they complain, the West not giving them enough weapons. But they just sit there and die. No. Yeah.
Vaughn.
So, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, if I didn't want to change it, but on Boyan's second part, I just think Ukraine's getting knocked back on their heels because it's a lot of conscripts and forced mobilized people, and they're either getting killed outright or not even getting there, and the ones that do are getting knocked back so hard that there might be some blocking troops there, but I bet you those guys don't even want to be close just because there's so many bombs going off. I mean, forget the artillery. I mean, there's so many fabs flying around. It's like you better not be in, a group or in a fortification. But yeah, I think that's what's going on. I just think they're on their heels because the Russians are everywhere. They can't respond. They don't have enough men, artillery, plane. I mean, they just don't have anything left to throw at them. It's just throwing bodies.
What is that with that little front in Luzavaya, Vaughn? That third North Front?
Huh?
The Russians opened a new little front in Luzavaya in the north.
Yeah, but that's just another pitting operation. The Ukrainians will respond, they'll get bombed, and then they'll either advance a little bit or just kind of go back and forth.
But
I mean, the real action is going to be, I still think all the real action is down around between Kupiansk and Donetsk City.
Yeah,
that's where all the action's going to be.
It makes a difference in the 2022 until now front line because they need to send troops.
Oh, yeah.
over
I
there
mean,
also.
they don't have enough people to respond. So every time the Russians probe across the border, they've got to send somebody up there at least to check it out. And think about it. Once those guys are out in the open moving, they get targeted by whatever. And then they get bombed when they get to the place they're supposed to go, if there's anyone left.
Yeah, because
So-
the
I mean, it
different-
works for the Russians. Think about it. It works great for them. All they got to do is show up on the border, push across, occupy some farmhouse, and then the Ukrainians will show up and they can bomb them. And then they can drop back across the border, or if it works out for them, they can drive to the next house.
Yeah, but because that was something I always were saying, that after a while, Russia is going to start to open in random spots in the north just to fuck around to the Ukrainians and messing up with the bigger front lines. And that is a very, actually is a very, for the Ukrainians, is a very bad thing that's happening now. Now these are little fronts, but they make big differences in the existing front lines. And if Russia is going to continue to do that, and during the 2 months continue to randomly open new front lines, is going to hurt very, very, very bad the bigger front lines, the important front lines, because Ukrainians after a while they don't going to do know to do shit with their troops, and they are lacking a lot of troops. Weaponry is not a real problem. The troops are. The people on the ground. And Russia is busy. What I am always said.
Well,
Russia
they've got a lot.
is going to
They've got a lot of well-equipped troops along the Belarusian border. There's a lot of NATO equipment there and guys there, but you got to figure at some point it's going to be skimmed out to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
If nothing happens there. Sorry, Wyatt.
So I just want to answer Virgin's question. So just now, for those that already forgotten, Virgin asked, what happening to the Ukrainians right now? Do they change their tactics, or is it they got pushed back without a choice? For me, it is they're getting pushed back they have no choice. They are just getting destroyed because the Russians, since January until now, every week there is more and more airstrikes, and these airstrikes are getting closer and closer to where the Russian troops are, which means that the airstrikes are getting more and more becoming close air support, which is very similar to what the Americans do, in their doctrines. So, and this is very difficult because if you don't have accurate fire, you're going to kill your own people. So the Russians are getting better and better at it, and the bombs are getting bigger and bigger as well. So, and all the bombs, each bomb will just destroy entire fortifications. Now they have the 3,000, they can destroy bunkers. So basically there is no way to hold a position. And if they don't want to use the bomb, they just use a TOS. Like I said, they don't want to destroy the building in that way. They can drop a TOS, they will just thermobarically kill everyone in the building. That still works. And then the Russians will just move in and take over the building. And they have that fortification for themselves. So the situation for the Ukrainians is just they have no choice, and they have the limitations of the Ukrainians is not manpower per se. I believe my estimation, they still have 500,000 soldiers, but that is spread across the entire of Ukraine. At least they have 500,000. So, but the thing, this 500,000, most of them are not those pre-war combat trained soldiers. They are not those people who are trained for 1-2 years. Most of these people are mobilized troops. They train for 2 weeks. And then they have to learn on the field, and these kind of soldiers will usually die, because soldiering is fucking difficult. So the limited trained troops, they have Ukrainian troops, they have the international foreign legions, there's a number of units of them, and it seems like currently they are struggling to decide where to defend. They sent a lot of these good troops into the Kharkiv front to block the Kharkiv offensive because they thought that is a real offensive. It was so blown up by everyone. They're thinking that the Russians are going to go for Kharkiv. They sent everyone there. Now they are fighting very fiercely over there. So the Russians are really struggling to fight because they have. When you see the Ukrainians have the troops going into the buildings and storming the buildings, these are good troops. These are the well-trained ones. Mobilized troops can't do that. They will just die. They wouldn't even dare to run through the fire. So. But the rest of the front line, they are struggling. These are all mobilized troops. Vaughn. Sorry, I think it's Vaughn. So sorry.
Shadowy. I think it was Shadowy, then me, and then
Yes,
Tycho.
I wanted to add something about what you said, Wyatt. The usual defensive Ukrainian doctrine is to put the low-quality troops on the front line, and they use the elite troop as reserve in the back of the far from the front line, to avoid bombardment and artillery. And what they do is that when the front line is attacked by Russian troops, the low-quality troops, their only job is to hold the line, try to hold the line, okay? And basically to avoid the elite troops to die. And when they do that, at this point, the elite troops come and save the day and repulse the Russian advance. That's the idea. But the issue today is that a lot of the elite Ukrainian troops has been sent to the Kharkiv front line. So you could imagine that today, on the main front line, we have less and less elite troops to basically plug the hole created by the Russian offensive. And maybe what happens to near New York is that the reserve who wanted to come to help the low quality frontline troops just came too late because they were too far away. I think that's what happened. So the Russian has the possibility to advance because there is no reserve coming to help the low quality troop on the front line. Next it was Von, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, like Wyatt was talking about the airstrikes. I mean, you can see it, how bad it's getting for them not to have any air defense and how much worse it's going to get. Because, I mean, they literally have drones flying overhead while these strikes are going on. So you can see it, you know, for them in real time probably of the attack and if it was successful or not. And the thing is, I mean, you've got drones flying in on Patriot systems, which maybe that's too big of a system to target a drone. But like a TORS 1 or something like a NASAMS, something small like that, and these drones are flying and these Lancets are going in and they're not being engaged. And this, you know, this Orlan or whatever it is flying overhead, you know, watching the guy park the plane, get out, shake some hands, you know, get in the van and drive back to wherever. And then you see the, you know, caliber hit. I mean, it's got to, I mean, and that, you know, like a Patriot's a theater defense, so that's covering a wide area. So every time they lose one of those, that's a whole big gap again. So, I mean, just in line with that, that's just got to be getting worse and worse because they're just going after so much air defense, and it doesn't look like really there's any good solution to the drones. I mean, they just have too many, I think, big systems that aren't really equipped for the, you know, the front line like that, because the Russians aren't coming in with fighters and strike aircraft. So the only thing they really get to shoot at is cruise missiles, maybe some of those ballistics. But you know, are they shooting at the Garans really anymore? Because I mean, I don't see how they can even really afford to even
send the Mexican cartels. They are ready to send the Mexican cartels. They are ready to make dollar.
Oh no, they are not ready for that. No one is ready for that.
The cartels are too smart to go there and die.
The cartel is too secure in Mexico than to go to the war
front. They make plenty of money sitting right where they're at. They're fine. They'd be like, yeah, I'd rather dodge the border patrol than a fucking 152.
Yeah, I think they are ready to hire all the Ukrainian experimented soldiers who want to leave the country.
I think it's easier for them to fight the US military right now than to fight the Russian military. Yes. Or maybe the super chat is talking about them joining the Russian military. No, maybe that's different. No, maybe tell them to start from Belarus. Start a new front to the Lviv. They can conquer the drug trade in the Lviv region. Surely a lot of money. Zelensky need a lot. I don't know. I didn't do. I'm neutral.
Well, the Russians get those Russian tunnel diggers. Team up with the Russian tunnel diggers.
Yeah, correct, true. Or maybe the Ukrainians employ the Mexican cartel to ask them to teach them how to build submarines. The Mexicans are very good at building submarines, right? Those tiny subs. Okay, we are going off course. I think it's Vojin, is it? Next?
Tycho.
It's Tycho. Okay, sorry, Tycho.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement that Ukraine is getting ground to dust right now. It seems pretty clear that they're slowly losing. What is the next big move in this war, guys? What is the next event? We just had Orban visit Russia. Is there secret peace negotiations going on? Is it something? What's going to happen? What's the next big move? What do we think?
There is not going to be any big move. Just a very, very slow, very little move, but a lot of them.
And if you see Putin refuse the ceasefire, I think that's what Putin also want to do. No ceasefire, just keep this small skimmage.
I think we agree that. Well, I think we agree that is the current trajectory. But if it changes, what is the most likely thing to change the current trajectory? What is the most likely thing to happen?
a war between China and the USA.
No, too much.
What?
No, so no, I tell
Tu
them
vois,
to
oui,
like
oui,
this.
François.
I tell them to like this. Then they like, no, that's too much. The biggest move right now is our fingers. I think a lot of things will not change, but I think the Oban one is a very interesting thing. But we can talk about it later. Next is Virgin, right? He's lagging by 2 seconds. So
I think it's upgrade. I think it's upgrade.
Okay, I will go and I will
You
give
hear
you
me?
back. Yeah, I can hear you. I think also what is a big problem for the Ukrainians is manpower, because I don't think they have much reserve. Zelensky told about 13 brigades, and he can't put them on the front line because they have not enough equipment. Or if this is a accurate statement or not, maybe somebody can say something about that. And maybe some big move in, I think NATO make in Washington some meetings, so that could also make the thing go a little bit more hot than it should be. And yeah, everything was said, right? From the air defense, lacking of air defense, can't hide anymore in defensive position because of overwhelming firepower from the Russians. So I don't see the Ukrainians what they really can do to actually stop the Russians. Just like said many times, if there is intervention of the NATO troops, but besides that, I don't think they can hold it like 2-3 more years. That's impossible. Vaughn?
No,
I think
come
it was
on,
Boyan.
come on. You promised to give it to me.
Sorry,
Boyan.
sorry.
So the reason for my question from before regarding Ukraine, there are these rumors that Ukraine has troops which they are placing in the Belarusian border, so they should have at least some guys to fill the gaps. And also there is this discrepancy of the fierceness which they're fighting in Kharkov region and Donbas region. I thought it might have to do something also with Putin's demand that Ukraine withdraws from the 4 oblasts, and some of the Ukrainian guys don't want to fight very hard in these oblasts anymore. But maybe for other oblasts they would do something more. This was my basic reasoning behind the question. I think because Taicho asked what will be the next moves, I think the Ukrainians will slow their resistance in the 4 oblasts that Russia also already annexed, basically, at least officially, and probably keep a hard fight in the other parts of Ukraine. I think they still have some troops, and this is not over yet. It will be a slow grind for some time. I have to leave you guys. Have fun. See you.
See you, man.
See it. What's the benefit of grinding yourself into dust? Like, surely they recognize what's happening. I mean, it's not logical. Why would they continue?
No, but
they must have some promises. They must have some promises from America or.
Well, I mean,
NATO.
just real quick to Boyan's point, like there are supposedly a lot of troops up there on the border, and they said that they're, maybe better quality and maybe the length of their training, but they said that they had a lot of Western equipment, like they specifically mentioned MRLSs and I don't think tanks, but maybe some other European NATO vehicles. But yeah, I mean, that's, Belarus. I mean, but that, that's probably some high value stuff, but if they start sending it east, it's going to get tagged. I had something else I was going to say, but I forgot. I'll wait a second. Go ahead, Yura.
Yeah, it seems like there's this show of pulling back to the more defensible line, like when mentioned that the Ukrainians will fight harder if they fight for the outside of these oblasts that Russia annexed, which is why I pointed out previously, like few months back, talking about that they need to do what Surovikin did with Russians when they couldn't hold such a long defensive line. So now Ukrainians' turn is that they cannot hold such a long defensive line against Russians, so they will need to pull back a little bit and straighten the defensive line so that they can cover it. But this can be done in hiding, while hiding. So you present it as defending, while actually the enemy is easily advancing. So this is what happened in Bosnia when Dayton Agreement happened. There was lines set, right? Set lines of how it's going to be divided. So instead of just, openly pulling back, they were kind of resisting, while the outside of the line, they were just advancing easily over there was fighting, but very minor fighting. So this is what happened when big deals make an agreement, but they don't want to show it to their people. So the army will be pulling back to set different lines, while presenting as, I know how it's weird it sounds, but this is what happens. Okay, so Orban was meeting with Putin and Zelensky, and maybe they offered to make the line straighter, to pull back, without openly showing that. What's the deal with these 14 brigades that Zelensky mentioned? Sorry, I'm piling up a lot of things all at once. But what I'm thinking is they have formed on paper those brigades, and they collecting the soldiers, but they're not trained. It's not just like a skeleton of some of those. Maybe 30%. Some say there's like 30% field brigades, but he's also saying, oh, we don't have weapons. Why they don't have weapons for them? It's because Russia destroyed them while they were being transported and storaged, right? That's what the deal is. Okay, you can cut me off. Do it. Wait.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, how can you call me Wayne on my freaking God?
In response to Tycho's question about the next
Wayne,
big thing.
Canadian Titan, can defend both Sumy and Kharkov.
Comedian Titan, yeah. And another thing is what I wanted to say about this, like we know, like I was saying before, the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Kherson and what was that? Yeah, in Kherson, in Zaporizhia. They were really strict on keeping the reserves built up and trained, while the frontline units had their own job. So there was no interaction, no matter how much supplies were coming in from the West. They were filling those brigades, those 11 brigades that they prepared for the counteroffensive. So they're really strict on keeping them separate, not wasting, not attrition in them. So this is what they try to do again, right? To have completely separate army, that they try to build it up. But of course, it's not going to work. Who knows how it's going to go on, and, pulling back on a straighter line and all of it. It's all probably just plans that they try to implement, but it's not going to work for nobody. That's my opinion. So Juan, go ahead.
Come on.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick response to Tycho's question about the next big thing. I think the next big event will probably be a global hawk getting shot down, or one of those cargo ships in the Black Sea getting hit with a missile and sunk. I think that'll be the next big event. I don't really think anything political is going to happen until the election or closer to it, but I think those are the two big things that might likely happen soon.
Yeah, just also to respond to Taiko's question, is that, do you see a problem in Ukraine if you see the Ukrainians saying that the Russians are meat grinded by the Ukrainians and losing 1,000 and something people a day, and they're going to in 50 days have more than 600,000 casualties if we need to believe the Ukrainian propaganda. And then we see footages of a fucking big airstrikes on their airfields. They're losing one of the last Sukhoi 27s. I don't know anymore how many they have left, but these are very important planes. They are losing them. They lost what, more than 7 planes in 2 days' time. I don't know the figures. Losing or damaged don't make sense. I don't care. They are damaged at minimum. If I'm just watching Ukrainian pro-Ukrainian channels, my headache is getting so big, and so big is disgustingly big. And it's hurting, and you see it's hurting right now. I just watched Denis Davidov's channels. It's hurting very hard. Ooh, it's crazy. But you see what the Russians doing. Is what I'm pointing. They opened a third little front in the north, completely far away of Belgorod region, and the thing. They're going to continue to do that. They're going to mess up with Ukrainians. If you already listen to the news messages about France putting people inside of Ukraine to train Ukrainian new soldiers, they're not doing that for no reason. They do it with one reason: to keep the Ukrainians inside the country. Because everybody that's training in another country in Europe, they're going to ask political asylum, and they don't. The biggest problem for Ukraine are their troops, and I'm staying with that. The biggest problems are the troops, and all this fucking shit about the F-16s also. I am not with it anymore. I don't understand nothing anymore about the F-16s also. I'm not going to be a game changer. I'm going to help them a little bit. But everything is so fucked up for the moment. And just watch what the Euro said and Von saying about the changes in the front lines. The increasement of the FAB says a lot. The increasement of the FAB dropping says a lot also. But Euro had a very good point. But yeah. Good, Von.
Yeah.
Von, you was first? No? You don't speak?
I want to talk. Let me add one point about the pro-Ukrainian talking point, which actually pisses me off actually when I read that in the comments. They say, so not just, no, it's not one, it's like a lot of people. So I don't know which freaking YouTube channel taught them this fact.
Dennis.
They say that the Russians are losing 8 to 9 people. Every Ukrainian died. There's 8 to 9 Russian soldiers died. I'm quite sure you guys have seen it on Twitter, on Telegram, or on YouTube comments or whatnot.
But it's true.
So the problem is now, okay, let's assume that we are all brainwashed by Russian propaganda, okay? But we put the facts out. The Russians have absolute air superiority, absolute artillery superiority. They have QS-1. They have a full armor, production and everything. Ukrainians have no air force. They needed the F-16s. Okay, and then their HIMARS is starting to get destroyed. The M270s are get destroyed, and then Abrams tanks is useless against drones, and then the Ukrainians are losing ground, but the Ukrainians are killing 8 to 9 for every one they lost, and they still need the F-16 for what? If that's the case, they don't need F-16. Your infantries are all super soldiers, no? So yeah, I'm not sure. But why we need F-16?
I don't watch the videos, but if you just watch the main picture on the video of Denis Davidov, always says in the title, meat grinder. Did you saw once a meat grinder like a village with 1,000 Russian soldiers in it, and they all died in 1 hour time? Never saw that. Never, ever we saw that. They only killed the Russians very well with the drones, but it's in the both ways. And then you added what you said: the bombs, the artillery, the planes, everything. It's impossible that, okay, Russians are maybe playing more aggressive because you're attacking and the Ukrainians are more defending. So, and during the attacks, the Russians can lose maybe a little bit more troops. But once you pass by with the fab bombs on these trenches where the Ukrainians are busy defending, they're gone. But you can't count the dead Ukrainian soldiers if a 50,000 pass by, because
I
they're
think
evaporating. I think
it's like a projection. Maybe it's the other way around. Because the feeling that it's the other way around is much stronger, because the Russians are not pushing everywhere. The most of the time they're just bombarding. So no, unless they're saying that when the Russian drop a fat bomb, Russian soldiers die. That I believe. I would believe that the Russians are losing like 8 to 9, for every Ukrainians, because it's like they're bombing themselves. Just like Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, they always bomb themselves. So, yeah, stupid Russians always do that.
About bombing themselves, that is true, as the bombs that they're losing, or that the FAB system doesn't deploy and it's landing on the city or something like that, because
all the time, right?
It happens. It happens. It's normal. You're always going to have
99% of the time, actually. 99% of the time.
It happened 10 times a day or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
When you
too crazy.
If you take in consideration how many videos of dead, of killing, probably Ukrainians have many more videos showing, because that's the only thing that they can really show, right? That's their PR, showing the videos of it. So they really try to manage every killing to be shown on video, basically, right?
But they are killing more Russian soldiers now than in the beginning of the war. You can imagine the current soldiers, 2 weeks of training is more effective.
Yeah, but if you count the videos of drones, you could say that, but nobody counts how many soldiers are killed by the calibers, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. Nobody counts. Get out,
Or just
right?
artillery.
Yeah, there's huge numbers probably should be counted that, and there's no videos of it, right? So, and who knows how many by FOBs? Probably you could consider at least half of those FOBs being dropped on occupied areas. At least half of them, I would say, because Russians showing increased and better ISR capabilities than earlier. So now you can count at least half of them are hitting the occupied positions. Probably a little bit late information, until it reaches and so on. So maybe abandoned positions are being bombed half time, but the other half is occupied places, right? And the Ukrainians are placing importance on PR, so that's why there's more videos of it. There's also more drones. They use 3 times more drones than Russians, but that doesn't have to last for too long still. So it kind of trend should be changing, and Russians don't care so much about showing the videos of it. It's not in there to show off, to do it. They'll just do the things, and that's how it should go on. Who's next? Taiko? Is it Taiko? Or one?
I was just going to go real quick. After that strike on the aircraft, they say that Ukraine is probably down to less than 24 operational airframes. I don't know if that's aircraft and helicopters or just aircraft.
It can be both, yeah.
But yeah, they're running low. They've got to mix it up. And that doesn't include F-16s or anything like that. It's just what they got left of their MiGs and Su-24s and 27s and 25s.
Yeah, if you take the idea that they're killing 10 to 1 Russians per Ukrainian, then as you say, why do they need F-16s? Clearly drones are the super weapon. The Russians already have planes. Why do you need anything else? Planes are useless. You can
why are they losing ground? Why are they losing ground?
Doesn't make any sense. But let's just assume that we all agree.
No. What I think is that
casualties
they
are
are just counting through soldiers. They are not counting low quality troops. So Ukrainians are losing 1 elite soldiers for 10 Russian elite soldiers because there is no longer any elite Ukrainian soldiers.
But even
It's a
that
joke, of
doesn't
course. I don't
make
think
Can I
that.
just finish my point? If you think
Sorry.
about war logically, from like a psychological perspective, in the beginning of the war, you get loads of people who are kind of like gung ho. They want to go for it. They want to take risks. They want to try and do crazy stuff, which we saw. And then as the war progresses, people become more conservative. They don't want to die. They're more careful. Yet, according to the official casualty figures, like the numbers keep going up and up. It seems kind of illogical to me. It seems like it would be the opposite. That would be more what you'd expect. And maybe what ends up happening is you get morale issues on the Ukrainian side for sure, maybe on the Russian side too, and maybe both sides kind of end up in a kind of soft, not peace, but kind of fake peace, where they only attack the regions that they care about, and the other regions are kind of just like, they kind of have an agreement not to attack or whatever. So I think maybe that could be one scenario, but Lambo.
Yeah, there was also a very funny.
War is math in the end. And the strike power math works in Russian favor.
Exactly.
No.
But there was an also cool statistic that I saw that friendly Dennis pro-Ukrainian channel. He posted an article, I can't find it anymore, but the thing said was 97% of the bombings and the airstrikes in Ukraine are on civilian areas. I'm like, yeah, why not only on potato fields, you know? And but they don't mention that the civilian areas, the cities already evacuated.
Maybe that's how you can count from 1 to 9. Maybe that's
they're
how
learning from Hamas. They're learning from Hamas. It's the same.
Civilian living not
You can't tell the civilians from the soldiers. That's why everyone is civilians, no? Or maybe the mobilized are still civilians, no? That's why they are just carrying guns and wearing a uniform.
Look at the death ratio of civilians in Ukraine and the death ratio, casualty ratio, and Gaza,
of course,
they never went. I think there are still less skilled civilians in Ukraine than in the whole period of the war in Ukraine,
100%.
than that 6 months in Gaza.
I think there are more Ukrainian civilians. There are more Ukrainian civilians in the city I live in here in Poland than in the entire of the front line, Donbass. I'm pretty sure. Very, very high numbers here.
100%. There are still these old people that has their own house. They don't want to leave. Always happened. But like in Adiyevka, it was also something. And during the end of Adiyevka, there were still civilians living there, still alive. But how many? 5, 10? But there's people that don't want to leave there. They don't just want to leave. Don't want to leave. That happens everywhere. But saying that 97% of the strikes are against civilians is fucking bullshit. 97%.
We can't even claim that for the Israelis, for the kind of airstrikes that they do. You can say 80%, hit civilians. I can believe, 97%. How can it be possible?
What they're talking about is the deep bombing by Russia into the Kiev, into Lviv, and that's why they're talking that they bombing the civilians. They don't want to say that their military infrastructure and the supplies are being destroyed. They're talking the Russians are bombing because they hate us. They're bombing only civilians in Kiev. They don't destroy military targets at all. That's what they're trying to say. Not about frontline killing civilian.
I'm busy searching that article.
It's about a deep bombing, right? And it's just crazy. They hide in the fact that Russians are really taking a lot of care not to hit civilian targets. They will hit now. They will hit. They will hit it at night. Yes, the civil people from around there, they know, but you see, the news from them is not wide-reaching, right?
Yeah, I'm going to read the article if I may too.
But it's the Russians are taking much care to hit at night, right? It's rarely during the day, It's why, because there will be buildings will not be occupied, but you destroy a building that's a military infrastructure for important for military, you destroy their capability. Even
May I
though
read the article,
not many
Euro?
soldiers will be killed. Yeah, we all know those Ukrainian
Yeah, I
articles.
can read it for the people on YouTube doesn't know it. You know it. They don't know it. I just going to read it. This at 1 minute. So 97% of Russian missiles, drones, bombs hit civilian infrastructure, diplomat says. Only 3% of Russian missiles, drones, and guided bombs hit military targets in Ukraine, while 79% have struck civilian infrastructure. Danilo Cuba, Ukraine's envoy to international organization in Vienna, said on July the 3rd, according to Ukraine Forum. In recent months, Russia has launched numerous attacks on Ukraine using missiles, drones, and artillery, killing dozens of civilians across the country. Cuba said during a meeting of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe.
That's what I said. They're talking about deep strikes, not about frontline civilians dead, right? So this is about deep strikes.
But I thought they shoot down almost all of the missiles and drones.
Yeah.
Hey, so many contradictions, man.
Yeah, no, all this Ukrainian propaganda, no.
That's nuts.
Yeah, but it's smart. It's smart. British really developed all that brainwashing for a long time.
It's not.
This is coming from them. This is coming from them.
The propaganda is not smart. No, it's not smart. Yes, it is. It's the people who believe it is stupid. It's not the propaganda. The propaganda is wrong. It's nonsensical.
Our propaganda was way better than this. We had way better propaganda than this.
Once you have a sunken cost in the brains of those civilians that believed bullshit from the beginning, and you get them to do the crime and idiotic thinking, once they start idiotic thinking, you always keep pushing on it. You keep feeding it, and that's why it works.
Yeah,
because people that have sunken costs don't want to change their beliefs. The same policy by British was done here in Balkans. Same thing was done. Absolutely the same type of propaganda.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I recognize. It's absolutely the same. That's why I say British, because that's their system.
Because once you take a side, once you you invested yourself into one side, be whatever conflict in this world, like be the Israeli one or this Ukrainian one, Sudanese one, Myanmar, is the same. Once you pledge yourself to one side, you will believe whatever bullshit that you say.
But
like one of the things that I can't stand is like they keep celebrating or hyping about hitting the Crimean Bridge. Like again, like maybe for the third time or something. Like, wow, we're so with the ATACMS, we're going to destroy the Crimean Bridge. You're going to show the Russians. It's like, what the hell? The bridge is useless. It doesn't matter in the war. You can blow it up 10 times. It doesn't change anything on the front line.
Yeah, but question yourself. How many people are going to do like us? We are seeing an article or we see something on YouTube, and then we're going to question it and we're going to research it to see if it's true. How many people? And that you can see that very well on Facebook, for instance. How many people are reading the news article after reading the title? Because the titles are for 99% of the time are just clickbaits. But they're going to believe that only the title. They don't even going to read the article. They don't going to do a research. So if you can work with your propaganda like that, it's so easy to confuse people. But people are going to believe that. People became so stupid. Like, it's sad to say that. But people became so stupid, they don't go further than the title. Just look on Facebook. It's the comment sections on news articles and Facebook are nuts.
No, I tell you the latest. Later I give to FCS. The latest phenomenon what I observed on my side, when I was reading the comments is that you guys should realize, if you guys are watching, I map a lot based on deep state UA's mapping because they're always very fast, right? So you look at the comments, it's so funny. They are saying that I'm talking about Russian propaganda, this is fake, whatnot, but not realizing that most of the information actually comes from either geolocation or deep state UA. Almost like 80% of the mapping is actually Ukrainian or by geolocations. It's crazy. And then it's like, oh,
And you
you're
leave the logo
plotting
like,
fake news.
and a lot
Then
of
later, then I'll just
it's the
screenshot and
same.
show them the exact same mapping by Deep State UA. It's exactly
Yeah,
the same.
And
but
same
do you
process
leave
of
the
invest in your belief. Why I mention it is because what is happening in Ukrainian mind that are pro-Ukrainians, same thing is happening with the Trump phenomenon. That's why I mentioned it. Saying once you invest into decision, you go for it. So no amount of facts will dissuade those that believe that Trump is evil and is gonna cause the end of the world. No amount of his videos or anything what he says or what he does will change their thinking. Same thing,
Yeah.
those that believe that he's gonna
But
save
yeah,
them.
Yeah,
Nothing
when
is
Trump,
gonna change.
if Trump democratically won the election, democracy is dead. So it's important to know.
on the
SES.
courses of, this morning, during my drive this morning, I listened to PBS, also NPR radio, and one of the presenter. Hello.
Yes, continue.
Yeah, we can
We
hear
hear
you.
you good.
Okay,
We
okay,
hear
yeah,
good.
okay. Yeah, one of the presenter doing her one of rundown on Ukraine and Russia war. She basically said it's because of the new influx of Western aid, weapon, military aid is what has stopped the Russian from advancing.
CIA.
Oh, CIA got him.
Once again.
You see,
We don't
cannot say
use
too much
propaganda.
truth.
I'm not busy calling upgrades.
Yeah, six.
We upgrade.
I also want to join. I use my aircon remote to talk to you guys. Hey, hello.
So there you go.
Oh no, FCS is gone. Now we are stuck. So no, someone need to continue.
Yeah, but no, it's the propaganda went so wrong, and it's crazy. It need to stop. Actually, the people need to. If I'm speaking to people and they say Ukraine, blah blah blah, and I say, I am member of DPA. I have access on on Telegram, and I see stuff that you don't see. I see actually everything that I want to see. So what I am doing on purpose is also I can't focus now.
What is what we're talking about? But yeah, sorry, can I continue what I was saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, I just want to finish a little bit. The thing is, Van, I try to look everything in the both side, So I see the Russians being killed, I see tanks being destroyed of the Russians, but I see the same of the Ukrainians. But for what I'm seeing, and they're showing less and less. I think really I am say that a lot. Is the Ukraine shows less and less, and the Russians also shows less and less. So we're talking about 800 FAB bombing strikes a week, or even more. But we see how many you going to see on Telegram each day? Maybe 5 strikes. But we're seeing them, so it's meaning also that the Russians are filming it with their drones. It's fucking scary, everything that's busy happening. But the people doesn't see that. If you're just looking at normal news, just going to watch CNN, if they stop talking about Biden and Trump, just go and they show something about Ukraine, you're never going to see some things that happening bad for Ukraine. There's always something bad happens with Russia. They lost a power plant, power plants are going to talk about, but no, or don't even. But
I don't agree with you.
Bad
Mr.
news for
Lambert.
Russia, never the bad news for Ukraine. Never.
If you read the Washington Post, like I do, a lot of newspaper, at least the Washington Post, they are thinking more and more that Ukrainian is losing very badly.
Yeah, whenever I get to that level, now it's obvious. But when it comes to the West, they only admit to it when it's obvious. But like this morning, as I was saying earlier, doing my monthly drive or morning drive, I listened to NPR News. One of the broadcasters was saying the reason why this new Russian momentum got slowed down because of the new aid that the West provided to Ukraine. That's what I hold back the Russian. That's exactly. So I know I'm driving, I'm laughing. I said, because we discuss this thing almost every week, and we see what's happening in the background. You and I know that's not, but I can, of course. But she went on this rant how more aid is needed, and she actually interviewed one of those Ukrainian frontline soldiers that was saying some border time with Russia. Shut up. But yeah,
Putin is
some border time
paying
Russia.
you guys to spread propaganda.
Putin is paying me. I need some rubles. You know why? But anyway, but you say, so she interviewed this soldier that was stating the Russian were almost taking this town. Some border town she mentioned. I'll find out. I sent it to the group in Telegram. It was just last minute supply that came in from Kyiv that was able to the way to obstruct the Russians further away and slow them from taking the entire town. Some very now do the whole drive. Of course, all you do is you listen to this thing. If I listen to this thing doesn't have any other information, like on Telegrams, I even subscribe to Ukrainian channels on Telegrams just to see things from both sides of it. If I was not subscribed to this thing, you believe the nonsense she's saying because she says so confidently, and on FCC regulated airwave, you think that okay, she's not allowed to lie, but of course she's allowed to lie. So if you don't have secondhand information, as Mr. Lambo was saying earlier, they would definitely feed you bullshit. It's up to you to take it or not to take it.
Yeah, it's true because I always do. I say this from time to time. The problem with the general public is that they have no time to research or read the news in detail or do fact checking. So what there's a term for it is called low information people, or in election they call it low information voters. They don't know what is happening. They don't know the details. So, and in the Ukraine war, if people don't follow channels like mine, like DPA channel, they wouldn't have realized that the past half a year is the fastest Russian advance since the beginning of the war. The Russians are pushing every single day, capturing more grounds every single day. And that is despite that we are already describing the Ukraine war like a World War I style conflict, where it's trench warfare, everything is stalemate. But we are moving. This kind of movement don't even exist in World War I. World War I is just totally stuck. 500,000 people just rush and then all die and then gain 100 meters. Now we are talking about kilometers, every week. And so which is funny, you say that the Ukrainians are holding the Russians, but somehow the reality is actually not true. The Russians are moving. So yeah, and who knows, maybe the girl that you're talking about is also watching pro-Ukrainian YouTube channels, which is why she got all the information all wrong.
Just imagine how dangerous this advance in New York towards New York. They created like 4 kilometers advance, really narrow advance. I mean, if the Ukrainians had any capabilities, they will cut it off and create a cauldron, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, nothing is happening, and Russians are widening that narrow corridor over there. Any capable force will immediately cut that off. Any capable force,
And
really.
also
But
torrents,
there's
3
in
kilometers.
that area. It's obviously there's no capable force to do it. To
Yes, they are all
prevent
around
that.
Kharkiv.
Yeah.
Can you show Wyatt the evolution in the last days of New York and Torrensk?
Me show?
Torrensk, yeah, you have the mapping capabilities.
Why always me?
Before that, can I
Because you are
can I
the
jump in with something?
We
Can I
are
jump
also
in with something?
incapable.
Yeah, jump.
You can jump. You can
I
jump.
was listening. Yeah, I was listening to you guys talking about the propaganda and how it's spreading. I have a very good example of the propaganda that I want to share. So there's this article on Business Insider with the title that that China fishermen were poisoning they're using cyanide to poison the shoals around Philippines and killing all the fish there. And so the title says China using cyanide to kill all the fish, right? So, but if you actually read the article, in the article it says the Philippine Coast Guard investigated and found that neither China nor Vietnamese fishermen were involved. So, and the case came from an accusation from a local Filipino fisherman who accused either Vietnamese or Chinese fishermen. And the third paragraph said that cyanide is used as a traditional method of fishing by Filipino fishermen in that area. So basically what happened is a bunch of local Filipino fishermen got caught using cyanide, which they're not supposed to. Then when they got caught, then they said, no, it's not us, it's some Vietnamese or Chinese fishermen. So then they went to complain, and then the Coast Guard investigated and found that there are no Chinese or Vietnamese ships. But the title says Chinese fishermen using cyanide to destroy shows. And then if you read under the comments, in the comment section of the article, everyone saying like, oh, China is horrible, it's destroying the fishing, they are so evil. But nobody read the article. In the article, it actually said it wasn't the Chinese at all.
Andrew,
You know whose fault is
I
this?
think they could complain about the Chinese killing the fish near the Filipino shores, not trying to poison the fish.
This specifically the poisoning of the fish. So it's like,
I tell you,
even the article
It's
itself,
Russian
nobody reads the
style.
article.
It's
No,
Putin
I tell
style.
you, you know why this happens? Because you guys, all these you guys you are watching, it's your fault. You guys always go for clickbait. Always clickbait. It's your fault. You should always watch and read boring titles.
I don't know.
If you always read boring titles,
appeared.
then
The problem appeared because they investigated. If they didn't investigate, there will be no problem. Everyone will know that Chinas are bad. So they
That's
should
also
never
true.
investigated. Yeah.
But also about
because
this clickbait.
because how
I don't know why
because it
it's
works.
in your country on Facebook, something like that. But here in Belgium, a lot of news sites ask money to read the article, or you need to have you need to have you need to pay for 1 month and you can read all the articles. But like 99% of the people on Facebook doesn't pay that, so they can't read the article also. So they're only going to read the title.
But
it's also a problem.
But see, if the title is all factually correct, there isn't a problem. The problem is that people are suckers for clickbait. I know this because I do YouTube. When I put my title, factually, nobody want to watch it. Very few people will watch. It's like,
if the title was local Filipinos poisoning their own shows, nobody will click on the title. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only when I say they stuck it up there, then people will click it. If I put it like, the Russians attack in this location, nobody will watch it.
But that says when you accuse somebody else, everybody wants to reinforce their prior belief, right? With accusing that someone else is bad. When you accuse your own side, no one wants to read that. No one wants to hear that.
It's
That's
the truth.
issue.
That's right.
Yeah.
This is the problem. You see, this why even let's say Denis Davidoff, the Ukraine war god. It's the same problem with him. He is being hunted down, I guess, probably by the Ukrainians to go back to Ukraine to serve. And he's a pilot, so he's valuable. He can fly the F-16. But he runs away. He still talks in a very pro-Ukrainian way because that's the only way to earn money. Because that's already the branding. Because he started off with that. So
he's far more valuable as a propagandist than as a pilot. He is far more. He gets way more money for the Ukrainian cause.
Maybe that's why he's still not dead yet. I don't know. Well, maybe he has to pay special taxes.
Wyatt, I have a good
doesn't
idea
need
for you.
planes anyway.
In every title you use for your video, you should put the name of Putin or Zelensky. Instead of saying Russian troops, you put Putin's troops or Zelensky troops. I'm sure
Not
that
sure if it works.
you are going to
No,
increase
put
your
Ukrainian soldiers, Ukrainian heroes.
You can take the
example by Zelensky soldiers
of the ground
Russian
winning.
ox.
Yeah, but you can
Russian
take the
ox.
example of the small, long ground winning space of in New York. You can say
your Russians take ground, and you see by above is the shape of a penis. Millions of you.
Oh
And then
yes,
you
I'm
see
sure
ended
of
by
it.
spit on it.
And you have to add Putin, the word Putin in the title too.
Penis of Putin shape.
Russian op penetrates into the rear of Zelensky's troops and
Something like that.
No Didi.
I think you will try the million view with that.
I
use that picture.
I will try and see. No, the next few days I see if there's a appropriate situation. I'll put that and see how this goes. But yeah, this just the world where we in. So anyway, I got to share the screen. Maybe no need so big. No, so you basically just a little bit. Yeah, you can see already. So I remove this. So this is 28. And then 29. So you can see and then after that 30th, almost the same. First, it's almost the same. Okay, so this was on the second, we have a sudden the tongue and the butt plug. Yeah, and then it's pretty much more or less the same. For the next past few days, just some expansion in the north in Druzhba, expansion in the butt of the column. Yeah, that's the latest. So it comes out of nowhere. It just suddenly appear.
It's relaxed now enough. It can widen, right? So,
100%. It's super loose now. No, everything leaks down. Everything leaks now. I mean the front line leaks. The Russians can just walk through.
That's not possible. They're dying at 9 times the rate.
On the subject of propaganda, guys, there's a guy you should read about who his name was Arthur Finkelstein, and he basically created what we see today in politics, where you don't vote based on who you like, you vote on who you hate. So you see this type of thinking everywhere now. It's everywhere, like it's in almost every country, where no one really cares about the policies of the people they're voting for. They mostly vote on fear of the other guy. And you see it similarly with the war in Ukraine, where the way the West portrays the war mostly is Putin is going to invade us. He's Hitler. We need to be afraid of Putin, the Russians. And yeah, check out Arthur Finkelstein. He was a genius political strategist in America in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, I know he was Jewish. I'm not saying that was the reason for anything. He was but he was a very clever guy and very influential on American politics. And it's pretty clear that this strategy is being used today. It's become very dominant. So go ahead.
I just want to add on to a point. It's the same thing about what I said about the clickbait thing, because we train the system into doing what they do. We train the system that we will not click on boring headlines, so they have to become more and more clickbaitish. The same thing for politics. We don't vote for the boring parties. We don't vote for the parties that do good for us or do the important but boring stuff. We keep getting triggered into all these controversies and fear mongering. So that's what you get. And people don't vote. Another problem with election on top of that is that people don't vote. It's just like in terms of the media, people don't search for the fact the truth. They don't fact check the people that they have been reading. It's the same thing. They don't so in elections, people don't fact check the people that they are voting. Have they really been fulfilling their promises? Nobody do all this fact checking. So everybody just reacts. Nobody actually is thinking. They just reacting. And as a result, we get what we get. This is an unfortunate thing. Because in Singapore, we don't have this problem. Because election is mandatory. It's a public holiday. Everybody must vote. Our election turnout is always 94-95%. Always. So when I read the British, the turnout was like 50+%. Was like, what the hell? How do you have like half the people not voting? So And when you have half the people not voting,
How do
you're
you get
not
90%? How do you get that?
It's
We have public holiday. It's a
Belgium is
public
the same.
holiday.
We're doing that on the weekends on the Sunday.
Yeah, we ours literally declare public holidays. Then everybody go and vote. So it becomes a day where families go for dinners together, go for family gatherings. We go out. It's basically like a free holiday every 5 years, 4 years. So it's very nice occasion. Everybody, the whole family go to vote together. It's a family occasion. It's very
I
different.
lived in Singapore. No one ever cared about politics. But when I lived in Singapore, I would talk to people.
No one
about
cares,
politics.
but we all go and
No
vote.
one cares.
That's the thing. So you have you ever heard of the silent majority? That's the key. You want proper politics, you make sure the silent majority go and vote. If the silent majority don't vote, then you're gonna get crazy people in the politics.
Yes, that I agree.
This what happened. That's why you're gonna have like AOC or whatever, all these crazy people that is in
Be honest,
politics.
though, Wyatt. Let's be honest though. There's not really
Very
much
honest.
of a choice. There's not much of a choice in Singapore. Like Singapore, it's kind of a. I'm not saying it's a dictatorship, but it's not the same democracy as we have in the West. It's kind of controlled.
What democracy do you have in the West?
Why does it
we
have
don't
to be
have
the same? Why do you have to have the same democracy? That's
I can
really
it's okay. I can push back.
Troubling thinking.
No,
Yeah.
So I can push back. The reason why the PAP, the People's Action Party, the ruling party, the Lee Kuan Yew's party is so dominant is because the silent majority is forced to go and vote. That is the only reason. You have to understand that 33% of the Singaporeans always 100% vote opposition all the time. You can check back like 30% minimum always vote opposition. They are contrarians. It doesn't matter how well the ruling party do. They always vote. You can check any country, it's the same. There will always be these 30%, they will always vote the opposition. It doesn't matter how good the ruling party does. So when the silent majority go and vote, you're going to have a good election. But when people don't vote, what will happen is that the 30% that is really believers of the ruling party will go and vote. Then the 30% of the contrarians will go and vote. Then you get the 50-50. That's where you have the US situation. The US-American political system, where you have the 50-50, then they will fight forever. The silent majority is the neutral people. They don't care about the politics, and they will vote for what is good. Drew,
can I push back on that? This idea that the Western democracy is actually a better style of democracy is
I didn't say it was better. I didn't say it was better.
Or it's more of a democracy is really dumb. You see the whole idea that you have to keep swapping candidates or keep swapping a ruling party for it to be a proper democracy, that there has to be a real choice, as you put it, for it to be a proper democracy is really silly. If the Western democracies actually had parties and ruling parties that did well for its country, you will never swap a party. Everybody will vote for the guy that's already in charge. The reason you keep swapping parties is because your ruling parties are doing a horrible job. So every 4 years they just swap. Every 4 years they swap. It's
not,
like,
can I
it's
just
the
stop you
opposite
there,
of
Drew?
democracy.
Because I understand what you're saying, but that kind of misses the point of democracy. The point of democracy is that it assumes that over time power degrades and people become corrupt.
No. That is wrong.
That is the point of it.
That is wrong.
that is not democracy. That is just
That's a propaganda. That's just propaganda.
Democracy isn't voting. Democracy isn't any assumption about power degrading. Democracy is where the government does what the people want.
It is, because the reason they brought in democracy. No, wait.
It's an excuse of the bad parties. It's a good excuse of the bad
Democracy
parties.
is
So
where
it's a
the
propaganda.
government does what the people want. If the government does what the people want, you have democracy, regardless of the voting system, regardless of any of the structures or separation of powers or whatever maybe you want to come up with to excuse the current system you have.
No, that's
If
not
the
true.
government
Sorry,
does what
that's
the
just
people
wrong.
want,
Drew,
that
that's
is the
wrong. And I'm not.
definition.
Listen to me. I'm not saying I think that your system is worse, or I think your system is better than
our system is the UK system. Is the same system. It's just that UK don't have the good parties to run shit. That people are happy to go. We copy and paste the Westminster system. Is exactly the same system. It's just that the
Europe
first
and
thing,
also-
okay, I can tell you exactly how we become only one party, you know, become so super powerful.
No. I'm not. I agree. Wait. I agree. I'm just responding to when he said the definition of democracy is the party doing what the people wants. That's not the definition of democracy.
To me,
That's your definition. That's what most people don't define it that way. That's. I mean, I like
Most
your
people are wrong.
your idea.
They think that voting is democracy. It's not. Voting is a tool to get to democracy. They think separation of powers is a democracy. It's not.
That
it's a
makes
tool. All these are tools. The end result is what's important. It doesn't matter if all your tools are in
No.
place. The end result
That's
is
not
wrong.
how people think. That's not how people.
Yeah,
I understand what
that's
you're
why
saying.
you
But that's
have.
not how people
That's why
think.
you have crappy democracy systems in
Yeah,
the
but-
West because
No,
you
but it's
think
not.
in the wrong way.
Democracy is stopping
solution-
Trump from winning.
The solution, you're never going to convince people to change their system by describing it the way you describe it, because people would just say, well, he's just describing something that is not democracy. So you need to change the way you describe
Are
it.
you saying
because-
democracy is what doing people what people don't want? That's what you just said.
No. For me, I push back on both of you. It's simpler. Democracy is simply there's a system for you to vote to get at least your candidate that can supposedly represent you to fight for your interest. That's it. Whether they actually fight for your interest, that's another. The
Voting
effectiveness
is irrelevant.
No,
Even if you don't vote.
No, I disagree. So because there's if no voting, there's no democracy. The thing is I mean, you cannot tell me the Chinese system is democracy. I don't believe 100%.
The Chinese system actually has voting and is democratic.
No, that's
I've
communism.
explained this
No.
before.
Yeah, I don't
Guys,
agree with that.
a king can benefit his people. A king can have good policies, do good things for his people. It's not suddenly democracy. He's still a king.
True.
Oh, it's so
I agree
funny.
with that.
It's so funny.
No.
You mean like British Queen, like British King? You're talking about that? He's doing good
No.
for the British. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I think that's what you're
No, so
saying. He's good.
I said a
He's doing
king.
the-
I said if a
Yeah,
king
he's a
does a good
king.
job.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
explain. Okay, wait. I want to address just now something about what Tycho said. I want to explain. Singapore system, how we end up to have one party rule most of our history. It's not actually the reality. The reality is that we have the exact same system as the UK, except that we don't have a queen, we have a president. That's all. What happened is that early in our democracy, early in the in our infancy of our independence or whatever, there was actually a very powerful opposition party, which they are more considered. They're a bit more left wing. They're more left wing party, so they decided they won actually like 30% of the seats or something, but then they decided to walk out because they don't like that they didn't win the election. They walk out of the parliament. Then Lee Kuan Yew just said that, okay, you walked out, then I assume that you all have quit. They basically kicked them out, and then they started to do operations and round them out, and then accuse them of communism and whatnot. So whatever, something to the extent that story. And since then,
basically Lee Kuan Yew banned them. Lee Kuan Yew kicked them out of the
no,
country.
because they walked out of the parliament
He
themselves.
was a gangster. Lee Kuan Yew is the biggest gangster in Singapore. By far.
Yeah, it's just about who is more gangster. The problem is that the opposition, what they wanted to do was that because they did not win the election, so they wanted to rouse the people to riot, to pull down or cause chaos. That's what they're trying to do, which a lot of countries does. The left wing, they ask for protest. Like France is very common. Like you don't get what you want, let's go protest and burn stuff.
And
so in Singapore, what Lee Kuan Yew did was that they immediately arrest many of these people, and because once they quit, or rather they don't accept the parliamentary result, the election result, they are no longer MP. That's the way how it was defined. And so you don't want your MP, then you have no immunity, no political immunity, then you can be arrested for inciting violence or rioting. So that's how they got wiped out. But of course, people will be unhappy, right? 100%, people who support these parties will be unhappy. But for the next 4 or 5 years, the ruling party did a very good job. And then the next election come about, the opposition parties suffered massively because the ruling party proved that they really improved people's life, and then again the next election, even more people voted for the ruling party, and by then the PAP have total domination of the politics because the opposition party become totally useless. There is nothing to fight for because the ruling party is doing their job. So that is how we end up with one super majority party. It's not because there's no democracy. It's because the democracy actually worked. It's just that the opposition party tried to not follow democracy. They wanted to not incite violence in the beginning.
Can I go? Okay, I want to respond to Tycho about this. His example of the king. He is not voted, but if he does the right thing for the people, then is it considered democracy? It's not, because the king isn't selected by the people. You see, democracy involves the selection process. But what a lot of people don't understand is the selection process doesn't need to be by voting, and doesn't need to be by voting in the way that the Western style democracies do it. So an example is China. They don't elect the person
The king has
directly.
nothing
They
to
don't
say.
vote the guy. Wait.
I disagree. Wait, I disagree. The king is selected at the beginning. Is selected by the people. You are our king. We will pledge of
the king.
That's how it begins always.
No. Depends on the situation.
Okay, wait.
Long time ago.
Let me finish.
That was very long time ago. Yeah.
Drew, your
And
way of saying like democracy is a thing. If you look at this year only, you can say the same comparison like saying, and a good democracy is like saying that Ukraine is winning.
No, let me finish. Okay, a democracy is where the people select the government, and the government does what the people want. And there's this relationship between the people and the government. The selection process doesn't need to be by voting. In the Chinese system, it's by voting, but at the local election level. They don't get to vote for the people on top. There's a whole system in place where the people they vote in then vote for other people within the people they have voted to be promoted. And then eventually, after winning a whole series of elections over decades, then they get to be on top, right? So, but the other systems could also be put in place. For example, a system of meritocracy. For example, if there's an exam that's put in place where the person who scores the top marks will be the person that is on top. So this is this lack of creativity among people that are in the Western systems who grew up in this Western style democracy, who think that there's no other way for selection.
No, listen. I love Singapore.
Go ahead.
I love Singapore.
You are
but I
communists
hate.
trying to destroy democracy.
I am communist.
I love Singapore, but I hate that you pretend to be democracy. Just admit that you're a fucking monarchy or something like it. Just don't pretend. Like, it's the same with China. Just admit what you are. The word
So
democracy.
China is a
Why?
more
No,
democratic
Tycho.
nation than the UK.
Why democracy?
Far more
Democracy has
democratic.
to be only about choosing the top. Why cannot be?
No, it's not.
Why democracy
Exactly.
on the bottom?
So
Why
I
you
have to push back.
limited-
It's a matter
why
of
you have
definition.
limited on the
Over the
democracy.
past
Oh,
three
that's-
elections.
No.
What?
What?
So over the past
It's
three
not a
elections.
definition. What?
No,
the-
I tell you, in
How
the
it's
past
not
three
a
elections,
definition?
the PAP
If
has
the
been
people
losing
have their
seats.
say, but some countries have more towards the top democracy, while others have more towards the bottom. Very
No,
inclusive
Euro,
democracy
that's
on
not
the
what
bottom.
we are discussing about. That's not the what
I know,
he's
I
talking
know,
about. He's saying
I
that
know,
Singapore
but
is
there's
not
a
even
difference.
democracy.
I'm just saying,
But the
You're
reality,
there's a different
democracy
types
needs
of
to permeate the
democracy.
entire system, not just be the people on top, which is what the
There's
Western
no
democracies
such
do.
thing.
No,
There's
it's
no such thing.
it's
care
two
about
different.
everything in the middle.
There's no such thing.
No,
No
this is
such
two
thing.
different situations. Democracy, you can have a lousy democracy. You can have a state, but it's a failed state. It's still a state. You understand? A failed
It's
state is
not
still a
democracy.
state. A failed country is still a failed country. A failed country is still a country. The thing is, a failed democracy is still a democracy. Whether it's effective democracy or not, is it working for the people or not? That's a different story altogether. Whether you have a right to vote is already democracy.
Agreed.
The Singaporean thing is that the past 3-4 elections, the People's Action Party has been losing seats. if this is a dictatorship, there's no universe that the ruling party is going to lose seats. They have been losing seats, and they have ministers getting kicked out. One of them is a very famous foreign minister. Right now, he's becoming very viral. It's George Yeo, because he's talking, in a very pro-China-ish way, where a lot of people share his views, because now being pro-China is very in vogue. So his views is being propaganded, being pushed all around. He was the foreign minister for Singapore, which I voted out. I managed to vote him out. I was one of the voters. So the thing is, the election works. And I can tell you,
Okay, fair enough.
because you are not living in
I
Singapore,
agree.
you didn't know how desperate it was, because they have very strong grassroots. They know the sentiment on the ground. They were so desperate. He came to my door and knocked and shake everyone's hand one round, and hope that we will vote for him, because he know that he was in the critical situation in that election. And eventually he lost the election, because they already know that they're going to lose the election. If this is not democracy, I don't know what is democracy.
Okay.
It's just
I have a question.
sorry,
I have a question for Tycho. Tycho,
But
I have a question for you.
Wait,
I have a question-
FCS,
hold
very
on.
fast. I'm going
Hold
to
on.
give Tycho one credit, and I'm going just to prove that Drew is not a Democrat, because you fucking changed topic without warning. Shame on you. That's not democratic.
Okay. Oh yeah, Tycho, I have a question. You mentioned in a private chat saying that a system of government by the whole population or all the eligible members of a state, typically through elected representatives. So my question to you then is, if the same people you claim elected the same person for 40 years, is that a democracy or no?
Okay, so there's a confusion, okay, because my disagreement with Drew was that he kind of seemed to me to like create this definition of democracy is when they do what the people want, which is, in my mind, has never been the case. I've never heard that before in my life. It's totally like bizarre to me. Like I've
That's
never
how
heard
it's
that
supposed
before.
to be.
No,
that's what you're
No,
trying to say.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that. Like I've always
That's
heard
very
it
interesting.
described.
Yeah. So
I've
you
always
really
heard it more.
content with
Yeah.
low level democracy. You're
No,
really
so
content
that's
with
what I.
low level.
Tycho, where are you from?
Britain.
UK.
The UK.
Come on, you go around spreading democracy. You know what democracy is?
No,
Yeah,
no, that's why I have the same pushback, because I disagree with the definition by Drew as well. Democracy is simply, the system where you get to have your voice heard.
It's just voting.
It doesn't matter
It's
if it works or not.
So this is a
Sometimes the
better
voice is
definition.
chilly,
I just posted in the private chat. A government in which supreme power is vested in the people and exercised by them, directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving free elections.
Never
It doesn't
existed.
say it
Doesn't
says
exist.
usually. There's not a necessity for it. It is where the power is vested in the people.
Yeah, but you said you didn't say that. You said doing good for the people or something similar.
No, I didn't say doing good for the people. I said doing
Okay,
what the people
fine.
want. That's
Doing what the
different.
people
No, but you can take it in all other.
I don't care. I
No,
got
doing what the people want.
I dropped
is where
in the super
power
chat.
is vested in the
Let's
people.
not arguing about
Right?
it.
Yeah,
Let's
put
not
your
argue
super
about it.
chat. Then I'm going to jump in. I'm going to.
All governments are oligarchies. Democracy is a mechanism to obscure power. Who filters whom the demos can select? In the US, it is the donors.
Exactly. That's why
Yeah,
in the
that's-
West we
that's-
don't have democracy.
I
because
want
the
to
people
bring
you get
in
to vote
the
for
biggest example.
are
I want to
already
bring in the
selected for
biggest
you.
example of the propaganda. It's absolutely amazing how widespread and successful. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Who cares
That's
about
why,
the system? The PPL must live well.
So
That's it.
the most
That's
effective propaganda that really lasted for a long time, and it's absolutely like 90% of people believe this. No matter that in any official documents, in any explanation, like in a textbooks, I never read what people believe about how banks create money. So this fractional reserve banking, this is what people believe, and it says that it's fraction of deposits. But when they explain, they say it's the fraction of the loans that they have to keep in a reserve to the central bank. So no matter what they read, especially Drew, I'm talking about you, that pretend to be economist, but
You're wrong.
he reads
You're
about
just wrong.
the
Euro.
percentage of
You have no
deposits.
idea what you're talking about.
Shut up!
And you keep
Shut up!
saying-
You're bullshit! Shut up! You're bullshit!
Why
Shut
are
up.
we?
Shut up! Don't interrupt me! Don't interrupt me! Don't
How
interrupt
do we
me!
go from democracy to
interrupt me.
suddenly talking about fractional
It's
reserve?
no. We were talking about propaganda. I wanted to stop this
you didn't call me out,
continuously
I would have
belief
let you
about
talk.
democracy. I wanted to talk about propaganda because that was
Okay.
initial topic.
The main
right?
topic.
How
Exactly.
important it is and how it works. It says in every official document, in every official description, it says it's a percentage of deposits. But people say it's percentage of loans of the banks. That's what everybody presents. Austrian school propaganda is so effective. It lasted for so long. People, and Drew still believes that. No matter he reads it, it's percentage of deposit. He believes it's percentage of loans. How is that possible? It's amazing and absolutely astonishing how people believe that, no matter what it says. Yes, because many analysts who describe what it says say it's percentage of loans. But when you read every official textbook, everything, I never found any text that says it's percentage of loans, but everybody believes it's percentage of loans. Well, every textbook, but people between themselves. That's a power of propaganda that 90% of people fall for, because it's so prevalent, this Austrian economics, this idiocy that can switch what you read and what you believe about it. It's unbelievable. It's why everywhere. It's
Let's
everywhere.
continue.
It's
Let's
also
continue to
propaganda that
talk
Singapore
about
is not a democracy.
Can I-
So,
can I
it's
respond to the
real
super
propaganda. Yeah, no.
Can I
What's
respond
super
to the super chat?
Drew
Which one?
brought
No, there's
This
no
one?
need to respond
from
because
Wikipedia
This
that
one?
explains.
The previous one.
This one.
Yes.
So
Okay.
Drew brought a link in discussion, and I pointed to him this where it says it's percentage of deposit, but he keeps talking the same thing. He just said you didn't understand. It's funny. It's funny how propaganda works. He
Yep.
reads it, but he talks opposite. It's unbelievable.
Okay. What I can say about that is Euro understands the financial system based on this, right? Whereas I'm talking at here, and he is missing this whole chunk, so he cannot understand me. That's the problem. So I am unable to educate him, and that's the problem.
Euro just became Wayne. I just realized Euro just became
No, no.
Wayne.
Exactly.
it's turning
become Wayne.
purple. That's not good.
Yeah. So anyway, I want
Turning
to
purple.
Evacuate. Respond to this super chat. Basically, who filters whom in the democracies in the West? And that is one of the key problems in the Western democracies, because you guys have political parties, and the political parties will filter the systems in the candidates that you get to choose, right? The only system of democracy that doesn't have a filter right now is the Chinese one, where anybody, literally anybody, can run for elections.
I want to talk about propaganda for a
nobody
second,
gets to
because
filter it.
Chinese propaganda is the worst propaganda in the world. I'm sorry to say this. Chinese propaganda fucking sucks, okay? They're great
But
at
this
other
isn't
things.
Chinese
They're great
propaganda.
wait. They're great at other things. They're great at building stuff. They're great at selling things cheap. But their propaganda
selling
is
cheap.
terrible.
Yes,
Cheap
yes,
and
their
badly
propaganda
made.
is horrible. I agree. That's
China's
why
propaganda.
you'll never hear
China
this.
would be so much more successful if they just stopped pretending to be a democracy. If they just came out and said, "It's Emperor Xi. We are the new. This is the new emperor. Empire or some
Jacob,
bullshit."
come out of who? Come out of who?
Wait. So
Wait. No, wait. I will wait you first. Wait.
I think there's a
No.
lot of people in the world.
I don't think
who buy
China
into-
is pretending
Wait.
to. No. China it doesn't pretend to be a democracy. I don't think so.
Exactly.
That's Drew's perspective. He
That's my
said he feels
perspective.
that they are
China,
democratic.
This is not Chinese propaganda. They don't bother
It's
to
Drew's
tell you what
propaganda.
they
The
are.
word democracy. What is so
It's
magic
Jews
about the
propaganda.
word democracy? It's just a fucking word. It doesn't
Because
matter.
they're real.
Taiko, you're talking about Western analysis of China. You're not talking about what China is propagandizing. Okay,
I tell
you should
you,
understand
China
this.
doesn't do
You
propaganda
cannot.
external.
Yes.
They don't care to tell you about what they are.
Yeah.
That's the
no,
problem.
you guys don't understand.
You have
There's
to-
only one country that's truly democratic, and it's inside their name.
North Korea.
The
Yes.
Democratic
yes.
People's Republic of Korea.
I agree.
They have it on their name, okay? So that's the real democracy.
Look, listen, there's a problem in the world where people are in love with the word democracy, okay? They hear the word democracy and they think it means something special. People put so much value just in the word democracy, and in my opinion, it's just kind of confusing the issue. And for Westerners, when they see China and other countries, and they hear the Chinese sort of state try to sell themselves as democracy, they just kind of see them as liars. That's
China
what happens.
doesn't sell itself as a democracy.
Okay.
That's the thing. No, China doesn't bother to sell itself at all.
You're trying to sell them as democracy.
I'm not
It's the
Chinese.
Western. You're talking
I'm
about Western
Singaporean.
analysis of
This is
China.
not
You're not
China
talking about
propaganda.
China.
Taco, I can say what you're saying. What the West is saying as democracy is also propaganda because
China. This is not China propaganda. China doesn't sell itself as a democracy.
No.
I'm trying to explain to you that it is a democracy by looking at China and understanding its system. China doesn't even say it's a democracy. China says it's a socialist system with Chinese characteristics. That's what China says. That's China's tagline. China's with socialism with Chinese characteristics. China is a democracy based on my observation of their system. If you actually understood and read their constitution and understand what's going on behind how they vote and how their system is structured and how they select their leaders, you'll come to realize that China is a no-party democracy where everybody can run for elections, anybody can gain power. You can go to China, get Chinese
I've heard
leadership,
this.
and then
Drew, I've heard this
become
from many people. I've heard many people say this type of stuff about China.
No,
it's
the
not
main
just you.
pushback I have about Drew's thing is that I don't believe in a democracy. It's a proper free election or free democracy when you have only one election, and then as long as the person is in power, there is no re-election to kick him out. You have to wait for the system up on top to kick him out. This I don't believe in. I don't think this is democracy. But no, if you say there's election, I agree. I agree that China have elections, but I don't believe.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah,
Do
but I
you know
don't.
one
I
country
don't
that using the
see that as a
democracy
democratic
proper way? No,
system.
it doesn't exist. No.
Yeah, because I don't see that as a democratic system
2024
because. Sorry, Lambo. Yeah, I complete my sentence because I don't believe it's a democratic system because you need to have renewal. That's the main thing, and it cannot depend on the higher up to kick the people below out. So this is not a system which is representative of the people. It's that you get to vote, yes, but then because people don't even. It's very limited in terms of the people in UK or France already come.
I have a question for White after Mr. Lambo. I have a question. I have a question for White after Mr. Lambo.
No,
Mr. Lambo go first.
Lambo.
Can you give me one country, and anno 2024, that use the word democracy properly? No. Doesn't exist anymore.
They're all different systems.
Democracy
they're
is
all
fucked
different.
up, and the best example is United States, where you have the Democrats that representing the democracy of their party, and they just don't using it. Just look at what's happening with Biden for the moment. It's fucking fucked up,
Yeah, but you can have a democracy where it's effective.
You can try to have a
each of
democracy, but for the
each
moment,
of these are different democracies and
just
each
don't
are
exist.
differently effective, right?
Just don't exist.
So I need to respond to Wyatt about the election system where only the top get to pick the bottom, and that's not the case at all.
No,
So
not pick.
there'll be-
Kick up.
Yeah.
Same thing. There are several layers in the Chinese democracy system. So once they get voted in, right, there'll be some layers where the top, for example, when they have a space like say here, they don't get the people don't get to pick there. The people under them will get to pick what they call a representative. So among them, they choose maybe 5 people that they can then the top people that can vote to pick which one. So it's a very complicated a set of selections, and at some levels it is this department that can vote, that can pick the leader of that department, and then that department can pick the leader of that department, and then when you get to the very top, then that the top guy, which is Xi Jinping and the Politburo, they can also be kicked out if the people actually vote them out. But they have been doing a good job. So they end up like Singapore, where the top leadership doesn't ever get voted out, but they do their own renewal. So after a few years, they decide they're old already, time to pass on to the next generation. Then they all retire, and then the next bunch comes along. That's how Singapore.
This already disagree because top
what I
people get
call-
voted out in Singapore. Ministers often get voted out nowadays, but in Singapore,
Not the
so
Prime
it is-
Minister,
that is
not
not
the
true.
Prime Minister.
That's what I.
Not the
That's
But
what
the
I
Prime Minister
call.
win this election, what? So
What Drew
so
explained.
exactly.
What Drew
So,
you
explained.
see, but the
is what
people
I
can kick
call
out the Prime
very
Minister.
Strong, what
No,
Drew
Euro, yeah.
explained, what I call is very strong bottom democracy, while the West is always talking about very strong top democracy. That's
not even
the
democracy.
difference.
I still disagree that it's not democracy because he's saying that you select 5
doesn't
people
make
and
a
then
lot of
someone else on top choose. Like the
No,
people
that's
beat
one
the bottom.
of the cases. So that you have to go and read the details of it. Every step there's
Yeah
a
lah,
different system.
But
Every
for
step
me,
is
the
quite very
the,
complicated.
the
Chinese system.
okay, for me, democracy is in one of the democracy, to be a really proper democracy, that the people can kick out their leaders from the bottom all the way to the top.
That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
So in Singapore, we can immediately vote out our prime minister. Like in one
How?
election, he's out. It's
Yeah,
possible
again,
technically.
for election, right?
Yeah, in a general election, if he cannot win his MP seat, he's out. So just like happened to Rishi Sunak, he's like they are stressing whether he will actually retain his seat, because if he's not retaining his seat, he's immediately kicked out. So even
He
if
was
he's
not
winning,
even
I would
elected.
argue-
He wasn't even
that
elected
that
to
is
a
not
prime
a-
minister position.
I will argue that is actually a
right.
bad system, because you end up with a case where the politicians are doing hot seat swapping like a lot of Western democracies, and you don't
this
get
I disagree.
institutional learning.
Because that's
you don't
mandate.
You don't get political experience and institutional learning, which is what Singapore and China both benefit from a lot.
But that's
You
corporatism.
look at how our ministers function. They try a policy, it fails, and then they don't get kicked out. They learn from it, and then they adjust, and then they adjust. And that's how we have all these very deep systems like the CPF, like our hawker center system. That's
I disagree,
how we
because
get all these very, very deep systems. Because if you don't have that, you're always changing new systems, and you get a mess, which is how a lot of Western countries are run right now. It's
Listen, I agree entirely with you, Drew. I agree 100% with the sentiment. The problem is, if I try to explain this to Western people, they will immediately say you're describing dictatorship, you're describing monarchy. We've had this in the past. So the problem is literally the word democracy. It's a definition problem. China, or maybe just you, I don't know, describes its system as democratic. To almost no Westerner would agree. If they heard you speak, none of them would say that sounds like democracy. So
I agree.
In my opinion, if you want to sell your system to the West, maybe you don't want to sell it. But if you want to sell it to the West, you have to change the word democracy, because it's just like a totally different definition.
I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm not
Yeah,
from
fair
China.
enough.
But
Right. Well, it's a problem for me, because I want your system actually more. I think it sounds much better than our system, but I don't know how to sell it. I don't know how to sell it.
That's the
Too
problem.
many
with the Chinese.
homeless
They
in
don't bother
China.
to sell any
Communism
of-
sucks.
They don't bother to
where
sell
is the-
anything they have. They assume that what they have is the best, and they don't bother to tell anybody, because nobody else outside China deserves to know anything about China.
It's not
or-
true,
or-
actually.
or
People
needs
are very
to-
unhappy. People are very unhappy with the system, but
No, there's not a single form
they're
of for government where the
addicted to
people,
word.
everybody is happy. There's no single form where everyone is happy. Whether it's the Chinese system, the US system, the European system, the African system, you could always have a population that always be unhappy. That you can never have 100% satisfaction guarantee. So my own ism is this: whatever isms work for the people, let them do it. The Chinese systems, they call it democracy, they call it communism, socialism, whatever ism that are attached to it. If it works for the Chinese people, it serves their interests. It's good. But what Taiko is saying, right? Can you imagine having election every 4 years in China with that population and how much that much of
India
a
does it anyway, right?
The Indians do it. The Indians have more people than China. They managed to do it somehow.
In the election systems, of course, what we see is the end result. But go down the ground and see how much chaos is on the ground.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
so,
on.
so I think
Where's
what
the-
Drew explained, the Chinese system, to me that is more like a corporate system. It's like a corporate board system. No, it's not democracy in the sense that it's by the people. There is election, yes, but that is like among the top, the elites.
So
It's
my
not the
argument
bottom.
isn't that
That was the
Where do you
system
have
in the
a
Mali,
difference?
Mali Empire in the 12th century.
democratic. My
Where do you
argument is
have a
that
difference?
effectively democratic and far more effectively democratic than all the other systems.
No, what makes a
The end
difference?
result
What,
is the people
what makes a
get
huge?
what they want.
What makes a huge difference? It's a one party in China. It's
No, there's
one
no
party.
party in China. There's no party
One
in China.
party. No,
The party is the government. Government is the party. The government is called CCP. It's not a political
nice.
party like you
No.
understand in the West. There is no political party. The
No,
government
it's you got to be a member of a party, right? You got to
No,
be a
mafia.
member.
No,
In order-
mafia.
Okay. No.
Mafia.
In order to be voted
When you
for.
run for election in China, you
Yeah.
have no party. When you win the election and are elected, you join the CCP. You
Welcome
win
to the mafia.
after you
Oh,
join.
you said
not
you
before.
don't want to sell us
Regular
this thing,
people.
but you actually sell us this thing, but it's
After
not
you win.
democracy, but it's fine.
Are you saying that you cannot be as a normal regular person? You cannot be a member of the Communist Party? Is that what you're
Yes, you
saying?
can. No,
That's
I'm
the
saying that
point.
when you run for the elections, you're not a member of CCP, but after you
What?
win, you become a member of the CCP. So there,
can
there-
join the
but-
communism
okay,
if you
there,
win the
there are
elections.
many
You ha-
members of CCP.
No,
okay?
it's a
There are different
party
types. There's an
member
elected
of a party.
representative, and then there's the regular member of CCP. So anybody in China can be a regular member of CCP. You just go to the office and say, I want to be a member of the CCP and enjoy. But an elected representative of a local area, you only become that after you win an elections and local elections, and after that, then they say, okay, you're an elected member of the CCP.
All right.
You don't join the CCP.
All right, I agree with Drew. Okay, let me agree with Drew. I'm gonna cut in. Let me agree. First, I'm gonna say I want to agree with Drew. I want to just first. I'm just throwing about it. Just coming in the chat, you guys are talking about democracy. So first of all, in the West, 99% of the people in the chat that we're just chatting, we don't really get on the video call or whatever. We all agree that the West is not a democracy. You can vote in a party system, but your vote doesn't make a difference in what happens in your country and the policies that are enacted. Your countries in the West, in Canada, United States, and Europe, our countries are a corporate autocracy. The corporations make the decision. Everybody in the West complains about mass migration. You guys complain about, like offshoring, all these things that you guys complain about, the taxes, carbon tax, climate, World Economic Forum, all of this stuff, it's all initiated by the corporation. So it doesn't matter which party you pick in the West, the same policies are going to be enacted. Here in Canada, we have so many problems. We have this massive immigration issue where we're importing millions of people. It's happening in the United States. It's happening in Europe. It's not going to make a difference if you elect Trump. So let's say I'm for Trump, but I know if Trump is elected, he's going to import the same 10 million people a year into the United States. It's just, maybe they're not all Mexicans. They're going to come from India. I'm guaranteeing you that right now.
Because they make better foods.
No, so no,
He has a
wait,
point. Not for
before
us,
I
but he has a point.
no, I just thought of what that system is service guarantee citizenship is Starship Troopers. That's what China is, and you know what system is that? That's called fascism. Upgrade.
Yeah, I just see that there's so much problem with this word democracy, and that the hope is lost in the West, especially because, like said from others here, that we actually want democracy to work, but it's not working how it's supposed to. Like Brad said, it doesn't matter which party you vote in, corporate big firms will decide what is happening with the country, and they don't care about your vote because anyways they pay these candidates. On the other side, Drew, I always have problems with this. China is a better democratic thing than all the other parts in the world. I mean, like, don't oversell. It's going great. It's doing his thing. They're doing how they want, and they should be able to do whatever they want. But let's not be let's be honest. If somebody is voted in for life, it's not quite a democracy. I mean, like that's sounds more than like I agree more with Tijo that it sounds more like a monarchy or like a little bit authoritarian regime than actually a democracy, because you can disagree with if it's good or not good that you change every 4 years or 5 years, because we have actual terms, right, for presidents or something like that in the West, that it's bad or good, but at least you have change. If Xi Jinping does a bad job, obviously he will get kicked out by the revolt of the country, right? But he will not get kicked out by the system itself, by the people, because they don't have any choice. He's just here. He is constitutionally, he needs to be there until he's dead, and then after they will have somebody new.
No. There is a process of kicking him out. You just haven't seen it because he's doing a good job.
Yeah, but if he's not doing a good job, that's my point.
Yeah,
they don't have any
you look back at
mechanism to remove him. They don't have any mechanism.
You look back at his predecessors. There are many who only did one term and then they got kicked out.
Yeah, but not from the people itself, from the parties who conspiracy against the.
There are many.
Yeah, but
there are many kings.
They will get kicked out.
There are many kings who've been kicked out too.
But that's like a king. That's like a king not doing good his job good, and then he gets cut his head off, and then you say, "Hey, here's a new king." Yeah, guess what? Yeah, he's here.
There is a process of kicking him out. You're saying there isn't a process because you don't understand and are ignorant of the process.
Why am I ignorant about the process? Is he not elected until he finishes life?
No, 5 years, and then he needs to be re-elected. Every 5 years, he needs to be re-elected by the party system.
And the party is
the party is
like the 10,000 representatives, like by the parliament, by the
and he has no influence over that.
Sorry,
and he has no influence over that. He is totally impartial.
Of course, he has influence.
So
of course, he has influence.
Just one party, like you said, who is represented by the people, and it's just one.
No, it's a mafia system.
It's a mafia
system.
It's not a political party, so he doesn't get to say, okay, everybody vote this way or everybody vote that way. He doesn't get to influence the voting. It's basically a group of independents. Just imagine them as all independent. There's no political party in China.
Yeah. Of course, you vote at your own risk as well. But of course, you also vote at your own risk. So it's like a mafia system. You see, it's just that they in this mafia system they agree that every 5 years, and the leader can only do 10 years, and then they'll have this vote among the mafias. But the thing, so that's all. It's just that if they don't like you, they
democracy.
That sounds like the U.S. system, but on steroids. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like the U.S. system. The 583 people elect the president, and they represent the vote from the local constituents or constituents. What difference is that? This have 10,000
in China.
So typically, what happens after a person gets elected is that they will get a crappy job at the bottom, right? And then they will and if they do well, then they'll get voted up. Along the way, there will be other people who come and talk to them and try to move them into what they call their factions in the Chinese system. Okay, so they have a liberal faction, they have like a centrist faction, there's like a right. So it's like a typical political system as you see but they don't have left and right. They don't have like liberal or what. They have this, so they find their friends within the people they are elected, and then they group up, and then they can push for political.
They find their friends.
So
all the friends go together.
Wait.
They elect somebody they like.
No. Very important thing. They cannot select people that they like from people that they are unelected. So, for example, because when they have elections, it's a local election of that area. So in that area, maybe only one person is representing the area. So if they have a childhood friend or a brother or sister, right, they can never become a political person because they don't get the opportunity even. So but people they like is people who have already been elected. people who are already been selected. Maybe a guy in Guangzhou will make friends with a guy in Suzhou, for example, right? So, and then they will work together. We have a political faction, and then they will have their own ideas about how to run the country. And then
But
they
that's
will
what I say. This is a
Yeah.
mafia system.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
mafias
so
can go
can
from
we-
the
can we
bottom
just-
as a civilian, jumping all the way to the big boss of the mafia.
Exactly.
No, you have to run through the rank. It's a mafia system.
Can we just conclude it's a
No,
mafia
but I want to
system,
qualify. Wait, I want to
democratic
qualify a
mafia
bit.
system? Have we
Sorry,
just
Lambo. I
changed
just want to
topic?
qualify.
Guys,
Mafia
can we have
system
a
is
democratic vote on whether China is a democracy in this chat? Can we all vote?
okay. Later, I said.
I
I just want to qualify. The mafia system works. That's the thing. The mafia system is not a broken system. It works. That's why mafia have their system designed in this way. You see, that's why the Mexican cartels are so powerful, because the system works. So I'm not saying just that you agree or not agree if the system is another thing altogether. Yeah.
But Wyatt, the
Okay,
conclusion is the conclusion is easy. It's a mafia system, so they make an offer that you can't refuse.
Exactly, they make an
It's
offer you
easy.
can't refuse, and they put how many millions people of their own people in concentration camps? Come on, guys, let's
Yeah,
not
wow.
pretend it's
Good,
working.
can we close
There
that
are no
topic and
concentration
change?
camps.
Can we change the
Wait,
topic?
wait.
Just ask Jack
Where are
Ma.
the
Just hey Jack
concentration
Ma.
camps?
Does he have a choice?
Where are the
No?
concentration camps? You can go to China today. You can walk around anywhere in China. You can go and look. Where are the concentration
I've been
camps?
there. Don't try to
No,
tell me. man. There's
I gotta
no
use
place.
no.
You
I
have
gotta
been to a
use this.
concentration camp in China? They are
China
prisons.
is an open prison. China is an open prison. No, they got
discussed
appetite
this.
by the whole world.
All of us are in a prison. Try to leave your own country without a passport. You won't be allowed to. We are all prisoners of our own little countries, right?
And why are
So
people
anyway.
attacking the mafia? I mean, the mafia is a lot better than what we have. I want the mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can we start to talk
the
about
mafia-
another very democratic topic about Joe Biden?
No,
mafia
can we
follows only one
talk about
rule.
Orban or not?
Power
I prefer to talk about Orban.
No.
Victor Orban.
No, the mafia follows only one
I'm
rule.
surprised at how the vote is going.
Relations. Okay, that's what mafia does. Power relation. If you confident and very strong, you develop your own personal power, right, through your success. So only the leader of the mafia boss is the stronger than you in your department, let's say. But in China, in Communist Party, you have also rules, written rules. It's not just power, but power has a lot of influence on those relationship. Okay, so what Drew describes that there's a party and there's another party. Kind of weird, right? You have a communist
No party.
party.
Zero party.
Come on. You have to be a member of the party. That's how it was Yugoslavia. You have to be a member of the party to be elected up and up. You cannot just be a normal person if you didn't want to be a party. But
Exactly. You have to be a member of the government.
No,
The party is the government. You have to be a
Drew,
member of the government.
He's trying to explain because he was from that system.
Why you want to prevent me from talking? Why you want to prevent
I'm not
me from
preventing
talking?
you.
Yes, you are. You interrupted me. You interrupted me with your bullshit.
Fine.
With the bullshit, clear bullshit.
He was
You cannot say
he was living in a communist country.
anyone
No
can
parties. No parties.
Oh, come on.
Come on,
He was
man.
living under the communist party.
Let's
That's why he's
conclude.
telling
Let's,
you.
You just don't
No,
want to
no,
let
he's
me
living
talk.
under the
You just don't wanna
Yugoslavia
let me
communist
talk.
system, different from
You
Chinese
just don't
system.
want to let me talk.
The
Why
Russian
you
system
keep
also
interrupting?
different.
Stop your bullshit. Stop it.
I'm talking to Wyatt.
Stop
you
it.
fucker.
Bullshit.
Wyatt. Shh.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Stop your
Bullshit.
bullshit.
Stop your
Fuck
bullshit.
off.
Fuck
You
off.
idiot.
You idiot.
Okay, so you
Both
have
can
to
do
be
this.
a member of
If you want to
the
shout at me,
Communist
I can do
Party.
this too. Right?
Oh, you fucking idiot.
Oh, you fuck.
Stop interrupting.
Stop
Jerry,
interrupting.
Jerry,
Stop
Jerry,
interrupting.
Jerry.
Fucking asshole.
Yeah, fucking asshole. You want to keep doing this?
Yes,
They
you
can
are.
do this. They can do the
Euro,
whole
don't take your
night.
time. We're
Guys,
going to change
please.
topic.
Stop
It's better
doing
for
that. Come
everybody.
on, let's be normal, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like
Unbelievable.
to.
Euro, make your
Let
point.
Euro
and don't
finish his
drag
point.
it in.
Let
Just
Euro
go.
Euro
change
finish his point.
topic.
Okay.
Euro
So
halfway
you-
stop.
Anyone can belong to a communist party who wants, right? You just have to say, I want to be a member of Communist Party, and then you can be elected. So, and then the electors that are representatives decide what is going to be done on the next level, right? And they chose their representative to demand that action on the next level, and goes and up and up and up towards the top. That's not how Western party act in the film. There's no elected member of a party, of a party administration, right? They form a clique and they choose between themselves who's gonna lead a party as a group, right? They chose, but also based on other powerful people that don't that contribute to the party, right, with the money. So they can also choose who's going to be the leader of the Democrat or Republican Party, and they push their people, chosen people. That's the issue. There's nobody elected those representatives. They offer you their choice. So that's why I said previously that there's a difference when you have only one party and the system of democracy is developed within the party, while in the West they present you with multiple parties, but there's no democracy within that party, within their leadership, the administration of that party. There's no democracy there, so they can offer you anyone to choose.
The Democratic National Committee.
That's where they play. That's where they play with you. That's where this confusion is, why they can play with you and offer you whomever they want. So whatever you choose, whomever you choose, they're gonna do their thing. Okay. While in the Communist Party, within the party, in the communist, they have their structure of democracy. They have some democracy, at least resembling something. And it's not like mafia only on the power relation, but on the system. It's written down. It's known system how it's worked up to the bottom. While in the mafia, it's only power. Who has the power? Okay, thanks.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Euro. So because Euro, you used to live in the communist system, right? Previously. So Share Khan. You are from Serbia, right? Also communist system before the Cold War. Can you explain your communist system pre-Cold War? Is it the same?
Yeah, it was the same country, so of course it was the same. Yeah.
Same as I think Euro is Croatia, right?
Yeah, Croatia and Serbia were part of Yugoslavia.
Oh
so
yeah,
the same
Serbia
country.
is the same. Yeah, it's the same country.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
okay.
then broke up and it became all these little ones. But yeah,
I forgot. Like my geography suddenly just broke. Like I listened to too much though. Fuck you. Then later my brain is not working.
my only contention with that is that it isn't a party. There's zero political parties, because when you try to describe it as a party, they think about, in the Western people think about these parties as like how they are today. Whereas the governments of Yugoslavia, China, and what, they don't have parties. It's not a political party. It's just the government. And then within the government, they then have all these democratic systems in place where they argue among themselves what's the better thing to do. Yeah.
That's why I use the word mafia.
Convoluted. This conversation
That's why I use the
is
word
so
mafia.
convoluted. It's like
Welcome
there's
to the
so
open
much-
mic.
Yeah, but
Welcome to the
I'm
open
not
mic.
saying that's bad. You expect that in the open mic, right? To have a convoluted conversation. Imagine trying to sell this to the average man on the street. Yeah, we have a democracy. It's all about, like what Drew said. Like, imagine trying to sell that. It would be impossible. I mean,
Well, wait, Tycho.
Some other
I don't think that's
they
the sales
sold it
pitch.
in war.
I don't think that's the sales pitch.
They sold it during the war. They always had the war, revolution, when that was created. It's always that was the issue, right? You tried to survive in the war, and members of the winning war side created that system. That's the issue.
Not only that, but there's
the way
a
they
different
tried to
culture.
sell communism was that, we kick out the rich and everybody will be equal, and that was the sales pitch that got a lot of people interested in communism. But that is, of course, bad. Like, communism is bad because it promises equality of outcome, whereas with no commitment of equality of effort. That's
Listen,
why
Drew,
communism always
Drew,
but
I
it's a-
think that you're okay. Go ahead, White, first.
But it is a creation of the era. You see, it's a creation of that world. Because during those world, there's landlords, there's monarchy, royalties, elites, dudes, and all this. So the most of the people are just peasants, and then they want more power. So
This
it
is
works.
exactly what I was trying to try to say, that it comes from a very different context. Where imagine in the context of like Russian people. So I knew my great grandmother who still remembered the Russian Tsar, right? She was around for one system, and then just because there's a whole new system, and even though people are getting educated at a much quicker rate, it didn't just change the culture overnight. People still, like, Russians were still very superstitious folk that were still former peasants, that you're still dealing with that within that culture. And within that culture, they have a different expectation. They're not expecting two different parties. Like try to sell the Russian people on the American system, they would think it's completely ridiculous. They're like, oh, you guys have one party. It's the capitalist party. But you just have two wings of the capitalist party. That's what I've been told before. It's just a very different approach, and you're not going to sell those people on. And if you try to tell them, yeah, but look, you have less personal freedoms, personal liberty than we do, right? That might not even be a cultural expectation of theirs. It might not even be something that enters their head. Like Russians, especially of a certain age, they'll spank each other's children because your child was being a little shit. So I beat the shit out of them, and that's totally fine. It's just a really different culture. It's a different culture, and you can't. You're not going to sell them on American style democracy. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Yeah. So the whole point of democracy is that there will always be people who are greedy. Just like how the peasants are weaponized by communism, there will always be people, even among the elites, they are always fighting for power. Democracy ensures that you can fight for power without killing each other. It's a social compact. So you can have a fair fighting chance, to gain power. And if you lose the mandate from the people, then you can peacefully give up your power and you can still live another day. Because in a different world, 2,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, you lose power, you die. Then
100 years ago.
Not even that long ago, right? So democracy is that sense. That's why once you don't have this system of like one faction taking over another faction peacefully, then that is not democracy.
I'll say one thing in support of this theory by Drew about democracy, and that is that when democracy worked in Europe and in America, there was definitely a different feeling. There was a feeling of, you may have different parties fighting, but they had a single goal that they were kind of on the same page on. So there was some kind of agreement. It's hard to describe, but even like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, there was more peace in these nations. What's happened in the last 20 years is it's become genuine conflict. Like, it's become genuine, two sides fighting for dominance, and both sides hate each other. Both sides want to hurt each other, basically. So it's changed, and it used to be not that way. It used to be more alignment between the parties.
So this is why people say that this is social Marxism or communism or whatever extreme left wing uprising in Western democracies, because it is a return to how democracy have succeeded, to get the peasants, the people who or at least they think that they are peasants at the bottom, to try to overthrow and destroy the system so that they can gain power for themselves. Even though they will be dying in the process, but they don't know, because all communist uprising, a lot of people think that they're going to gain power, and then all of them are become cannon foders. The same is happening in the today's Western democracy, because it's the same thing. It's all extreme left-wing ideologies, because it's super utter progressive, and the aim is always to destroy whatever is existing right now. Because that's what communism is. It destroys whatever is existing, whatever country you are, the culture, the monarchy, the political system, the education, whatever. So this thing is now happening again. It's like a history repeating itself in a different form. So it's trying to destroy European culture, European or American culture, the Western culture, the church, the belief system, the family units, you know, the understanding of even simple things like gender, you know, destroying feminism is like all together, you know, it's the same thing. It's just that now it's come in a different form, but it's the same thing. And these peasants are weaponized by whoever is pulling the strings. The problem now, I think the more dangerous thing is that in the communism era, there's a leader, you know, there's Lenin, and then there's Stalin, you know, a few of these communist leaders that's leading the way. Today, you don't know who is the one that's pulling the strings. Everything is so confusing. You do not know who is actually creating all this propaganda or brainwashing that creates all this mess. And then the media is also playing along. So the media propagate this idea. And then the politicians think that this is what the population wants. So they play into it. They create laws and make changes to placate this new reality. But then it's actually not coming from the bottom. It comes from somewhere. And then the bottom people get pissed off. It's like, what the hell is happening? Why the government becoming more and more woke? So somewhere, somehow, there's this injection of this toxic, and nobody know where it come from, and everybody is getting poisoned by it. And everybody's blaming and pointing finger at everyone. I think this is what I observe. Upgrade.
Yeah, I have to agree with Tijo, what he said before. Like 20, 30 years ago, like we had democracy, we had some policy differences, but at least there was a kind of respect between each other and not that much hate like we see nowadays, where basically it's just who is more horrible and can be pointed the finger at, and they will not get elected. I think we should also come back also to be grateful to have democracy, to cherish it, because it's something very good that actually people can vote and have their say in elections and how the policies or things which the countries will implement are done. And we shouldn't just say that, oh, that's everything bad, and we should go back to some other kinds of system or destroy it completely and rebuild something new. No, democracy always been something which evolves in time, and it can be improved, obviously. But I think there's maybe some disagreement now, and there's also a change of time. We see it in the world. There's some two clashes of like way of civilization, way of life, and everybody can choose and should choose whatever they comfortable with. I don't have a problem with the Chinese system. I've been living there and I've been working there, and I've had a great time there. It was quite good. There's positive things which work, and there's some things who don't work. And this is the same with Western countries. There's some things who are good. There's a lot of freedom, but should there not be also some restriction and a little bit more hard line on some policies or some things which impact everyday average people? That's the balance. To find the balance is the key, right? And I think nowadays is just we go to the extremes because the ruling parties has promised so many things to the people that they just get like disappointed about the way which the regular parties should have implemented and improved life of everyday person. And that's why we see this rise in extremism everywhere in the Western countries, because people had like enough of this just bullshitting and stuff like that. So I don't know who was first. Was it Serkan or Euro? Serkan? Okay, Serkan, go. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say from the Yugoslav perspective, or from post-Yugoslav perspective, there is literally no difference between the one-party system which was in place up until 1990 and between American uniparty system, which officially has two flavors. It's the same thing. And what Bradley said is absolutely true. You know, it's from Eastern European perspective, we see it maybe more clearly than from the Western one, because all of these layers of discourse which have been piled up for generations to justify the existing system, we can see it more clearly for what it is. perhaps. And I mean, it's literally the same thing. There's no difference at all between because it's even in the Yugoslav Communist Party, just like in Chinese Party today, Communist Party, there were different branches, there were different variants, there were different power structures. So essentially, you had multiple parties within a single party, and it's literally the same thing as what's happening in Britain or America today. Absolutely the same thing.
Yep. Yes. So, what you talk about when you mention upgrade about 30 years ago, there's a change. Well, the main change is before 30 years ago, all the parties were presented their economic program for the country, right? They were offering some change, some improvements, and trying to offer, right? That's gone. There's no economic programs anymore presenting ever in their campaigns. So it's what's left is the social issues, cultural issues. That's all that's being described now and talked about. And it's kind of, and with that promises, oh, you're going to live better. Oh, we're going to help you. Not how, there's no program to how achieve that. It just promise we're going to give you better life, better this.
In the British
economic
election
program
just now,
economic program is what is supposed to present you how to achieve that, right? But it's gone. So that's why
Sure,
we
just-
see the problem of life, of good economic life, like achieving good jobs and all of it. It's gone. Only they offer you something that
Sure.
it should
They just
be
did a
a
poll.
personal freedom. It should be a
They did a
personal
poll
freedom
on
to
the
decide, which
people
is a
who
culture and social
They
life.
did a
Yeah.
poll on the people who voted for the Labour Party in the UK. 5% of the people who voted for the Labour Party voted due to their policies. 5% of the people who voted. Can you imagine? So everyone
Yes,
else voted mostly just because they hate the other team, which is fair
It's
enough.
feelings.
But
It's feelings. That's the problem. We don't vote anymore with our brains. We vote just with our emotions, and it's not anymore, like you said, policy based or about economics, about improving your life. It's just how I feel about the other party, and I don't want them in, and that's why we'll vote the other side. It's the same with the French now. They had the first term. They voted. Everybody voted RN, and you tell me in 1 week, all of these people start to change their vote. Guys, this is just about the brain, because like I agree with Wyatt, it's also a lot to do with the media, who is pushing really what they want on the population, and that's why less and less people start to watch them and start to actually consume more independent news, because they don't trust the legacy media anymore. They just spew what they want. I just saw like a couple of hours ago the French TV. They were 1 week ago. They were pissing in their pants. They were shitting in their pants that that the right-wing party would go on the would have a majority. Then when they saw that it didn't happen, everybody was happy, and I was like, but guys, that doesn't solve the problem. The left-leaning party is as much as shit as the right-leaning party, because they have no economic program, nothing. It's just about getting the immigrants out or keeping more immigrants in, or I feel good, I don't feel good. That's just emotions. It's nothing anymore with thinking what is better for me, for my family, for my everyday life. It's just about how I feel, how I'm offended about the other party or not. Bradley, are you raising your finger? Yeah. Go on.
Thank you. So the issue is that nowadays politicians can just more lie. They can more easily just say shit, right? It's not like they'll be held accountable in 10 years or 4 years or even 6 months. Like what AIPAC, for example, thinks about you has a much greater is a much greater weight on the chances of success for your campaign for Senate, for example, than what you've done for your own voters. You know, like you look at places like South Carolina, there's people are living in poverty, you know, but meanwhile, what's his name? Lindsey Graham is going out there and saying, like, you know, our priority should be to fund the Ukrainians and the Israelis, not impoverish South Carolina, right? Why? Because he's not accountable to those people. That's not his real constituency. That's not who he actually answers to, you know? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a constitutional republic. Every a couple of years, people get a vote. And there's reasons why people choose to vote for Lindsey Graham, because he's been in Washington for a long time. He's a somebody. He has a legacy and a reputation. And in the circles of like power, he's a somebody, right? But for his own people, he doesn't really do anything, jack shit, right? And it doesn't matter if Trump, look, for example, Trump goes out there and says, you know, I'm gonna build a border fence, you know. He doesn't know if he can or can't even, right? They're gonna do everything they can to stop him from doing it. That's not the point. The point is to go out there and to say, I am strong on the border fence. My opponent is weak on the border fence. That's really all that he's really saying. And the way that the language that is used, the rhetoric that is used for that is, you know, yeah, well, in the first X number of days of my campaign, I'm going to do all this blah, 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 blah stuff, right? That's not really the, I mean, that's what's being said, but that's not what's really being meant. Yes, thank you very much, Johari, for the super sticker. I really appreciate. So yeah, I mean, people can say all kinds of crap. That's not the way that that politics is really being played, you know. And so if you go out there, I'd say the more important thing to do is to look at the results. You know, how happy are the people with what it is that you are doing, you know, with your policies. You know, you can call the Chinese people.
I love Joe Biden. I love Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I love seeing him freezing.
But like look at how satisfied are the Chinese people with their system. You could be like, oh, well, you guys have fake Disneyland money that you use. You think that people care about that? That's not what they care about. You just ask them and where they're at, and then you ask people where we're at. You know, how many people are happy with Joe Biden being president? You ask random casual people. Everybody is extremely upset that they saw the emperor has no clothes on that debate, right? But it doesn't matter. You know, so even though we have a Western liberal style democracy with all these kinds of like freedoms and all this other kind of stuff, when you look at the results, you know, it's the results are kind of justify themselves. Doesn't matter what you call a system. Doesn't matter if you say the Chinese are a communist country and somebody says no, it's capitalism, and then somebody says no, it's socialism with Chinese characteristics. All that stuff is just irrelevant BS. You know, it gets around the point of who's like on behalf of whom are you running the government, whatever it is that you want to call it, however it is that it is set up. Like who do you actually represent? On what are you actually doing? Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, well said, well said. But I had to disagree on one point. You said that politician persons can lie and don't be accountable. I think nowadays with especially independent media, you can really see and what people said like a couple of days ago, and then you should put the clip one to the next, and then you're screwed, and people see it, right? So I think it's a little bit more complicated nowadays to lie than before.
But they still gaslight us. They still pretend like it didn't happen.
They will do it, but I mean, then it's up to you as an individual to see through the lie, right? That's then nobody can help you if you're that dumb and you believe that he said it and that you can clearly see one picture after another. I mean, like that's up to you, you know, as an individual. Then you need also to educate yourself and do a little bit of research and see if it really is a clip not taken out of context and so on and so forth. But maybe we can change topics and talk about Orban, because I wanted to talk about Orban, about his trip first to Kiev and then to Moscow.
Yeah, the main question is Is he doing it in front of the EU or just on his own personal action?
I'd say before we change the subject, I don't know if Mr. Lambert wants to talk on this subject. I'd say
sorry, yeah,
wrap this one up then, and then
Yeah, I just want to say I need to go sleep.
All right.
Good
night.
So
You were already asleep.
So all ask to your wife is to good hook to on that thing. So by that, yeah, if you have a wife, otherwise you need to spit on yourself. I don't care. Good guys. Bye bye.
All right. Nice to see you.
Maybe next week. Bye bye.
Hey, ciao, mister.
Peace out.
Ciao.
Peace. Okay. Well, I guess Upgrade was asking about Orban's visit. I don't know. I have more questions.
I thought it was on his own
My cat's
initiative.
about to.
Yeah, it was on his own. Yeah, it was on his own.
Yeah.
I think so. I don't think he did it with the European Union. I think they did a statement afterwards when he went that we don't have anything to do with that. You know.
Yeah, they called a massive panic, right? Massive panic. The whole of Europe is like, whoa, no, it's not us.
No, we don't want settlement. We don't want peace. We want more deaths. You know, we want more killed people. Oh my goodness. I don't know, guys. Who wants to say something about it?
I think it was a smart move by Orban to do it, and I think everyone looks ridiculous criticizing him. Like, it's so bizarre.
I think he did it in front of EU. Secret negotiations. That's why he went first to Zelensky, then to Putin, right? Otherwise, he would go first to Putin, then to Zelensky. There's a big thing about whom he goes first as newly elected representative, right? So he is representing, that's my thinking. He did it in front of everyone, but it's secretive. We're not gonna show it. We're just gonna, present him as usual, bad boy. It's not working for us. But that's impossible because he's now EU Council President. It's impossible not to be doing anything that's outside the EU representation, right? He has to be agreed upon. That's my thinking. There's nothing that those should be doing personally for their own thing.
Before you go to
yeah.
I want to ask. So his position as the president is rotated, right? Or is it like no? There's a more selected thing. It's like many years ago already know it's going to be them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no secret plan then. Okay. Sorry, Euro. You can continue.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I mean, he could have done this before he became president, right? But he didn't. He did it as a EU president. And to me, they want to push this, peace agreement, and that's why, but they wanna still allow Ukraine to be continuously supported by West. That's what the West is trying to do, to trick Putin into allowing, just let's say peace like a Minsk III, and they will keep doing it again. So after they weaponize and everything, and then of course again filling the Ukraine with missiles without any, no matter what Putin says, any secret knowledge how much weapons is there.
Go for
Nobody's
a
gonna
fourth.
believe in it.
Go for a fourth times the charm. Try.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say, Vaughn?
Upgrade was before me.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. I didn't thought about that they sent him like as the bad boy, like you said, like, anyways, we don't like him, and anyways, like a shield, and behind him, like, give him some paper, he has the peace deal, try to get this through,
I like that theory too. I think it's a good
it could be. I mean, like,
What I was going to ask was how many EU countries gave weapons to Ukraine?
All of them.
No, I mean, did every single country give something? And are there some countries in the EU that have kind of played it neutral or kind of ambiguous?
No,
maybe
all
those
gave
are the
something.
countries that gave him backdoor permission to, he obviously has his stance. What if there's 4 or 5 smaller countries in the background that have kind of played it neutral or not really given anything or had anything to give? And, they do the sanctions, but they're not really like out there talking shit all the time or anything. I mean, is there any of those countries? Maybe
more
some of those
Slovakias.
countries told them, like you said, like a shield, like, hey, maybe they're not big countries, but it's 4 or 5, a gang of 3, a gang of 4.
Maybe
plus
like
Obama.
Portugal, Slovakia.
Yeah, something like that.
About like these countries like Bosnia and
Bosnia.
They kind of played ball.
They
but
are,
they didn't go
they
over
are not
the
part
line.
of
They didn't, like,
NATO and European Union.
they didn't
Bosnia
burn the
isn't
bridge
part.
with Russia. You think that's what I kind of think what you're saying is right. Like maybe there's 3 or 4 or 5 countries that told them, hey, at least feel them out and see what they're open to, and let us know.
No, even Hungary gave something token, but still.
Because you've got
they
some
protested.
division in NATO too, so if it's not unanimous, technically they can't do stuff. So
And Hungary's in a position to do it because they still have economic ties with the Russians. So.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's kind of played along, but not really. And he's never like gone out, Putin this and Putin, he's never been hyperbolic.
Yeah.
So
They've been adults.
he hasn't gone out of his way to, like, look, when they had those Hungarian POWs turned over to him, he didn't give them back, even though the EU probably
The
fined him
West
for
is
it.
pro-Putin, so that's a perfect shield to send him there to say, look, he did it by himself. We didn't have to do anything with it.
And if there's anything good to tell, he'll come back and tell them, and maybe they can work with it. But if there's nothing,
I don't
he's a
think
bad guy
that's
that
true.
just did a rogue job.
I don't think it's true. I think that they really don't like Orban. It's legit. Like there's a legit hatred of the man. And I think that they would be foolish to do something like that because down the road, if some stuff happens where they try to cause him to lose an election or I don't know, some shit could happen in the future.
They're raising his profile, making him a big
He
deal.
could come out. This could be like blackmail material for him. He could be like, hey, you guys secretly sent me on a peace mission to Russia. Here's the documents. Like, I don't think they would play games with Orban like that because they don't trust him. He's not one of them, and it would be risky. So
I got that idea just from him going to Zelensky first. That's where I got that idea. Like, why would he go to Zelensky first? Why not
I would
to
agree
Putin
with you,
if he's his
Tycho.
friend, right? That's only where I get from. It doesn't have to be true, but I'm very suspicious of it. And so many times it turned out right when I followed that suspicions, right? Okay, so go on.
Hey, I would just say, I would agree with you to a point, Tycho. But I mean, if you think about it, never mind. I forgot what I was going to say real quick.
Yeah, I think both of I think both of you can be right. I think maybe they try to give it and also to not do it, because in the West, I don't think the West wanna have 10 more years of war just at their border.
They can't even talk to. They can't even talk to the Russians. So I mean, at least
Well,
Orban
they
can
can't
talk
not.
to the
That's why
Russians.
they need somebody who is like pro-Putin, right? To send him there to actually talk to him.
You guys are thinking. You guys are thinking like smart people. That's not how they think. They're in a different world to you guys.
Yeah,
like you're
that's
thinking.
what I was
If I
gonna
was
say.
the
I mean,
EU,
I would
what would I
agree
do?
with
That's not as different.
Well,
that's what I was going to say, Tycho. I kind of agreed with you as far as their long-term plans. These aren't smart people. They wouldn't look to do those kind of things because, they would accidentally hype up Orban and raise his profile by doing stupid things because, they're such amateurs. They think that they work these little games and these stupid plots and schemes.
I think I think
that's one reason why,
So you think, guys, that
when
this
they go after him, it just looks stupid. It looks bad. It just, most people that know him don't buy into it because they know the guy.
Okay, Vaughn, but he went to Zelensky, like Euro said, and he went with the purpose to have peace. So it came from somewhere. I mean, you think he did it by himself? He took the initiative by himself because he took he used the vacuum from the European Union, who is not decided about it, And then he
Well,
went to
like you said, though, I mean, what if he went like everyone thinks, like a rogue, but maybe he talked to some people and they said, hey, like I said, go feel him out and at least see what Zelensky's willing to talk about. And then
So, hey,
they
listen.
talk to Putin and see what Putin's willing.
Just
And then he
to
goes back
jump
and
on-
tells him, like, hey, dude, there's no way they're going to come together. This is a dead end.
I want to jump on what you're saying.
Well, hold on,
Vaughn.
let me finish.
Okay.
Or he might be like, hey, I talked to him and they both kind of were in agreement on this. So that might be something we could work with. But, if it's a failure, then maybe they just say, oh, he was a rogue, he shouldn't have gone. But if there's something there, then maybe later on, they'll try to use it and negotiate with it. I think it's kind of a recon. Because, I think you're right. I don't think he would risk his,
because
just go by himself.
the reason if he went rogue by himself, what power would he have to implement that? So there's no purpose of going there.
He's at least got to have a few people in his pocket.
Power.
He's got to at least have a few people in his pocket that told him it was a good idea to go check.
But like you said, maybe there is some countries who by the back door are actually start to talk about peace, about let's finish.
Maybe.
Well, think about it. There's
Maybe
gotta be
Italy?
countries that are going broke, and all the shit that's going on with the sanctions that crippled Europe. There's got to be some countries that are like, I can't say nothing publicly, dude, but go see if these motherfuckers will talk at least. Anything.
There might
we
be
gotta
something
have
like
some
that
hope.
happening. There might be something like that happening, but it's not coming from the EU. Like, it's not coming from the EU sort of council.
No,
or
I
anything.
mean individual countries within it, like the ones that
maybe
Yeah.
Italy, maybe some other country like that. Maybe
Yeah, because there's a few countries that are a bit more quieter, right? I think Spain is a bit quiet about it. Italy. So that I think maybe the Austrians and Swedes may also be talking to him
Croatia
and
is
say, try to do
conflicted.
something. Yeah, that's
Croatia is
Slovakia.
What if Turkey?
Croatia.
What if Erdogan?
Croatia gave all its helicopters.
No,
Yeah.
didn't have many.
But maybe about
5, 8, 6.
20.
Look how Turkey plays both sides. Maybe Turkey said, "Hey, go talk to him." Because
It
they
was
work
the
for Turkey for peace.
But
I think the
Croatia
most
has a
difficult part
premier
is actually-
that's for it, while the president is against Ukraine. So you have that conflicting, a double game, right, between president and premier. So yeah, you have this. But I would say the Europe is hiding this negotiation from US. That's my view. Okay, because doesn't have to have small countries having support of peace negotiation. It wouldn't have much influence. I think it's unofficial recon. Let's see what we can do. What we can improve our position energy-wise, but we have to hide from US, right? So this will be my thinking.
However, I think also there will be no peace negotiations without the Americans involved. So the European Union can try to do something behind, but the Americans will decide and the Russians will decide, not the Ukrainians and not the Chinese and not the Europeans. It will be the United States because they are the biggest sponsor of this war. Without the Russians and without our Americans, there will be, we know everything what will happen, right? Yeah.
Well, think about it. If they go in there now and they find some common ground that can be the seed for negotiations, then they take it to Trump in the new American administration, and maybe that's something that they decide to work with or say, nah, it's not workable, and then they have to go back and try again. But then it doesn't matter if it's done out in the open because, Trump already said he would do whatever he had to do to make peace as quick as possible. But that could be the thing, like, they go in, do their diplomatic recon, find something or a few things that might be workable, and then they sit on them. And then when Trump or somebody, or whoever comes in with a new administration, hey, look, this is what we were able to talk to them about. This is a go. This is a go. These are all off limits. No way in hell.
Do you think Trump can do it? Can finish the war? Do you think it's possible?
Well, the thing is he wants his legacy, and
he's gonna finish it before he even takes office. So he last debate he said
think about it.
Before he got elected.
Well, think about it. They got to brief him and stuff once he wins the election, and they got till January 20th, and they're supposed to brief the president and all those people coming in to take over. But that might be a problem. And generally, the protocol is that, you know, like the president's national security advisors and stuff, they would all start touching base with their counterparts in like Russia or India or China, just to say, hey, I'm going to be taking over here soon. So they can't really negotiate. And obviously, in the political environment, if they tried to negotiate ahead of time before he was officially in office, I'm sure they would try to criminally charge him or some shit. But I mean, think about it. Somebody could come to them with all the information. They could sit down and talk and basically have everything ready to go as soon as he steps in. They meet with a big summit. They all sign something, and it's all like literally within a day or two of him being the president officially. Because think about it. You know, he says, I could have it solved by day one. Well, yeah, think about it. He's got like almost, from November 3rd till January 20th to get everything in line. And then as soon as he swears in that morning, you know, he could, at lunchtime or dinner time, he could go on national TV and say, I just entered the war in Ukraine. Here's the deal. We're going to meet on such and such date in Helsinki and sign this treaty. And he'll lay it out and talk about how think it will be signed. I mean, think about it. He'll tell you how it was a great deal for America and how we're getting paid back, or, you know, how we're going to do this. You know what I mean? It could be something like that.
And
Orban is a threat to democracy and must be stopped.
Which country do you think it will be signed, the peace deal, if there will be a peace deal? That's something interesting. I always, which country will it be? Like Switzerland, I don't think so, because they fucked it up.
Maybe Saudi Arabia. Maybe Saudi Arabia. I mean, they've been the site of prisoner exchanges and stuff, and transfers of high-profile people. And the Saudis, you know, play both sides. The Russians like them. The Americans want to keep them. You know, they got fancy palaces and lots of, you know, fancy stuff to do a big ceremony at. Because I would say maybe China, but China would love to have that.
I think it must be something in Europe, but which didn't take like any side, and that's very difficult because everybody took side in Europe.
Well, that's what I was thinking, like maybe Saudi Arabia, because they were like, you know, maybe they, you know, I don't think they even gave Patriots up to Ukraine because they couldn't. You know,
how about Austria?
You know, I'm just saying because they traded prisoners there and stuff. They did some big high-profile swaps, so maybe that would be the easy place. Plus, it's next to Syria, so the Russians are close to their diplomats
or Turkey, because everybody wants to stroke Erdogan's ego.
Or Hungary, or just Hungary.
Hungary,
maybe that's why. No, it already agreed. So he just go there and sort out the issues. You see, like, hey, no, which hotel do you want to stay?
Want to give people they don't like credit, you know, like Orban or Erdogan.
Yeah, but with Erdogan,
they wants to make peace with the king and his oil. So
I think that Turkey's a special case. They're still trying to flatter and woo Erdogan. They're still trying to.
What about if it would be in one of the oblasts, like in Donetsk or something like that? You know, where they find or near the.
No, I don't think you trusted some.
Might as well be in Kiev, man.
Kiev.
Might as well be in Kiev, you know.
So the last Talk to 2 or something is found and launched at it. The last.
No, they will be in Kiev. They will sign it inside one of the carriage inside in Kiev. You know, one of the train carriage in Kiev. You know.
Yeah, like in Versailles.
Yeah, no way.
Or the best in Fortress of Brest.
Brest, yes.
Although, yeah, it's in a border, right on the border with Poland. So you know that's a good spot because Minsk wouldn't be good because of Minsk 1, 2, 3, 4. But Brest is kind of good. But if they sign it in Hungary, I mean, are they gonna sign it in Budim or Pest? Which one?
Well, they got to sign it in a country where he's not going to be arrested for his ICC warrant.
I just about to say, you know, in the trap. No, when he said, "Oh, we're gonna sign the peace deal in Brest," then when he reached Poland, immediately arrested.
Yeah,
that might take a whole shitload of countries off the list just because you don't know if they will or won't.
Wyatt, what about Singapore? Because we had already North Korea and America going there together. No, Singapore, no?
No way.
We sanctioned Russia. We are on the unfriendly list. We could have been. We could have.
Maybe.
But my government is doing
But we sanctioned also.
You know,
what about Pyongyang? Let's do it in Pyongyang.
Perfect spot. Destroyer Moscow.
Destroyer. Okay, I don't know. The destroyer must.
I think-
I'd say it's got to be a North Korean like a palace. You know?
How about
In,
Austria?
inside
Has-
that car, inside that Aurus,
Austria maybe,
Putin drove
yes, why not
or
Austria?
or straight up on the. You guys saw that picture with Putin and Kim on the roller coaster. It gets signed on that roller coaster.
I looked at a map of North Korea and up north, and it's kind of fucked up because it's near, like, I think a labor camp or a prison. But there's this place called Kim's Balloon Rides, like hot air balloons.
No.
And I was like, I don't know if you want to go on that ride.
The car needs
But you go up and go down very quickly. You go up slowly and go down quickly.
You want a free trip to Kim's Balloon Rides? Oh shit!
Yeah.
But Austria is a good thing. Maybe Austria because they were pretty neutral. Why not?
Have they given anything? Have
Hey,
Austria
you can
given
have that
anything
guy
or do
that does
anything?
those military briefings as the adjutant for the.
I don't think they had many
I don't think
weaponry
they
anyway.
participated in any serious material way.
Just like Croatia don't have much weaponry, so even let's say those helicopters, we had only transport helicopters. We didn't have military helicopters per se. It was the military helicopters transport that's so we didn't give much. Maybe some small
like ammo
small parts. Yeah. Small
Hey,
things,
and Austria is not NATO. So maybe they talk to Orban. You know, that could be another country that in Europe that's like ready to make peace because they can't deal with the heat anymore and the prices and all the uncertainty and destabilization. You know, and that's another guy that could say something on the down low. And you know, they didn't really they didn't do anything to offend Russia, and they didn't really do anything to offend NATO or Europe. So
they would be representing everybody that would be basically agreeing to cut some of their losses at least cut some of their losses.
Well, that's what I mean. I just think there's got to be some small countries that are, you know, despite the cheerleading, they're like, yeah, you know, this is killing us, and we really need
they
to wrap up.
they didn't invest into it heavily anyway, and it's not their problem. But I wonder how much they could have an impact. I think that as long as there's it doesn't even matter. I think if there is a change of particular power, like in Europe, I think that the next people that come along are going to be have no choice but to be pro-Ukraine because they're going to be representing those interests. And until those people either, I think they just decide that they want to cut their losses and how much of it they're going to cut, and maybe that's already that initial conversation happening, or until the Ukrainian army basically looks like it's about to collapse. And I think
well, I mean, like, what if Trump comes in and cuts ties or really cuts back into NATO and U.S. involvement? That might force things to happen too.
Even just the threat of Trump being elected, it already probably forces some things, because like I said, the two ways that I think it ends is or the Ukrainian government has a way out, right? They have a way out, and Zelensky says, you know, like that now famous clip of him saying, we don't have too much time, we can't have this war during months, you know, like that. It's showing that if there was a way out for him where he still looks like, you know, the brave little engine that could, Zelensky was able to save Ukraine from Russia. You know, the Russians, they really wanted to conquer Lviv, you know. Does Joe Biden have an OnlyFans account?
Please, no, please.
Does Joe Biden have
Please,
an
no.
OnlyFans account?
No, Joe Biden does, though. Joe
Biden does. Oh.
But yeah, so does Hunter Biden. We've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Wyatt, can I ask you a question? Which city do you think will be taken next by the Russians? I mean, I'm not talking about villages. I'm talking about cities. Yes, because now we have everywhere a little bit of movement on the front line. But which city do you think the Russians will focus and try to get it?
Let's look at the map.
Again, no, I'm not sure. I think depending on how the battle proceeds. I think New York is in danger. I think Torres is a bit far away. I think New York is in danger. Voschansk maybe, but Voschansk seems like a place just to pin the Ukrainians. Like the Russians are like half-hearted. Like they don't want to go south of the river. So yeah, city-wise, a bit difficult to say because there's so many cities under threat. Like so many. And I still cannot believe how the Ukrainians can still think things is good. Like
my thinking is that major target is Pokrovsk. It's very, very influential. But in order to go for Pokrovsk, they have to secure the flank, which is New York and Toretsk, right? So they have to secure that flank before going deeper from Ochertino towards Pokrovsk, because Pokrovsk is the major transport, it's major connection hub between the south and the center, right? But also we aiming for Vovchansk. Why they keep going forward? Why they keep taking the Vovchansk? Is they trying to disrupt the supply to Kupiansk? This is also one part. If they can, it will partially disrupt, not really cut off, but this make it harder, just a little bit harder, just enough to get to Kupiansk. And now we see they go for that area where the Oskil River is really wide and not easily to cross once you take down the bridges over it, those two bridges. And the good pincer against the Oskil River can really enclose huge territory, huge area, huge number of troops that will have to abandon a lot of supplies, a lot of weaponry. And I think that those two targets are Pokrovsk is the major target that will develop, enable to develop everything else. But also Vuhledar is one of those that they have to also cover before they go for Pokrovsk. That's my thinking. So New York and Toretsk are just the flanks of the movement over the Pokrovsk. That's my thinking. Vaughn?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like Kupiansk and Konstantinivka are like the two closest maybe to being assaulted and not taken, but I feel like there's a lot of troops, elite troops and better fighters between Chavish Yar and Konstantinivka, and then the same thing up around Kupiansk. But then you got down around Pokrovsk, that's where it broke open really bad, and I think there's a lot less quality troops there. So I think Pokrovsk will probably go first. After I think New York could probably be gone by maybe the end of next Monday, just because it's just going to become untenable. So they'll either get fabbed to death and get it taken that way, or they'll pull out and then the Russians will move in. But I think Pokrovsk is the city that will probably get attacked first outright and actually get probably stormed first.
So
The Russians might push up against Kupiansk and the other one, or Konstantinivka, but I don't think they'll be able to take those as quickly, because that's where the Azov guys are and all the good troops. So I think that Pokrovsk is the chance for them to make the most gain and probably get the quick. I don't know how hard it's going to be to take that city, but they can at least get to it and probably kind of surround it, and then that will cause major problems all across the front anyway. So, and I think as they move towards Pokrovsk, like Vuhledar, they don't really have to go at it because they'll be coming from the bottom and the east-west, and they can almost kind of just come down and sandwich it from three sides as they move east, or they can kind of bypass it for a while, because that's a pretty thick salient they have to operate in moving towards Pokrovsk. But I kind of agree with you. I think that's going to be the first one.
Unlike you guys, I've never been a soldier, but to me it seems kind of like a lot of these other fronts that the Russians have opened are kind of just a way to stretch Ukraine's forces to a large extent. And actually, if they find a place where there's a weak spot, you have so many troops along the border, you can go to where it's weak, right? If you have enough sufficient pressure everywhere and it's giving over there, you're gonna probably at least use that as your way to draw troops in, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, that's one reason why I kind of feel like the middle is going to be where it's going to open up the most, because all your good troops are up north or down around Zaporizhzhia, or they're trying to plug hot spots like Kupiansk, Kharkov. They're out there between Chavish Yar and Konstantinivka. And, pretty much everywhere else you got Mobics and conscripts. I'm sure there's a few veterans mixed in where they can, or those guys that are blocking them. But that's why, I mean, I just feel like that's the most logical place. I mean, it's going to be slower and harder for the Russians where the good troops are. So I wouldn't expect them, unless something magically breaks or somebody gets smart and decides to pull back. I don't see those two cities going, but just by the way it's been breaking out in the Avdiivka direction ever since they took it, and then Okaterney, it just seems like
they could use another.
That's the easiest place for them to keep going because it's the shittiest troops they're facing. I mean, I'm sure there's some good people mixed in, but so what if the M1 shows up? They do good for a day until the Russians find them and kill them with drones.
And it seems like if they really want to break through somewhere, they'll do like a pipeline operation or a fab operation.
I mean, think about it. All they got to do is creep forward, and then once they make contact, they can decide after they do drone reconnaissance or whatever if it's worth a fab or an artillery strike, or if it's just a couple guys, maybe they just launch some mortars and see if they want to surrender or run away. But if it's a large concentration or they see a bunch of dudes hiding in a warehouse, then maybe it gets a caliber or it gets a fab. And then they
or
move
against
on.
a pipeline, which is super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I'll think about it. I mean, that's another thing too. I mean, they've had two or three occasions now where they've done tunnels.
At least three. Freaking they fight a war against miners, right? Like makes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Euro. Sorry, upgrade.
Yeah, something which Von said was very correct. I think we don't talk enough about the Avdiivka front, because since Avdiivka was taken, there has been massive advances there every day, and they took a lot of villages there, and they're pushing much more inside, and nobody's talking about it because everybody's focused on Vovchansk and on, yeah, I know, but usually people in the Telegram channels or something are everywhere focused besides Avdiivka, but Avdiivka, they're creeping forward and at a rapid pace and taking a lot of ground and making a huge casualties on the Ukrainian side. They're losing a lot of military equipment and a lot of men, and they just keep retreating, and I don't see really where they want to stop them. And because the elite troops, like said, were blocking the holes everywhere, so I don't know if there is a missing personnel who is actually capable of really putting the line and having the casualties necessary to actually stop the Russians, or is it just that they really want them to come and then to get them as close as possible to their defensive line, which they want to take them on? But I don't know. Maybe you can help me, guys, with this.
The first city they're looking for is progress.
Yeah.
But the legend for the Donbas militia is the Karlovka city. That's a legend which because they really fought hard there in 2014 to defend Donetsk, right? And once they lost Slavyansk, then Karlovka, which everyone hoped for to stop Ukrainians there, because there's a line of artificial reservoirs and really natural obstacles and basically no settlements, not large settlements are around there. Karlovka was one of the legend cities for them, but in order to establish that line that's basically in no town area before Pokrovsk. They have to take Progress and Karlovka, and that will be some natural natural, emptiness. Let's say that it's not really good for the large number of troops, and they can break through it easily to the Pokrovsk, right? To the Pokrovsk that's really have a strong defensive trenches and everything, because it's so important, right? But in order to go there, it's obviously they have a lot of problems to get to Progress because of the flank. Right above the Ochertino is the New York and Toretsk, so they have to get that, and it's probably already half empty from Ukrainians because of the Kharkiv area, and because it's deep in a corner over there. So they probably looking to ready to abandon it. They just leaving some small number of troops to slow down the Russians. But once they secure that flank, they can go from Ochertino to Progress to quickly to get to the Pokrovsk, right? That's to me, that's main, because once they get to Pokrovsk, all the supply lines to Druzhba, Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, that line of conglomerations, it's immediately open, right? And they will have no option but to pull. But also the north part, they have to get that Kupiansk front to get all the way to the Oskil. So that will be another flank in order to take all the Donbass, all the Donetsk oblast, right? So that's my thinking. They have to go that way. So it's a Progress. Progress is the next city they aim for, but before that they have to take New York and Toretsk. That's my. Okay, go ahead, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say the other thing too with the whole Avdiivka front up to Okoturny. I mean, I think another reason why they're advancing through there is because the Ukrainians fucked off and didn't build any defensives, and they dumped all that shit. That's where some of the stories came out when they first broke through about, where's the defensive lines, and the pictures of dumped off dragon's teeth and crappy fortifications. I mean, then, same thing up in Kharkov. But I think that whole area, they did, and they fell back, and there were reports about attacks on the civilian contractors that were trying to build entrenchments farther back, closer to Pokrovsk. And, that might be another reason why they've had a lot of success in that area, because the Ukrainians are literally just running, to crappy defensive positions or poorly maintained or made positions, and they obviously can't hold up to them.
Just ones that aren't ready yet.
Yeah, it's like, so they might just be holding up in these settlements and slowing them down, but they really can't sit for long. So they just keep dropping back, and the Russians just go slow because they don't know if there's booby traps and landmines. But I feel like once they find out there ain't, then they kind of fill in real quick and set up and then move out again. It's just they got to, but I think once they get a certain, like once they break out past, some of these areas, like around, if they could get past Kupiansk or, down there around New York and maybe get a little more west, there might not be a whole lot left there to stop them as far as, fortifications and minefields, because everything's been dumped along the front for the last 2 years.
Yeah, and F-16s aren't going to change anything. We don't have the Ukrainians aren't going to magically get another tank army.
Well, I mean, they might, the F-16s might help in a certain area if they use them to like take out command posts or radio. Or
not
artillery.
even, but Vaughn, not just for
Well,
a certain area.
Saying,
You're right,
they can
but
have a local effect, but they won't use them for even that. Like if there was a unit getting pounded and they knew where the command post of the Russians were that was pounding them, they won't launch any storm shadows at the command post to take it out, maybe to help their guys out. Or if they knew where an artillery unit was pounding their guys, they don't ever send storm shadows or anything fancy they get from the west to take it out to give their guys a break. They're like, oh, there's a submarine in dry dock in Sevastopol. Let's shoot at that instead. So
hold up. But not just that though. Also, I think that the other thing to keep in mind is it works for a certain amount of time, because anytime that they have some kind of new thing up their sleeve, like we see that recently with the Su-27s that got wrecked, right? What usually happens is the Russians learn pretty quickly, and they don't just kind of like retaliate right away by trying to shoot them down with, iglas or whatever it is. They sit there and they plan some shit out, and then they figure out how to do a lot of damage in a couple of days. So even if
that's the thing, though. If you've got them, you need to use them effectively, and the best way to use them is, if you're only going to get 1 or 2 missions out of them, and you've got this great NATO ISR, why don't you decapitate a bunch of headquarters on like the Kharkov front or around Avdiivka? Why don't you do something like that if you're only going to get 1 shot that might actually help your army instead of wasting them on some strategic, showboat target? That's all I'm saying. I mean, you might, you can do something that might make a difference for a minute, or you can just waste the missiles in the planes.
Well, it seems like what they're doing is everything they can to keep the front from collapsing. So they're throwing everything at it, including the aircraft.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, when they get those F-16s and Storm Shadows, they're not going to do that. They won't. They never have. They've never, even when they were doing it in Robotny, why didn't they attack the command and control infrastructure in Tomak instead of shooting missiles right over the fucking area where there's a battle so they could fly down to Sevastopol? That's all I'm saying. There's plenty of targets close to home. They don't need to be. They could actually help. I mean, it's not going to win them the war, but I'm sure these guys would like a break from the artillery for 5 minutes, or maybe no attack helicopters shooting rockets at them for 5 minutes because they shot them at an airfield or something close to the front.
However, I
have finally arrived. LOL.
Hello, Iranian Putin. No, I'm just thinking also that the F-16s, they need like clean surface to actually start their planes and stuff like that. So where are they gonna start their planes? Because everywhere where the Ukrainians now have airplanes or helicopter located, the Russians found them with the drones, and they actually make videos of how they shoot them down. So I mean, like, where they wanna put them in Poland and then shoot from Poland, or in Romania? I mean, like, where are they gonna locate these planes if the Russians see everything? They see everything and they can shoot them easily down.
The Millennium 7 was describing how the F-16, just today's video from Millennium 7, I think, is how they will never use F-16 in Ukraine because of the conditions that were posted by Americans, that they cannot fly from the NATO country jump into the Ukrainian field and then go on attack and then go back, hide in Romania or Poland. So they cannot do that. And what he was saying, how with MiG-29 and Su-27s, Su-24, Ukrainians will be like, when the attack is coming, they would move away to another airfield, disassemble, and then transport it back to the original field, just to save their planes. And he says you can't do that with F-16. Right? You can do it once, but not multiple times. It will wear out all the connections and everything. So, he just say you need like 10 years to develop a real full ability of the pilot to use all the abilities of F-16. But he something funny. He was saying that F-16 is powerful as long as there's no opposition to it. So it's like in a free space, like it usually does, right? It's a funny thing. But what I wanted to say is that real importance of when you have limited number of planes and helicopters, how to use it is to show your frontline troops that you have air cover. That's the importance. That's what is most effective. You show them that you have, not that you produce any effect by bombing something, strategic targets, and so on, that you can, like what Russia is doing. No, you fly over your frontline units and they see the planes, your own planes flying over you, that means at least you have like a psychological effect. I know that from Croatian war, because we had almost we used biplanes, right? Only in 95 we were able to use MiG-21, but until then we were using only biplanes, right? Antonov 2, some Cessnas, and that was and
Don't worry.
helicopters.
As long as you have
But-
no opposition, the biplane is perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds like
there
F-16s.
was night droppings, right? They were dropping the supplies and bombs during the night, so they were covering over there a lot in a occupied city, the surrounded city, right? That was on a border with Serbia.
So very interesting. So you're
so-
saying
so-
that air cover makes a massive morale boost for your frontline troops.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And that,
If you
that's
have a
al-
limited number,
That's
if you have
almost one of the
limited-
main effects. And you're saying that's
Yeah.
such an important
Banana
effect that
row.
it's what they should be aiming for. Okay.
But you have huge
Give
numbers
Andrew a
like
shot.
Russia. If you have good numbers just like Russia, then you use it properly. You use it, everybody knows that you have them, and you don't need to provide that. You use it properly, like to destroy really military targets. But when you have limited number and really in a danger of extinguishing and losing it, then you use it just for that purpose, right? Fly over your frontline troops.
We should let
Yeah.
Andrew speak. He's been waiting to talk for a little bit.
Yeah. And
I just want. Can you hear me?
Yes. Too
Well,
loud.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to speak softly. I just wanted to say, well, I believe that under those conditions, under which the F-16 would work perfectly, a knife would suffice to the entire Ukrainian army to beat the Russians back. If Russians have no protection, then even a knife could be enough for the Ukrainians to beat them all the way to Moscow. Of course, just addressing the other topic, of course, air defense affects morale incredibly. This is why one of the many reasons Ukrainian morale is in the shitter, as we all know so far. And the main answer I wanted to give is to how Ukraine would hide the F-16s, which is a very good question, because I have no idea if they will ever be able to hide them effectively. But probably it would be a mix of using the westernmost airports in the country and using and saturating airports with decoys of F-16s, which would highly confuse the Russians. Russians wouldn't be, probably would find it hard to understand which, especially if they're very credible decoys and they're not just like shadows painted on the ground. If you manage to confuse the Russians into hitting a certain number of decoys, then you will have more time for the real fighters to do their job. But even if they manage to fly, and that is a very big if, Russian air defense will get on their ass pretty soon. So I don't see the sense in doing this anyhow. But it's the Ukrainian army after all.
As long as the planes do not fly high, I think it's perfectly fine. Like you look at the Russians that are perfectly, definitely also hunting for the Ukrainian Air Force right now, even without the F-16s. The problem is it's not easy if the planes are always migrating from airfield to airfield. So the Russians have been trying to hunt down all these airplanes, and it's not easy. So the F-16 is going to get away most of the time, but it's just that with increasing number of civilian drones, then it's going to get more and more challenging. They cannot land anywhere near. So I think that's the main thing. Vaughn.
No, because
one thing they were saying real quick was that it's reported that when they were talking about the Ukrainian Air Force only having about less than 24 operational airframes, they said that literally these planes are being moved every couple of hours from airfield to airfield to keep them alive. So you can understand what kind of stress they're under. And the same would be going on with the F-16s. I mean, they could probably bring in a bunch of, scrapyard ones and put them on the tarmac here and there. But yeah, they'd have to do the same thing, probably constantly move them. And obviously they have different airfield requirements. So You know, I don't really
when
see how they could ever
when
use
you're
them.
using the plane to hide them, when you transfer them, jump off points, or jumping from plane to airfield to airfield, you don't have time to enable them to do a mission, right? So they cannot do any mission because they'll have to do maintenance pretty soon, because you keep using them, so you don't get the time to organize, to logistically provide, to plan everything, and to use them when you want. So, but you can always find out if something is coming in to attack the plane, and get it up in the air to hide, right? To make it safe, because it's a huge distance. It's 1,000 kilometers to reach those airfields, right? So they will discover any incoming attack, and they, half hour, sometimes 5 minutes, right, before something happens, they will raise it up in the air. So so the fighter bomber was already calculating how much time it takes from the from the original base airfield to go to another airfield, and to stay a maximum time in the air aloft, right? So you don't get destroyed, and it takes like 40 to 1 hour, 40 minutes to 1 hour. So let's say 50 minutes until refuel on that jump off airfield, to refuel it and send it back, right? So you have 40 minutes, 45 minutes to send Kinjals and to reach those while they're refueling, right? So basically, it's even though you have the planes, you won't be able to use it for the military mission, right? For anything, but just to keep saving it, and it's very, very wasteful resource to keep doing that, right? And in the end, you will spend limited flight hours. You will have to send it for general maintenance, right? And most of those planes are already old, so it's really difficult, really expensive. Go ahead, Juan.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is too, I mean, I guess, because nobody knows what's going to happen with Belarus. I mean, it wouldn't be hard for Russia to sneak in some S-300s or 400s if they're not active and they're not deployed. And then at some point, when they know the F-16s are in, they could bring them up to the border and turn them on. And that would deny the airspace farther back west and force them, kind of southwest corner of Ukraine. And then, yeah, maybe they get shot at by NATO's, coordinated Ukrainian attacks. But, I mean, that's another thing they could do. I mean, hell, they could sneak in some, Iskander launchers and maybe get lucky and cut 20 minutes off of that. Because really, if, like you said, if they launch any aircraft that can fire Kinzels, they'll probably scramble any aircraft they got on the ground. But, if something's already hidden in the woods and let's say the border of Belarus and it's Russian, not Belarusian, they might be able to get away with turning the radar on and shooting down F-16s in Western Ukraine, or launching, a ballistic missile of some kind. I mean, do they have ground-launched cruise missile launchers too? They could fire like the KH-69s or 101s or
Onyx. It's called different name. Yeah, they have additional booster
like that in there and just wait until they get lucky and find where the F-16s are and do a quick hit on that. Because I agree with you. I mean, if they launch something, they got time to fly away. But, I mean, hell, think about it. With those helicopters now, you got the KH-25s that can fire the cruise missile with 250-kilometer range. Imagine if they're hiding somewhere along the far western border, they could sneak in through a hole and get, 10 or 15 miles closer than normal and launch those cruise missiles. I mean, some planes might get away, but probably some won't. And if they do, the runways will probably be fucked up, so that airport's gone. But I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens if they ever even get there. Because I really don't think they can pull that bullshit where they sit in Poland, then fly to Ukraine, load weapons on, bomb something, then fly back to Poland, and it's safe. It sounds like some 5-year-old bullshit game with some gay rules.
Russia already said that they will hit the airbase if they fly sorties out of the NATO countries. They will hit the airbase. So, yeah, it's not see if they want to call Putin's bluff. They always call their bluff and then it always fails. They always step back
Well,
themselves.
didn't they stop flying the Global Hawk over close to Crimea?
That's the
it's been
rumor, right?
hanging on like the coastline of Romania, doing tracks there. It's not because it used to be up until like what 12 days ago. They said it would orbit down south of Sevastopol. And the last time I saw one, I don't remember who else I was talking to, but the last thing they had up there was a rivet joint and 2 Typhoons, and that was it. I mean, there might still be stuff, but
Because
it seems like it's pushed back.
Because usually the Global Hawks is there when the Ukrainians are launching sorties on Crimea. So maybe the Ukrainians are not attacking Crimea, so no, the Global Hawks are not flying. So
Maybe.
I don't because I don't think it's just like they are afraid that they will shoot it out. I think like it's a drone.
Well, I don't think that
they
it's
care.
that they're afraid. I think that it's escalation. What the Russians are saying is that this is clearly an escalation, even though there's no American pilot in there. You guys are participating in the war and hitting Russian territory. So imagine if they actually get decent number of F-16s in there, and some of the pilots are going to be some of these contractors, for example. That's going to be a further escalation, and the Russians already showed that this is an escalation. So they're doing a counter escalation, and you escalate again, you can expect a counter escalation. I think Wyatt was trying to speak next.
Sorry, what if the F-16s are not piloted? What if it's just they convert it into a drone
It's
and
not
it's
there
flew
yet.
by the West?
It's not there yet.
Hard to say because there's already remote controlled fighter jets they use for
They
targets.
already do that. I mean, all it's got to do is fly up, launch missiles, and turn around and come back. I mean, my dad used to fly 747s. He said they could land by themselves on instruments if those runways and electronics are set up right. And that was in the 2000s. So I imagine fighters got way better shit than that.
If you have fly-by-wire plane, then you can remotely control it. Yes, it's easy setup. If it's
F-16 is fly-by-wire.
Yeah,
I mean, if you got
F-16 is
UCAVs, I
fly-by-wire.
would imagine you could do the same thing with an F-15 or an F-16. Just put the UCAV electronics in it and take it over.
That's what I think. So
Upgrade. You're muted, Upgrade.
Yeah, it's nice to talk about F-16s, but I wanted to change the topic. Maybe we can talk also about NATO summit, which is gonna be held soon. What do you expect gonna be happening there? Any escalations or a little bit more of a propaganda like usual? We're gonna stay with Ukraine forever and make love and make 50 million children, populate again Ukraine, or is it going to be a little bit more realistic, a little bit more toned down?
There will be invitation. There will be invitation of Ukraine to join the EU. They already did it, but this is probably getting ready for the big news, right? Invitation. It doesn't mean much. It's just an invitation. They can never get ready for it. So they can never fulfill conditions to join the EU. But it's just an invitation to give more, support for the Ukrainians to die for the West. So this is another bait, right? Another offer. Let's present it as big news, big next achievement and so on, while at the same time is a danger of Ukrainian bankrupting, or defaulting on a loan, so on the payments. So inviting them into EU, well, that is happening. That's just but we're gonna know much more in August when that default time comes. When that happens, that will decide everything. That, in my opinion, that will decide absolutely. A quick resolution after that, if nobody wants to help them to keep on paying that loan. So it's it's really funny. It's just baiting Ukrainians to all the news all that can come from that summit is just baiting Ukrainians. That's all. Baiting them, giving them, showing them that the West is fully behind them while doing nothing. It's just talk, right? So that's my thinking. What's going to happen on that summit in 2 days, right? Vaughn?
Yeah, I just think it's going to be like subdued cheerleading. Like they know what's up, but they're going to put on a smiley face and pretend everything's fine, and make all kinds of promises or pledges like we'll stand with Ukraine, but they'll be kind of ambiguous. And then there'll probably be a half a dozen hyperbolic jackasses that will say inflammatory, ridiculous shit. But I think overall it'll be probably subdued cheerleading. Like they just won't have the oomph in it that they had a year and a half ago or a year ago. I mean, that's kind of what I feel like, subdued and then some loudmouths.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
that. I think that
no.
the whole point of, well, I'll just make it quick. Once there's a policy change on Ukraine, it's going to be reflected in all the meetings. We're not going to have to guess. What is this meeting going to be about? It's getting more of the same. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
It's fine. No, I just wanted to say that really, really thinking about it, this invitation to the EU is even more of a nothing burger than it seems. Because not only Ukraine cannot join the EU due to its, current diplomatic status with Russia, certainly, of course, that is a simple fact. Ukraine cannot join the EU due to its rampant corruption, for example. We've seen EU officials have said it, and they said they will confirm it again. But also, Ukraine will not join the EU due to the extremely, war-related economic problems they're having. The deep dive in their economy, the economy has suffered since after the war started. I mean, the EU countries, genuinely, even if Ukraine wins the war, they're not going to be willing to pay for a country that they do not give a fuck about, right? To pay for a country's whole rebuilding, or participate in it through EU programs. So before Ukraine, even if Ukraine wins the war, before Ukraine joins the EU, they're going to have to rebuild, because we will not. I severely doubt many EU countries, especially countries like Poland and Poland, Hungary, Poland. Even though Poland hates Russia, Poland has shown extreme egotism in its EU policies, and I doubt this will change it. Even though it's Ukraine, even though it's the country that has been fighting off Russia, I doubt it would change Poland's EU stance. So this is Poland. We don't care we don't care. You can do whatever you want. We do what we want. Especially about immigrants, economics, etc. And especially countries like Hungary, Slovakia, which don't give a fuck about Ukraine in the first place. So I doubt Ukraine will ever join the EU. It'll take them, even if they win the war, at least 5 years of rebuilding. That's it.
And you guys have to pay for it, like those in Europe. If they join the EU, then the EU is going to pay for all the reconstruction. Don't worry, upgrade. You're not in EU. You're not in EU. Don't worry.
Yeah, but we're gonna pay anyways. Trust me, we're gonna pay anyways.
Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary already complaining about higher prices of electricity because they have to feed Ukraine with electricity.
Wait.
Yeah, and they have higher prices because they have to transmit their electricity to Ukraine while they have to import. And there's a loss, right, in power through transmission lines. So first thing, they have to have some electrical infrastructure that's workable, right? Just to start something, just to start economy, right? To work it right. All economy right now they have is selling the grain, selling the soil, selling and producing military drones and weapons, whatever they can hide, right? That's all of the economy that they have right now. Everything is getting collapsed because of the electricity and all of that. The supply chains, everything. Everything is concentrated only for military. So everything is supposed to be paid by the West. It's kind of such a risky condition, right?
Yeah,
it's impossible condition to go on.
I mean, they were already complaining even about the grain, and you remember the whole grain drama, right? So they're not as friendly to Ukraine as they want to make it believe. That they're very much still very egotistical. That is, or I mean, if you don't want to call it egotism, call it self-interest, whatever you want to call it, So
I got to go to bed right away. Okay, take care, guys. Have
Right,
fun.
Take care, Euro. Yeah, and imagine, let's say Ukraine survived the war, and then there's rebuilding, and then when you rebuild something, it's going to be all new. Then then all the European countries are suffering with maybe there's poor infrastructures, old buildings. Then suddenly they see everything in Ukraine is shiny and new and awesome. Then
I don't think that's going to happen. The
there's
point
going to
of
be so much
Ukraine
resentment.
the point of Ukraine is to eat the Ukraine. You're supposed to try to save your own economy by getting access to Ukraine's lithium and grains and all kinds of other stuff. That's not the other way around. Nobody's interested in Ukrainian quality of life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be shoving them in a meat grinder right now. If anybody cared. So sorry, go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, I think we're still gonna pay. We're gonna pay because we're gonna also make some money with it, 100%. We're gonna pay all the new construction workers and stuff like that. All the buildings, all the material gonna come from Europe. It's gonna be brand new. Everything gonna be fine, and we're gonna make a lot of money. Not the countries, but the companies. Not the countries, but the companies. Yeah. Maybe Jim Holden wants to introduce himself.
Yeah, hi. I just came across your. Yeah, I just came across your channel. I'm from Sydney, Australia. I'm a lawyer, and I'm keen amateur student of ancient and modern European history and literature, and a bit
Nice
of
to meet you.
geopolitics also.
Welcome.
But just listening, as they say, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, and that proportion we should listen twice as long than talk. But on Ukraine, I think the discourse is about Ukraine, is it?
Yes.
Right.
For now, you can talk about anything.
No, I don't want to drag the conversation somewhere else. Well, my personal view is that again, as a conservative Catholic, traditional Catholic, and looking at the unnecessary war in Ukraine, it's been instigated, in my humble opinion, by the American military-industrial complex. I'll tell you why I say that. If you look at the history, again, I'm not a slave of history, I'm just an amateur observer of modern history. Since 1945, American involvement in Korea from 1950 to 1953, followed up the defeat of the French at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu 1956 by General Yap and Ho Chi Minh, and then the entry of America and the protracted war which ended in 1975, then American involvement in Allende and various other smaller countries within the region around Central and North America, and then the American involvement in the Middle East, again at the instigation of Israel, and the connection of Israel with America is just astounding. And that's not a criticism. No wonder. I mean, I understand in America there are a lot of Somali immigrants who live in Wisconsin. And there's no bloody lobby of Italians, Polish or Somalis as there are of APAC and so forth. It's just unbelievable. In other words, money talks, bullshit walks. And I don't know, and again, it's not being disparaging of any particular people. As I said, I'm involved in law, and the domination of shall we say, those Middle Eastern people is in medicine and law is horrendous, totally disproportionate. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just observing the factual situation. So, but getting back to the issue of Ukraine, my take is they're brother nations like the Serbs and the Croatians, or Catalonians and Spanish, and Normans and so forth, or Scottish and English, etc., etc. And it's all about money and American hegemony. America has enjoyed after the fall of the Berlin, after the fall of Gorbachev's Russia, or Soviet Union, I should say. What is that? I can't see that.
It's a Wagner pin. He's got
a Wagner. All right. You're talking about the Ukrainians. All right.
Yeah.
Good on you. Yeah, but I did study a bit of Russian, so Slavonic languages is my forte.
That's pretty cool. So you have a superpower then. You have a little bit of an ability to understand and read through foreign news better than the casual news consumer, because I think that makes a big difference.
Yeah. Well, I'm an avid reader. I mean, I'll just show you my
Jimmy is a lawyer, so he knows what is what. No, he digs.
Wow, that is awesome. That's your little personal library. That's so cool.
I'm only a part of it. I'm a bit of a bibliophile, you might say. Yeah, a bit of a nerd. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wish I can show my Wikipedia.
Sorry about that.
No,
you
gotta
fine.
have. I remember there's a T-shirt that I saw when I lived in California, which I thought was so hilarious. It stuck with me, and it said, "Make books cool again. If you go over to somebody's house and they have no books, don't fuck them." That is a good advice. Yeah. You have to have some books. Otherwise, how do I know what your thinking is influenced by? Like my books are right there on purpose.
As I said, I'm not the mainstream. I question things, and I think education is based on a Socratic method, where you continuously question, whether in natural sciences or social sciences, you question things. But these days, unfortunately, the universities are indoctrination institutions. And most of them are. What's this? Dojin? No, Toby.
Dojin no Toby.
I have an Australian guy who is also a lawyer.
Yeah, who is
Australia.
Oh, I see. All the lawyers know each other.
Okay. We are simpletons, we think that all lawyers know each other.
Anyway, what was I saying? Unfortunately, I think it is, and I can tell you now, the thing in Gaza, again, I'm speaking as a moral person, as a Christian, as a Catholic, as I say, which I'm not afraid. These days, it's very corny to say that you're a Catholic or anything. They categorize you, as a fascist, Nazi, xenophobe, blah, all those buzzwords which mean nothing, basically, a racist and all that bullshit. But anyway, the third flare, which is very close to my neck of the woods, is Taiwan, and that is what's happening. Unfortunately, America as an empire is dying. It had a brief unipolar hegemony over the geopolitics of the world. That's from 1990 up to the rise of Putin. See what happened is just if you put it in a perspective, as I see it, NATO was set up after 45 as a counterbalance against communism. That was the thing. So what did communists say? Warsaw Pact. So Russia had all its satellite states, Warsaw Pact. So when Russia fell, or when the Soviet Union fell, they said, you damn dirty capitalist Americans, Western Europeans, you won. We give up. And guess what? From 12 countries of NATO, which is an aggressive pact, one for all for one, is now about 28 and continuing to rise. And you could feel Putin. I'm not for Putin or against Putin. He says, look, our sphere of influence is always Ukraine. And if you put ballistic rockets like Khrushchev tried to do in 1962-61 Cuban crisis, right next to Cuba, we're going to start World War III. And it only takes a couple of minutes. I'm not a military expert to hit.
Putin said it'd take 5 minutes. That's what Putin said.
Yeah, to obliterate the bloody thing. Now, I don't know whether you know, you're probably military buffs. Do you realize that every American nuclear sub, the nuclear heads, what's that imbecile's name? Oh, Joe Biden. That's right. Yeah, I mean the guy. Diapers. I mean, that's elder abuse. He should be in a nursing home with a diaper, you know, and it's so dangerous. I mean, imagine his hand. He thinks, you know, when he goes to bed and he puts his hand on Jill, and he thinks that it's Jill, but in fact it is a nuclear button, and he presses that button. Oh, we're going to go to smithereens. All of us.
I didn't recognize you there.
But I'm not trying to be funny, but it's serious. But you've got to sort of have humor in the whole thing, which I think is just it's a clown world. Basically, it is a clown world. I mean, you've got to ask yourself. Most of you are in America, or some of you are in America. Who's running the fucking show? Simple as that.
That's the big
question.
Not
Joe Biden.
That's the question. Yeah.
Yeah, people like Ron.
Who's the president or president? Yeah. We talk about democracy, saving democracy. What effing democracy? Pardon my French.
Yeah.
The puppet in
mind boggles. I don't know.
We voted Joe Biden into office. No, whoever.
Sorry, I talk too much.
I have a finger
go
up
ahead.
before you got here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we had a super chat about the Iranian presidential election. Does anyone want to go over that real quick? I mean, my assumption is the Iranian president is not going to make peace with Israel. He's not going to give up the nuclear program. He's not going to stop supporting the proxies. So I don't know why he's called a moderate. I mean, is it because he doesn't go on TV and say throw gay people off a roof? So he's a moderate?
Yeah.
Basically. Exactly. I mean, the things that matter to Iran aren't going to change, so I don't know what the big deal is.
There's no moderate in Iranian politics. There is no moderate. There is no moderate in Iranian politics. It would be like saying that the Hamas quote unquote moderate wing is moderate. Like there is no such thing.
But does the president of Iran? Does the president of Iran has any power? That's the question also, because I think the parties there are ruling the show and not the president. So he's actually just like a puppet, and he's just doing what they say.
I get the sense it's more like it's more like a diplomat.
Yeah, he's like you said, he's more a diplomat, and he's trying to figure out things, but I think the party is ruling the thing, and they do what they want. That's their country. How they run it, it's up to them. But still need to be careful that
I think
because they can make the Middle East quite unstable, because I mean, like we saw it with what they did after they got hit their embassy or whatever, consulate or something like that, which I said and opposed to, and I said it will get consequences. And I think Iran is some big power there, but we shouldn't underestimate them, what they could do if they would get like nuclear weapons or something like that. So definitely need to keep an eye on them. Maybe Drew, yeah.
I actually came on to say, well, hi to Jim. You are the second Australian lawyer we have, and I agree with a lot of what you said. There's only one point that I disagree with you.
Go ahead.
Which is that the NATO was set up to counter the communists. It's if Russia and China were democratic, then NATO would be set up to counter democracy. If they were fascist, they'll be set up to counter fascism. All this ideology is just an excuse for them to set up this organization to counter the them. Whatever the them is, they'll just, it's the setting up of the organization was it's like they need a casus belli to do it. So all these communists are evil, they're going to take over the world nonsense. It's casus belli. Yeah.
What I don't know, I'm probably not explaining myself well. What I simply can't get, and getting to, I think Vaughan was mentioned. I don't understand that such a close bond. The saying, Israel is our greatest ally. There's about 200 countries in the bloody world, and every congressman, every future president, vice president, goes and pays homage and starts crying at the Wailing Wall, and puts a little paper in there. I mean, why is that? I mean, if I was a Martian and I came to Earth,
Jim,
and I would say, why don't you go to, I don't know, Guatemala, or why don't you go to Panama?
That's what I was going to say. It's more than the money.
Brazil.
Because listen,
all of you congressmen and congresswomen,
there's rich Rush,
and now we're talking about you mentioned, someone mentioned Iran. It is a homogeneous country like Japan, for example, and the West, whether you like it or not, is being decimated by so-called diversity and multiculturalism. And I'm not. Again, I never voted. I never had a chance to vote in so-called Western democracy, which Australia, Western Europe, Canada, America, New Zealand are part of. Anglosphere, I suppose. And people feel alienated. Americans particularly are divided, us and them at the moment. Very split. Division, the hate involved is just mind-boggling, I think, on a local level. But getting back to the issue of Israel, I think America's got no effing business in Middle East. Shouldn't have. They deposed of Saddam Hussein. It's all about money. Yes, exactly. It's all about money. But that money, I'll tell you about money now. America is a dying empire, and what's going to happen now? America, or Israel and America, has driven China, Russia, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba together, whether they are loving each other or hating each other. Now, what's going to happen? Yuan will take. Our world revolves around American dollar. Once American dollar is deposed, which is going to be soon, boys and girls, we're going to have not a recession, but a huge depression. This world, the Western world, has never seen since the first depression, which was in 1928, 29. All right, that's what's going to happen. And once the American dollar is depressed, as Donald Trump said, you're going to become a shithouse country, one of the shithouse countries of the world, no longer a power. And Australia, and also Australia, I'm being honest about that.
There's a quote to that.
That's my view, my take. Again, who am I?
I have my goddamn finger up. Anyway, back to Iran. as far as the presidential elections goes, the things that matter Iran, their economy, their diplomacy, their exports, their military, and their nuclear weapons program, none of that's going to change. That's all a goal that they have. It doesn't matter who the president is.
So what's wrong with that? So Israel stole nuclear weapons from America. Okay, is stole from American technology. It's not even American. It is German technology.
I'm not talking about Israel and what they fucking stole. I'm talking about Iran.
And now this
Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. That's their fucking business. I don't give a shit about what Israel did.
Nuclear missiles, and Iran can't have it. Wow.
Yeah, I never
That's
said
really
they couldn't.
logical.
I don't know why you're yelling at me about it. I said if they want to have fucking nukes, they can fucking have them.
Point. All right, I can't hear you. Just a minute.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, ad hominem. Ad hominem.
I mean, the things that matter to Iran aren't going to change, just like the things that matter to China won't change, whether Xi's there or not. They have a plan. Xi's there as long as he implements the plan. When he's not doing that, then they'll move on to the next guy to keep the plan going. Sure, it gets tweaked out from time to time and has a little change here and there, but they all have long-term, big-time plans, and that's not going to change no matter who gets elected, unless somebody really interferes and gets in there, but that's probably not going to happen right now.
That's where there'll be a regime change.
I wanted to say that before that Great Depression that Jim is predicting happens, there's going to be something a lot more fun happening. You see, the stock market is basically the precursor because of inflation. So if you look at how the stock market has moved in the US, right? From 2008 until now, it has like 5 times the price of it. What is that? That is just inflation, right? That is just inflation because the money has nowhere to go. So it ends up in the companies and it gets invested in the stock market, and then the price inflates. So now the S&P 500 is at an all-time high. So what's going to happen before the actual hyperinflation happens and the depression hits the US is the hyperinflation is going to hit the stock market. So much USD is going to get dumped worldwide. It's going to rush back into the world. And the S&P 500 is going to go whoosh. So it's actually counterintuitively a fantastic time to be buying US stocks because the exchange rate for the US dollar isn't dropping. Why? Because if you look at all the large foreign exchanges, exchange rates, Euro USD, Euro Pound, Euro AUD, Japanese yen and USD, all of these are collective West economies and all of them are collapsing equally at the same time. So the currency against all of these is kind of stable, whereas all those other countries that sell that are like Singapore and China and Argentina, whatever, that they trade with the US, they are trying to keep their exchange rate in the US low, because if their exchange rate in the US goes high, they can't sell as much goods, right? So they're actively actually buying US dollars to keep their currency low.
Afloat.
So it's weird work in the system that's keeping the US dollar high and is pushing the S&P 500 up. So it looks like the US economy is fantastic right now. So it's a fantastic time to buy US stocks. And because it's just going to hit to the moon. But of course, when the time comes for the actual collapse to happen, the stock market will suddenly do a zoom. And then you'll be too late for you to exit. But right from now and the next 5 to 10 years, it's gonna go. Yeah. So,
and this is not a financial advice.
Totally really happy.
Totally agree.
Yeah, this
absolutely right.
This is not a financial advice. This is just horoscope.
It's personal prediction. My financial advice.
No, invest at your own risk. If not, you might actually be the one that upgrade.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of wishful thinking here. I don't think that in the near future the US dollar will drop that fast from everywhere in the world. Still the #1 reserve currency in the world. Okay, there is some transaction done with the Chinese, the Russians, the Indians, and so on. They try to reduce the amount of USD, but they still have quite a lot of it. They try to buy gold. Now many countries buy gold. But like I said, that's not for nothing that the stock market goes up. Like I said, Drew described it pretty well. The inflation makes the stock market go higher and higher. No financial advice, but the stock market is doing well, and that's good for who is invested in it. Yeah, we like if it goes up. You know, if it goes up with Biden's economy, I mean, like, what's gonna stop it? You know. But
you gotta understand why it goes up. That's the key.
I know what you mean, but there's still the risk of all this huge amount of American debt that they have, and they also don't need to overplay their card of their number one currency, because there have been many empires who've been number one currency in the human history, and it changed a lot of times. The French had it, the Dutch had it, the Portuguese, the Spanish, and so on. So it can go very fast if you don't do responsible economic policies. And I think the Americans need to be very careful what they do in the next, let's say, 10 to 20 years. If they continue on the trajectory which they are now, it can go like Drew described. There's no financial advice again, but there is possibility of a recession and a collapse. But the good part is, when there's a collapse, like in COVID, people can buy low. So it's also an opportunity for people to buy in the dip. You never know, you know. Many persons in COVID said that the world will go under and the world will change forever. And then the stock market is now hitting record highs and so on. No, I didn't say you said it, Drew, but you know what I mean. There's some people in the financial expert, they said, oh, in COVID, you should remove everything from your investments and so on. But if the only thing you can do is buy and hold, guys, buy and hold. No financial advice.
The collapse I'm talking about is not in the stock market. So what's going to happen?
Yeah, economy.
Yeah. The US is going to, the China and Japan needs to sell their bonds. Who's buying, right? It's who's lending money to the US? It's basically local US institutions and other US allies like Europe, like Australia. So now the US diplomats are going around and asking all the European countries to lend them, basically buy their bonds, basically lend them money. And as the US debt grows, it needs to do this more and more, right? So what's going to end up is that the rest of the world isn't going to hold US treasuries anymore. So the only ones that's lending the US are the European, the US vessels, basically, those that can afford to do so. Japan will eventually get back on that train when it can afford to do so. So like South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, all the European countries, Canada will be forced to buy more and more and lend more and more. So then you see this bifurcation of the global economy. But the thing you need to notice that other than Australia and New Zealand, this Europe, Canada, they don't really produce a lot that the West survives on, like the actual goods and the actual goods that people need to survive. They don't produce, right? So when that actual bifurcation happens, the value of the US dollar will then start to drop, because the countries that produce, the global south, the countries that actually produce the things that people use, the manufactured goods and whatnot, will start to reject the US dollars. They will start to reject the value of this piece of paper. So they will not sell anymore to the people in the West. And the people in the West will be holding all these US dollars, and we will try and push the US dollars out to get goods, but they can't. That's when the value of the US dollar will drop. That after the bifurcation has happened, the value of the US dollar drops, and suddenly you can't buy goods anymore. So suddenly you go and see a washing machine is 10 times of what it was last year. That's when the hyperinflation will really hit. It won't just hit the US.
Like Argentina, you mean?
You will hit all the countries that are lending money to the US, who are holding so much US dollars and don't know what to do with it, because now the US dollar can't buy any more goods, right? So that's the collapse. It's nothing to do with the stock market.
You think like it's gonna be like a certain type of Argentina 2.0 or what?
Oh yeah, well this isn't financial advice. This isn't financial advice, but you might buy some of that too if you're gonna be buying gold and food and shit.
Or is it more like a Sri Lanka situation? No.
That's even worse.
No. Sri Lanka is because they screwed themselves by trying to go organic.
Green.
So all
Yeah.
their crops failed. And then COVID happened, and then nobody visited the country. So their two largest income source disappeared overnight. So
That's
suddenly
true.
they have nothing to sell to the world. So they got no money to buy anything for the rest of the world. So
What's happening with Japan? Japan is also in deep economical problems right now. I heard that it's pretty good to go vacation now to Japan, so maybe I'm gonna go next year because of the div. But I heard very bad news in Japan. They're in very big troubles. Somebody has any insights of what's happening in Japan?
Japan has been in a kind of a stagflation state since the US implemented the Plaza Accords, which is what happened was Japan, after World War II, it created this huge industrial economy and started selling a lot of stuff, and its main customer was the US. So then the US said, hey, you can't do this because you'll kill our local industries. So they came out with the Plaza Accords, which forced the Japanese yen and US dollar exchange rate to be a certain way such that the goods from Japan became too expensive. So then now Japan has this huge industrial base, but nobody to sell to. And so then it basically flatlined its entire economy for the last 40 years, 50 years. And so it's been in this slow motion collapse for the longest time. Then the last thing that triggered the most recent further acceleration of collapse is the rising of the interest rates in the US. Because when you rise interest rates in the US, everybody wants to buy US dollars because it gets the highest return. The investors are looking for return. So when they buy US dollars, they sell Japanese yen because the Japanese yen cannot raise, the Japanese central bank cannot raise interest rates. Whereas you see Europe, Australia, all these have started raising interest rates to fight against the high US interest rates so that the money doesn't flow out. But Japan can't afford to do so. So when you raise it, so now Japan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. It can't raise interest rates. People keep selling its yen to buy more USD because the interest rate in Japan is like 0. Interest rate in US is like 5%. So by doing that, you suddenly get 5% more money, basically. So there's this huge pressure, and then they have intervened like 3 times now. And every time they intervene, all the traders just go and whack more. They just sell yen. So it's gone like they intervene and every time they intervene, it gets higher and higher.
And also, one factor is also they need to import a lot of goods. They don't have anything there. So oil is something. That's why they didn't put so hard sanctions on the Russian oils, also because they know that if they put sanctions, it will deepen even worse their crisis. I think they're in a big trouble, and also they have demographic problems. We all know that, and so on. So Japan is quite a big trouble now. I don't know how they're gonna go out.
They're gonna end up
need immigration. They need immigration. They need really immigration.
They hate immigrants.
They don't like it. No.
Japan is like China when it comes to immigrants. Nobody outside. No non-Chinese in China. No non-Japanese in Japan. Yeah.
So even the mass
society.
So even the mass tourism that's happening right now, which is actually very good for Japan, because now a lot of people going. They start to feel triggered about having too much tourists. So it is a very weird situation for Japan.
But to be fair, these guys also who behave like assholes and don't respect culture of other countries. I mean, I saw I don't want to say anything about the Americans, but some of the Americans, they behave really like assholes. They go on temples, they curve, their names inside temples who exist for 2,000 years. They pull Gaisha's hair, I mean, guys,
come on, Bradley. Come on, Bradley.
Tourists are assholes.
No, I'm not
responsible
for that bullshit.
Tourists are assholes. Tourists are assholes. American tourists are assholes. Canadian tourists are assholes.
English
tourists, because they go to a different culture, a lot of them don't understand the culture. And
no, there's a difference.
Come on, if you go to another place, another country, you respect the place, you respect.
I would
definitely.
Yeah, I would,
especially
but
places like Japan.
Out of 100, 5 are gonna be assholes. Yeah, you can't help it. It's just the nature of tourism.
You're
It's
American
not.
society.
No,
Yeah.
it's Americans, dude. I'm telling you, we do
No,
it
that's,
worse.
you know,
And it's
like-
where it comes from. It comes from just a massive ignorance, just massive, complete, like ignorance of other cultures and other people, and the way that like they can't even figure in your head that somebody might just completely see the world differently than you. You can't even get along with people that agree 99% with each other.
The Chinese are the same. The Chinese tourists also go overseas. They think China is the center of the world, and then
Yeah, but
they
it's
act like.
listen.
they
I've
act
met
like-
Chinese tourists in the United States, and you know what? They've been very polite with me. They've been
Oh, those are
extremely awesome
Taiwanese.
people.
No.
Those are Taiwanese. I'm sure
Oh, you
that
can't tell the difference.
I'm sure. No, I think it's just psychologically because watch, if you're Chinese, right, and you go to some place like I don't know, Singapore, something like that, where you maybe you have some kind of historical complex going on in your head where you're like, hey, I'm the dad of this region, I'm the dad and you are the son. This is how we play the game. So, like I feel like Americans get that way about a lot more than just, us in South America, where we could just be like, you better learn to speak my language, even though I'm visiting your country. Like that expands to other.
Why
like,
don't you speak English?
Chinese do things like this.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
yeah,
China
but that's
Chinese
but
do.
what I mean.
Yeah.
What I mean is that they do that in their own kind of neighborhood, their own backyard. But America thinks our backyard includes Japan, so we can go to Japan and do that because
But
you
it's
guys
true.
are also.
You guys conquered Japan.
Well, yeah,
it's
but
your backyard.
We're conquered.
Yeah, but
Your backyard includes Japan, includes South Korea,
but
includes
that's part of
Australia.
the psychological, I think, backbone or the reason for why there's that attitude issue with.
But at least you guys conquered Japan. You militarily take over the place. At least you legitimately take over. China didn't even take over. Then they come over. They speak to people who are not Chinese in Chinese. I was like, come on. Yeah.
Wait, don't. You're gonna trigger the rule.
Huh? What?
I know you're sort of you're all half joking, generalizing, but doesn't also depend on the class of people you're dealing with. Of course,
definitely.
Every nation, every tribe, everything's got its riffraff, or as Marx would say, lumpen proletariat. or as I would call Americans, more ass than class. But
in every group.
But they're talking about education and all that. Yeah. Most empires, whether it's a Greek world or Roman world or Chinese world or any empire, if you study, they're the epicenter of the world. The trade, the language, the way, the train of thought is along those lines. For example, the Islamic empire, they think very autocratic. In other words, very theocracy. Catholic world used to be like that. The European history, if you know Middle Ages, they call it the Dark Ages. I would call it the most stable, lightning period in the world. There was so stability. There was a hierarchy, and there was peace for about up to the first Reformation in 1500s, or Second Reformation, or Second Schism, I suppose. But Americans, in terms of education, are very poorly educated, unlike other countries, because the world revolves around them. You can, subconsciously, the education system. We are the Americans. We're the superpower, one of the superpowers, and the world has to think, and we have to export our democracy. The whole excuse of America being in the Middle East is what? We gotta bring our fucking democracy to those people. How dare you? Go and F yourself. It's a different continent, different culture, different religion. How can I impose my will, from top down on anybody? And that's the problem of empires, generally speaking. And so Americans, what the F are they doing in Africa, Middle East? Chinese are very smart. They've taken over Africa. But all for money. They're taking over South Pacific. I don't know whether you're aware. And the close to us is Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, and all those islands. And again, they've taken it over with money, and that's the way to go. not guns, not bases. America's got bases in bloody Germany to this very day. Oh, the Nazis are going to come on, they're going to rise, and they're going to, attack Washington D.C. or something bullshit like that.
No, they have joined the Nazis, so so it's okay right now. You don't have to fight it.
The boogeyman, it's absurd. It's just for the masses to have us and them. How do you explain? I mean, how do you explain George W. Bush that Iraq, Saddam Hussein, who they killed, and they created him, by the way, has weapons of mass destruction?
Total lie.
It is a lie. Everybody, they know it. They've said it.
Yeah.
I mean, talking about conspiracy theories, everybody's, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Well, no, it came out as the truth. And
George Bush admitted it.
Yes.
Live.
Well, who's responsible? My question
was
is,
responsible,
if you lied, if you're a president, shouldn't there be some sort of responsibility if you lie in your capacity as a president to your people? We the people and all that bullshit Constitution. America is always ramming it. Everyone's
The Supreme Court of
freedom of speech. What a farce! Freedom of
the U.S.
speech.
Supreme Court has said that anything the president do as a duty of the president is not liable.
I'm sorry to be so pessimistic and cynical. I don't know how many Americans there are in the chat.
Don't worry, you're new here. You will get used to it.
Jim, if I may
don't
interrupt,
take it ad hominem. Don't take it personally.
Jim, if I may interrupt you, the Supreme Court just said that that's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
All of them who did war crimes, not going to happen. It's over. It's never going to happen.
Why is that even news? It's already the reality. It's not like
because
they
of
arrest criminal.
of the ruling. They said it was true.
I know, but we already knew that. Okay, that was the reality anyway. What did they like? Okay, Nixon got prosecuted. It was because it was political. That's the only reason why. And the real crime is if everybody else in the higher up positions doesn't like you, they're gonna find a way. They'll Bill Clinton you if they have to. It doesn't even have to be something illegal. So whatever, it doesn't. I think that. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, half cast. You were still speaking. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Just give me a second. Yeah, I think also it's quite a good thing. I mean, we should protect our leaders even if they did mistake. I mean, if not, we're gonna destroy each other from within, because other countries don't do that. Russia is never gonna apologize for all their crimes. Neither will Japan, who still didn't apologize for the millions of people they massacred in China and will never do. There's many empires who did horrible things. The French, the British. I mean, if we go on, everybody can go to jail and we don't do anything anymore. I think we should also have a little balance between sometimes if it's obvious and he really said that he did it for hurting people and it's really quite a lie, then I think it should be a separate case. But if it's something he didn't know the consequences and there is consequences afterwards which he couldn't predict, then I don't think he should go to jail. I think we should distinguish. I don't know. We have a lawyer here, so maybe he can take this better on than me. But I think we should make distinction. Yeah.
Well,
these freaking Mongols. Or it's just Mongols never apologize for it.
Well, I think there has to be nuance to this, because the question of who imposes the responsibility. Is it the local people, the American people, impose the responsibility on the American president, or is it countries outside the US impose the responsibility on the American president, right? So the second one only works if, basically is the case of winner is the one that decides who is wrong. Whereas the first one is the one that we are talking about here, which is where the system inside the US, the local people can actually say to their president, you screwed us over, you lied to us, you need to take responsibility. I think that they should not be able to get away from. Their own people should be able to hold their own politicians accountable, regardless of their position, regardless of what label you put on their position. They should be held accountable.
However, Drew, the problem is it's so politicized nowadays, so each party will attack the other party on something they think is wrong, and then we have total chaos, and there's no government possible. Like you see it right now with Trump. He's in court because he did some wrong paperwork, or he paid off a porn star, and they took it out from 50 years ago, some ruling, and that's how you will be able to rule like that. It's impossible. Then people are going to attack each other for every shit. It's impossible.
They've been doing it forever, though. It's not like a new thing. You know, this has been happening for millennia.
Yeah, but I mean, we should have a threshold where we can actually say, okay, this is a ridiculous thing. Let's not attack the guy because he's, because it's partisan. Let's just don't do it. And if he did a war crime or something else, then we can talk about it, but not because he paid off a porn star or something like that. That's a ridiculous thing. I mean,
none of you guys going to be president in the future. No, they're going to pull out one of the episode of the open mic, and then they say, you joke about something, funny, and then that's the man your political career.
I'm amazed.
Go
ahead.
Just about the religious thing, mate. I must admit, what you were saying about what are you, a Catholic?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, and how do you feel, being in the society you're in now and the way things are going? Because I'm not necessarily religious at all, but I do sort of see Christians sort of seem, apart from the kind of few radical ones, but they do seem to be really like, they're not like in your face or anything like that, not as much as they used to, probably used to be, but you see more rhetoric coming from other
people. They've been kicked out of the public square.
I don't know if it's
where are you? Are you in England or somewhere, are you?
I'm in New Zealand, man.
New Zealand, whereabouts? North or South Island?
Auckland.
Auckland, all right. Yeah. We're very close, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. What I'm trying to say, I'm just listening, Democrats, Liberal, Labour, Democrats, Republicans, and so forth, Conservatives, in England and all that. And look, these people, the political elite, are one family. They belong to an exclusive golf clubs, and you and I ain't in it. And we will never be effing members of that club. Now, to give you a perspective, they're the puppets. Politicians are the mouthpiece. Any country. There's no difference between so-called conservatives and so-called progressives or Labour or Democrats, whatever you want, or liberal. Americans, they call it liberal, which in our terms means sort of socialist left wing. The other components are the industrial and the media and the academia and Wall Street finance. And they form a part of a group who are running the show, pulling the strings of the politicians. So talking about Biden and Trump or anybody, or New Zealand politics or Australia, any politics in the Western world, we're basically talking a squabble within the family. They're part of the same family. When your brother or your sister has a shit with you, you can take it to the extreme, but we're all in the same club. We are talking about pure power. Power corrupts, but absolute power is so high. There's no such drug you can take if you have absolute power over people. And that's what they're fighting for, basically. They got money. They got their villas. They got their private jets and planes. Not only the politicians. Politicians are zero. They just puppets. They're very good in their linguistic ability to explain or to make people more dumber. Yeah. And you got the mainstream now. Now we got this little brief of period which is called the internet, and they're up in arms. They've taken the hold on the people, how they think, how they're educated. You can't think outside the box. So you say anything wrong on YouTube, you'd be banned or warned or what's the other word? Or it's not whatever. Yeah, the thing. And it's not conducive to one's career, to be honest. To seek veritas, Latin for truth. So let's not talk about, are we going to be powerless and all that. It's a big conglomerate. Military-industrial complex runs the fucking show at the moment. They've got incredible influence. Look, just to give you an example. A couple of years ago, America, after 20 years in Afghanistan, has withdrawn. Guess what? They left behind over $1 billion, I don't know, 2 billion of helicopters, vehicles, guns, RPGs to this thing called Taliban. Why didn't they pick up that bloody, it's worth a lot of American dollars and take them with it? I'll tell you why. Because they started a war in Ukraine. And if you produce tanks and rockets and warships and everything, and you store them up and no one's buying them, you need a fucking war. That's what they have, wars all over the place. So people die in music to produce more and make the world spin and go around. That's what's happening. And
Yeah, so Bradley,
we are all the pawns in a game of life.
so Bradley need to leave. He want to do his closing.
Conspiracy theory. I see it all the time.
Thank you. So really quickly, I'm going to do my closing and then hop off. It's been a pleasure chatting to you guys. Hopping on what Jim was saying. It's like it's as with George.
I hope
Carlin
I haven't offended anybody. I mean, I'm open to challenge.
It's been a pleasure.
Don't worry.
Thanks,
But yeah, it was. I think it was George Carlin's quote with something like, "It's a big club."
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
In it. By the way, it's the same club they used to beat you over the head when they tell you to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. So, but yeah, I think that
the other thing of it is you can be anything in America. I mean, hey, little Johnny, you can be a president also one day. Come on, pull the other leg. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. He was very prescient for his time. Well, for my closing, I just want to wrap up some thoughts I had on the Ukraine war. I think that the Ukraine war is going to come out sideways for the West, and they have to start a dialogue somewhere. And so I really like Judy's theory that Orban might be being backed by someone to at least establish some kind of dialogue corridor. Because I mean, Macron's complaining that his calls aren't being answered, all that stuff. But yes, so that's my closing. It was great, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we will see you next week. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, Bradley. I just want to ask one. Wait. I just want to ask one question. Sorry, upgrade. Jim, how do you find the open mic channel? Where do you find it?
I just came across it. I mean, here in Sydney, it's Monday morning. It's quarter past.
On YouTube.
YouTube.
On YouTube.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, it just appear on your screen. So you just
well, yes, I'm sort of a political animal. I don't know, but and I was scrolling and you came and said that sounds open mic, and I said, oh well, I can talk to someone on Monday morning.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so you are new. You are totally new to DPA.
Yes,
then.
I am. Yes, correct. I've
subscribed.
Yes.
Yeah. So okay, upgrade.
Yeah, I just wanted to also do my closing because tomorrow I need to go quite early in the morning. Yeah, it was nice to talk to you guys. It was interesting, like usual, different perspective all around the world. We have new people. It's great. It's great. See you next week and have a nice evening or day, whatever.
Are you in France, French?
I'm currently living in Switzerland, but I have both nationalities, Swiss and French. So I'm double.
The French canton of Switzerland. Yeah, there's Italian, German, and French. Yeah.
Yes.
He's the worst kind of Swiss. He's the worst kind of Swiss.
This Italian talking too much like usual. Okay. See you. Bye, guys. See you.
Bye, upgrade.
Bye.
So this is Toby. He's the other lawyer, Australian lawyer that we talked about.
Toby, how are you, mate?
Hey, but the difference between you and him is, well, the fact he lives in the bush and the fact he's Jewish.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm down in Gippsland. But
yes, Victoria.
My law degree is from the UK. I'm not a Australian lawyer at all.
All right.
Yeah, he's a lame one.
I suppose that's your good luck.
Yeah, I don't have much. professions, especially in this country. Just run away.
I just wanted to ask real quick, Wyatt, are we doing the closings? Because I would want to bring up that topic, if you don't mind, real quick.
Yeah, bring it up.
Recently, the New York Times made an article bringing the interview of this German medic from the Chosen Company group, which, as many of you may not know, it is a mercenary, self-proclaimed volunteer group fighting in Ukraine, mostly made up of Americans, but there are also other Westerners, such as this German individual. According to this German, his fellow soldiers were implied in many war crimes, such as shooting, surrendering Russians, throwing grenades at them, and shooting prisoners of war. Especially this Greek mercenary, whose call sign is Zeus, who killed this one Russian who was asking for water, if I remember correctly. So I just wanted, you guys' opinion on it. The usual. Is this an isolated incident? Do you think this is due to Ukraine's dehumanization of Russian, not only Russian soldiers, but Russian people in general? Do you think this could or should be prosecuted in an American court, since some of these soldiers are Americans? You guys tell me.
Well, my understanding is that America is not a signatory to the International Court of Justice in Hague. That's my understanding. In other words, they protect themselves in an international sphere from persecuting or prosecuting, I should say, their own soldiers. Now, my take on it, again, I've got to look at my international law. I don't practice in international law. I do a lot of family and commercial law and family law and family provisions. But there is obviously human rights law, which comes into play. Obviously, these people are found, or there's a prima facie case against them in the sense of committing atrocities. And that should be followed up by their superiors. I mean, who's in charge? Who's their sergeant? Who's their commander? Who's their field? Blah, blah, blah. Someone should be in charge. Where does that emanate from? Does it emanate from the individual person, from his personal constitution, inability, losing his reality, in other words, losing his mind to commit those atrocities, or is it orders from higher up? That's very important to determine.
I'm sorry if I can jump in. There is no international law or court that has the power to implement the decisions or the verdicts which they bring, meaning the sovereignty of the country is stronger than the decision of the court. So it's all a charade. You understand me? In regard to the previous discussion, I saw you guys were struggling with the simple definition of democracy. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's ask Aristotle. He says, democracy is what is good for the people. If it's not good for the people, it's not democracy. Not what people want, but what is good for the people. It's a big difference. So, more people are happy, let's say 80%, 90%, the democracy is stronger. You understand me? This is a representative democracy. If there is one person, we call him king, he makes the people happy. It's still democracy. If we have 120 representatives, they make laws which favor the corporations. That's not a democracy. People are not happy. You understand me? So it's like arguing with Tesla about electricity. You do not argue with Aristotle about democracy. It's what is good for the people. So if the people are happy, majority, better democracy. But it doesn't exist. It's a delusion. In the planet Earth, democracy is an old concept which today doesn't exist, never did exist. Why am I saying this? Because what is good for the people? Let me go on a rant for 60 more seconds. What is good for the people? Let's say patents, technology, 0-point energy. 1902, there is a picture, Tesla and this farmer has this coil in the ground, gives them 30 kilowatts. After 2 months after announcing this, the farmer disappears. You understand me? So all of these patents has been hidden for the past 100 years. Now we don't have them. They have them. This war is about technology. Who will win? The guy who has better technology will win. I want to add to Jim puppets. Whose puppets are they? Well, Clinton wanted to do disclosure of the alien technology and the saucers they got, but they told them, you touch this, you're gonna end up like JFK. So who is the master? It's called the illegal world government. No law applies to them, guys, just so you know. They have technology 500 years ahead of us. You want to know more info about this, go look up the Disclosure Project. It's all public nowadays. It's not a conspiracy anymore. I mean, every reasonable person can look up the testimonies and the files and the CIA documents. And last month was testimony in the Congress in this regard about secondhand handling the UFO documents and all of this stuff. So it's about technology. It's about energy. It's about 0-point energy. There's this guy has like a shoebox device with no moving parts, makes 30 kilowatts. He uses it to dig bitcoins. It's in his chicken coop. You understand me? Everybody can have this. But why we don't have this technology? Because you're not going to use oil anymore. You're going to mix into the profits, which they feed from. No, you're not going to do that. They're going to hide your patent, and we're going to live with technology from back in 20s, 30s. You understand me? So I think United States having this technology, this illegal government over there, which tells the president what to do, just act democracy. So it doesn't matter if it's communism or if it's whatever you call it, democracy. It's just somebody up there with a lot of power that controls all of this bullshit. So my point is that there is no democracy, and it won't be. In order for them to give us this technology, it will take act of God. Otherwise, they will not hand it over. It's a battle of technology. Jim asked why they invaded Iraq. It was about the ancient UFO which Saddam had. He wanted to give it up, so they had to do something and go and get it. So it's above everything else. Just so you know, it's all documented in CIA files and on the Disclosure Project. You can go look it up. I'm sorry for the rant, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta go sleep. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning here. Everybody that has any question, Disclosure Project, Dr. Steven Greer. Okay. Love you all. Good luck.
He's a gotcha. Just one thing. There are two things. Again, thinking legally, your propositions are fine. Anybody can have a view and things, but I'm filing. It fails on evidence. See, if you make
which evidence?
Well, if you make a statement that there is hidden things or whatever, that you should substantiate it with a succinct, concise, logical argument.
Be more specific. What's missing for you?
Well, evidence. And there's two types of evidence. There's beyond reasonable doubt, which is a high standard of criminal evidence, and there's a civil standard, which is on balance of probabilities, that what you're asserting to be the true or fact, you should substantiate your argument. So I can say anything. You know,
there is over 1,000 testimonies.
Well, where are
after David's testimonies in front of Congress? Is there a substantial evidence for you? Different people.
Well, I'm sure if that's the situation, is it accessible? I mean,
yes. Go on the Disclosure Project, Dr. Steven Greer. You will see all of his testimonies and documents in Congress. And now they have this law for protection of whistleblowers.
Right. Now, just I'll close on one more on the democracy question. Yes, there wasn't a democracy, and if you read Thucydides, the Peloponnesian Wars, it's called polis.
You're talking about city-states.
Yes, correct. And I can see there's a Macedonian flag. Are you from Macedonia by any chance?
Yes, indeed. I would like to correct you. Ancient Greece did not exist. The term Greece in BC time did not exist. Yeah, what existed was city-state Athens, city-state Sparta.
Exactly. Yes.
But not Greece.
Saying. Yes, exactly. I totally concur. Are you absolutely right? Yeah, but we call that Greek civilization. That's all.
We do not call that Greek civilization because Greece did not exist. We got to be careful with the words we use. You cannot call something which is not existed at the time. You can call it Athens democracy or a Sparta democracy or a system, but not Greek because it did not exist.
Athenian democracy, to be precise. And one of the things you mentioned politics, but I referred to Thucydides. And what he's basically saying there, in order to have a direct democracy, and that's the true democracy.
There is no direct, it's a representative. Yes, I'm sorry, it's a representative, not direct.
Yes.
I like Ghost flag of Western Bulgaria.
Zapadnaya Bulgaria.
I'm sorry, I don't know what they're talking about. Go ahead, Jim. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. What I like from him, he says, look, in order to have a democracy, there's usually about between 8 to 10,000 people in the polis, city, state. You know literally everyone either by name or by sight. And only men over 25 who have a stake. In other words, they have a family and they own a piece of that real estate, can vote and can argue what the thing. So they have a forum in the middle of the city, and the men then propose and argue and say what we should do with the in terms of politics, economics, etc., etc. Women, slaves, and children did not have a say. And if you're a person and you are a man and you own something, but you said, "Oh, bugger it, I don't want to participate in this bullshit meetings every week," you were called an idiot. So the word idiot, someone calls you an idiot, basically means idiotum, which basically means you're a non-participant. You hate politics and you don't give a flying fuck about politics. And these are the true idiots.
And you're destined to be ruled by the evil people or the less knowledgeable.
Anyway.
Yes. But there is another definition of idiot. If you like, I can share it with you.
But there's many idiots around.
Well, according to Freud, there is idiot, imbecile, moron, and normal person and genius. So idiot is IQ up to 35. You let him go to the store, he gets lost, he gets run over by a car. 35 to 55, it's imbecile. IQ 35 to 55, imbecile. You let him go to the store, he doesn't get run over by a car, but he cannot come back home. After that, you got the morons, 55 to 75, lower class, and 75 to 90 higher class morons, which means lower class you gotta repeat something 50 times so they can learn it. Higher class you gotta repeat it 25, 30 times so they can learn it. 90 to 120 is normal person, and 120 above it's a genius, which means normal person learns. I'm sorry, normal person learns.
God say you only misunderstand. When I said idiot, I didn't mean it in Freudian terms or in IQ terms. Idiot, I mean the etymology, the root of the word itself. That's what it means.
Guys,
we don't need to go too deep.
Hello.
No.
Can I respond to Andrew's question? I mean, I hate to interrupt this chat.
Kangaroo Wrangler, I had my finger up. You're not fooling me. Gotze, please tell us more about Macedon. Tell us more about Macedon. What do you think the borders of Macedon are?
Everything that is called today Hellenic, didn't exist at the time. The whole
Andrew, you must be silent now because I was going to respond to Andrew's question about the potential war crimes in Ukraine. And the thing is, with this kind of stuff, we've got to remember that we live in a rare time where we get to spy on war. We get to see things happening that usually people wouldn't see in a war. That's what's new. Shooting prisoners is not new. Like if you put yourself in the position of an infantry soldier, imagine you've just seen your friends get blown up by a shell. You're probably not going to be very happy, right? And if you're impotent to strike back because you're stuck in a trench in a shelling war, and you can't even see the enemy that's shooting at you, and you haven't seen them for weeks, and your friends have all just been killed, and there's a prisoner there, you might just shoot him to lash out, to strike back. And the thing is that kind of stuff has gone on since forever. And I don't mean to justify it. I'm just trying to explain it. You know, in a war, when people are sitting in trenches with their friends getting blown to pieces, there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of hatred. That's the nature of war. And one thing I would say is, you know, we should accept that. That's what war is. War is sitting in a trench, watching the guy next to you get blown in half by a shell and being impotent to do anything else and waiting for your turn, and then shooting a prisoner because it's the only thing you can do. That's what war is. When people talk about war, that's what they're talking about, right? And we should never forget that. And shut up, Goche, I'm going to finish. And one of the things that's so terrible about modern warfare is that we all watch the entertainment of bombs dropping on buildings, and it's all very exciting. There's a big explosion. It's like Hollywood. We're completely removed from the reality and the misery and the pathos. And when we talk about international law, there's a really big danger that we're getting involved in psychodrama. Like when you have like an economy of lawyers prosecuting crimes, they're just preening themselves on a stage. They're never going to prosecute the bombing of a building, right? Because it's not graphic enough. It's not pathos enough. They're going to go after the infantry soldier who shot a prisoner, right? They're not going to go after the commander who ordered a bombing strike that killed 2,000 civilians, or who destroyed a water treatment plant that led to the deaths of thousands of babies in hospitals because they couldn't get clean water. So I caution all of this discussion about international law, because I see a lot of lawyers talking a lot and preening themselves and using large words, but they're just strutting around on stage. They're just part of the psychodrama. War is very, very ugly, and it's nothing new. And I wouldn't get too excited about prosecuting Ukrainian mercenaries or war criminals. Like they're going to get punished for what they've done by being unable to sleep for 30 years. But anyway, that's my point on that.
If they can even get home.
We better say also in regards to Andrew's question, I wanted to answer Andrew's question real quick because I got to go. I mean, it's just like any other army that's losing. They're lashing out and they're just taking their frustration out on these guys too. And they're losers and they can't win. So, you know, that's what they're going to do to these poor guys that are unfortunate enough to get captured or wounded and left behind. I mean, it's what losers do. I mean, yeah, some of it can be chalked up to the heat of the moment and adrenaline and anger. But I mean, you know, the guys that are making the videos and stuff, you know, I mean, you know, you can tell what they are for what they are. I mean, it's one thing if it's in the heat of the moment and it's videotaped. It's another thing when they're standing around laughing, having guys get off buses and they shoot them in the knee and then they step on them. And, you know, I mean, they're obviously know they're losing, so, you know, they can't win, so they'll just fuck up a few guys here and there that are unfortunate enough to get caught.
I'd also like to say, Andrew, you're upsetting the chat by moving your camera around a lot, and with your little red light district thing going on. I'd just like to say that, you know, you should maybe think about your presentation a little bit. Respect this fine forum. And I'll see you guys next time.
I do not give a fuck.
I wasn't inviting a response, Andrew. You contemplate.
I have a pink room too. No, Andrew, don't care about him. My room is getting pinky because the sun is out.
Okay. I just wanted to respond to Toby, if I may. We are better than that. I don't get off on war and killing and stuff. Humankind, there's some people say it's a war. It's like it's ugly. Human nature is like that. I think we're better than that. We're the only kind that kills each other, man. We should grow over that and get over that and get like normal civilization. You understand me? Without killing each other. But it's not the nature of war. It's something that we should grow over it. And otherwise this karma and this school earth will keep coming back until we learn not to kill each other. You understand me? So it is about education, and we should educate people so we don't have to take the consequences of their actions. You understand me?
Okay, but Goetze, I know that Macedonian people, they were in warfare a lot throughout their history. Do you believe that, you know, like Alexander the Great, you know, all the great
when you talk about the warfare, I'm sorry for interrupting you. When you talk about the warfare of Alexander the Great, the first reason that he is named the Great, he wasn't born the Great. He was born Alexander III Macedon. He got the name Great because of his cosmopolitism. What that means, he went to India, he put Indian silk on him, and he married two Indian women. So he integrated instead of segregating. He did not impose, divide, and conquer. You understand me? There was queens riding from far, far away to have his babies. Kings from far, far away making alliances.
Are you saying he was an ancient global homo?
He wasn't a homo. He had two sons, and he made a wedding, 10,000 soldiers.
I'm being facetious.
He's bi. He's bi.
Globalist, and I call all globalists global homos. That's my take on them. But anyway,
it would be utopia nowadays. We have hegemony nowadays. We don't have a globalism, but this hegemony, as you can see, brings issues which may destroy the whole planet, and this is a big problem for us. And according to the CIA documents, if there wasn't for aliens in interventions, we would have a couple of Chernobyls so far. So they stopped some overheating somewhere of the nuclear warheads, and things like that are recorded very nicely in the documents of the CIA, which are published in the Disclosure Project.
Gotcha. Do you believe in aliens? Just you mentioned aliens.
It's not a question, do I believe? Every reasonable person who will go to the Disclosure Project, look up Dr. Stephen Greer, and will read these documents, there is no room for doubt. You understand me? There is no room for doubt. Do they exist? The problem is we have, check this out, we have flying saucers that are produced on Earth. We have base on Mars. We have base on the moon, human. From 1962 to 1968, 12 people traveled to Zeta Reticuli solar system. This is all documented in the CIA documents. I did not make this up, man. I don't care. I did not know nothing about this 2 months ago. I read the documents. You can go look it up yourself and then decide if it's relevant or not.
So you say you believe in Martians? That was my question. Based on that, Dr. Green, whatever his name is that what you're saying to me?
Well, he just collects testimonies and he...
No. Don't deflect. I asked you a direct question. Simple.
Martians particularly? I mean, you have different types of aliens. You have aliens which live on the
I didn't ask for the quality.
You have underwater.
Do you believe, does God say believe in Martians? Yes or no?
Martians particularly, there is no Martians because I don't think there is Martians.
Well, you mentioned Martians.
But aliens, ETs, extraterrestrials, intelligence. Extraterrestrial intelligences.
Okay.
Yes,
so they
there
do
is.
exist. Do you believe in them?
Yes, and there is several types of them.
I have a follow-up question. Do you believe that these aliens, extraterrestrials, let's call them aliens, do you believe they intervened in past civilizations? I mean, you often talk about the Macedonian civilization with Alexander the Great. Do you believe they intervened in that, in perhaps seeing, his conquests?
They have been here before Homo sapiens, but this, according to some sources, this is the fourth civilization on Earth. We are the mammal type. The dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago. 65 million years ago. But that there has been kidnapping, DNA alterfication, modifications. There is still wonder how we became from Homo sapien, from the cave to this technology today in such a short period. So you can look it up. Eisenhower made a deal, signed the agreement with the aliens for exchange of human and animals, and they get technology in return in 1957, I believe it was. It's all documented. I don't make nothing up out of this. Just present what I
Space
read.
in Iraqi was true.
Okay. Look, thank you very much. I have to go. It was a pleasure, and I hope to come across again and participate if you want.
Subscribe, Jim.
I also will.
I also email you the link to join the exclusive group chat only for open mic speakers that ever came on. So just be careful. It's a time sink. It's a time sink. So, but it's a good place to keep in contact. And yeah, the since you are new, the open mic hoster is usually on Saturdays. No, if I can't make it, it will be on
All
Sundays.
right, great.
So, but it's just that no, because I always cater to the Europeans and Americans, so end up it's Monday for us.
So I'm the odd man out, being from Australia.
Yeah, don't worry, it's okay.
That's all right. That's all right.
We have Australians and New Zealanders as well. So
Oh.
I'm from Singapore, by the way. So
Oh,
anyone want to do closing? Jim, do you want to do a closing for any closing statements before you go?
It was pleasure just listening to different views and opinions, and it's very important. I think you're very sort of wide open, and I miss that sort of a civil discourse. And disagreement is most important. Nobody should think or force someone to think what they are. Evidence itself should pinpoint them, whether it's theology, religion, whether it's politics, whether it's culture, whether it's economics or whatever. I think it's most, and that's what's lacking in the world today. Everybody's opinionated, and if you don't, living in a bubble. And if you don't think and behave and say all appropriate words, you're a boogeyman. You're ostracized, which is unfortunate. So this sort of chat was very enlightening to me. I think. All the best, boys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Don't worry, we are all not politically correct here. No,
exactly.
That's the whole
good.
point.
That's good. That's what I like. That's what I like.
Politically correct chat is so boring. No,
Yeah, it is
imagine
boring,
everybody have to be politically correct. It's like
Yeah.
the conversation. How's the weather
nice
today?
meeting Godson, Andrew, and all the other boys, and Wyatt Earth. You're a cowboy.
All the best, Jim.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you, Jim.
Bye bye.
Can I
Jose,
have
do you still want to
60 seconds the question?
Ken, I can talk to you, but Gose, you still want to do another closing again?
Yeah, Andrew, go ahead with the question, and I'll do the closing. No problem.
Yeah, just instead of the closing, I would just ask this very quick question. Since it is often talked about the Grecian colonies in the Black Sea, and especially in southern Ukraine, do you believe the Macedonians had an influence on the genetic background of modern Ukrainians?
Okay, there is this research of Kloyosov. It's about the gene called R1A1. If you want, you can find me on Facebook or send me an email on MAK Network, and I will send you this research. It's about the gene R1A1. The Greeks, they come from Egypt, from the Nile Delta, from Ethiopia, upper Nile Delta. So that's where they come to the European Macedonian Peninsula. They make the city-states around 800 years before Jesus. But this DNA, R1A1, is been spread from the Balkan to India. And this happens right after the Ice Age, which is about 8,000, 9,000 years before Jesus.
The Aryans,
this research,
right?
Yes, this research I can send you. It talks about the spreading of this gene R1A1 through space and time, where it went and how old is it. So they took samples from India to Europe, everywhere. The oldest gene of this type, about 10,000 years old, comes out that it's in the Balkans. And it goes up north, younger and younger. In Russia, it's 4,500 years old. And in India, it's 3,800. It appears in India at the same moments when Sanskrit appears. Sanskrit, the Vedas, Indian language today is based on the Sanskrit. Now, in Sanskrit, number 2, you say dva. In Macedonian today, number 2, you say dva. It's the same with a lot of other numbers and words. So basically, this Sanskrit appears 3,800 years ago in India, and the gene is old 3,800 years. So it's it happens that both of them arrived, at the same time. So it is a different gene between the H1, which is from Africa. It's, let's say, 35,000 years old from the Greeks, and the R1A1 European gene of basically most of the white people. They carry this gene. It's in Europe. So I can claim that I am from Congo and that I'm black, but my gene proves me that I am from here. That doesn't make me better, it just proves that your grandfather came from this area of the world. And thanks to this science called genealogy and this employees of science with this research, we can today confidently say that this is the travel of this gene, regardless of the percentage being represented.
Who's your honey puff daddy?
Thank you very much.
I don't know what is honey puff. No problem, Andrew. No problem. I don't know what is honey.
I have no idea what the super chat about. No, I just have to play it because they pay
Thank
money.
you, R5E Hell.
It's us and hell. Us hell.
Yeah.
I remember reading that the Chinese continues on, like the Aryans go to North India, then they continue to travel
And
on
through India go to Iran.
Then China, right? To the
I don't know
Mongolian
about China.
steppes
I know that goes to Iran, and that's why this group of languages today is called Indo-Iranian or Indo-European group of languages. But basically, it came from where I come from, the Balkan Peninsula, from Macedonia. But back in that days, it didn't exist Macedonia. It was called the Belazgi or Pelazgi people, which is a Stone Age before.
I remember the what I saw before was that the theoretical migration was that they continue on, then it reached to China and it continued to spread northward. Then they go across the ice into North America. That's where the Eskimos are, and then the North American Indians, and they spread downwards. Something akin to that, but but I don't know. I feel like the Chinese people, the yellow people, is very different. I do not know how we are like. We are nowhere close to any people, the people in Central Asia. That's just the feeling I get.
Well, no problem. I will send you this research if you like. What I don't know if I did.
Yeah, inside the lounge, right? Yeah, in the Open Mic lounge, right?
So. I will send it to you.
In the lounge, it's easy to.
It's only 29 pages, and it's very detailed in regard to the spreading of this gene. And together, it goes with the language, with Jim called the Slavic languages. It's the same language which originated here and spread through Russia all the way to Sanskrit to India. That's why today you have Russian speaking my language. That's why today in India you have number 2. It's called Dva, and here it's also Dva, and a lot of other words too. So it's not because I say so. It's because the genealogy proves that this gene went from here, there, and this is the Indo-European group of languages, which is most of the European.
I'm quite sure it's accurate because if you look at the Bronze Age, the world in the Bronze Age is basically just around Greece, Macedonia, and then
this is the habitable zone.
Italy, because that was very close to the Ice Age. In the Bronze Age, so the Ice Age, everything north is just inhabitable.
Yeah,
and then you have the Middle East, the Levant, and then the Egyptian area. So
around the Mediterranean.
And I think even the Egypt during those days was like a lot more greener. It's not so deserty. Yeah, so it's different.
There is this tablet called the Despilio tablet. It's carbon dated to 5,260 years BC. Add 2,000 on that, so that's 7,000 about 200 years, and it's a script. It's an alphabet, the whole alphabet, which is older than the pyramids by a couple of thousand years, which is pyramids are like 4, 5, oh, this is 7. You understand me? So this region was habitable, and it spread from here up north as the ice was melting. And it is.
I remember. No, I remember why they talk about the migration of the people. Because I was watching a video about about how the story of the dragon is consistent across all cultures. And then it's like someone actually tried to trace back all the different cultural, different civilizations, story and myth about the dragon. And then they all trace back to Africa. But it's just like as it migrates across to the different parts of the world, the stories start to change according to the various things. Like the dragon in the European culture is becoming more and more evil, but then in the Chinese side is actually more and more different, more heavenly, more divine. But they all have the similar kind of origin story or some part of the myth is very, very similar, and it all means that it all came from one place, and the one place is actually all coming from one place in Africa, the one specific place in Africa where the human beings started to migrate across. So it's some very, very interesting, like how someone was researching all this. It's like how interesting it is when all cultures have dragons, but it makes no sense. So there are serpents and dragons, but they are all similar stories. Yeah, I just suddenly remember that.
How much time do you have?
Sorry?
Well,
how much
it's about 3 a.m.
I can close at any time, actually.
Here. Yes, but it's 3 a.m.
It's 7 a.m.
work in the morning.
Okay, you should go and sleep now.
No problem.
Andrew,
but,
do you want to do closing?
I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for Gotze for being here and with us at 3 a.m., which is a big effort, especially for a man his age. I just wanted to say that the situation on the front is becoming untenable for Ukraine, as I've seen. I'm sad I joined the open mic so late, but I was actually sleeping. Thank you, Wyatt, for offering us the opportunity every time, every once a week, to talk about all of these wild changes happening to the world. And I just wanted to say you're welcome for everyone, to everyone, for the disco I had today and all the flashing lights. See you guys.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Gose. Now my turn to do closing. Bye,
Thank
guys.
you, White. All the best.
Bye-bye. All right, I'll pull you guys off stage. So, so my turn to closing. So this is 7 hours and 7 minutes. Actually, it's not actually very accurate because I played the music for a long time. So around 7 hours. So this is the DPA Open Mic episode 86. Time to pay the political debt. It's because of the handshake. It's the handshake just broke everything. So anyway, it's a very interesting open mic today. We covered we did cover a lot of things. Of course, we go back to immigrations and stuff. So I still fail to make the clips. I'm so busy. I try my best. No promises, because I don't dare to promise about making the clips or even putting timestamps, because even putting timestamps means that I have to go through the video. Today's video is very complicated. I have no idea how to timestamp this, and I really don't feel like giving it to the AI. Firstly, 7 hours is a bit hard to feed it, and then the second thing is, it spends money, and if I pay the money and not uploading the clips, it's a waste of money. So we'll see how it goes. And thank you everyone for watching. We still have 120 of you guys here. I think the peak for today was like 188, around there. So thank you, you guys, and thank you for all the super chats. I'm not sure if I missed any super chats that I did not play the audio for. So I think it's this. I think the Iranian Putin one about this, I did not paste I did not let it talk, but thoughts on Iran's moderate president, if not discussed yet, I'm not happy about it. Personally, I'm not very familiar with the Iranian politics. I need to do some research and reading before I can actually report on it. And lately, my schedule is a bit messed up. I'm busy here and there, so haven't really been to do much news, and all these things is happening. So it is what it is. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and for those that are new to this channel, welcome to the channel. You will eventually get used to know who are the regulars, the names, the style. And we have someone new that kind of drop into the open mic from nowhere, so that is actually cool, which means that YouTube is actually promoting the open mic channel, the open mic stream, which is a rarity. So let's see how this goes. My gut feeling lately, because it's now July, and generally it seems like in June, every June there is an algo change. So I got the feeling that the algorithm changed a little bit, but I'm not sure. So we'll continue to monitor and see how this goes and what is the algorithm actually doing.
Join the Discord, people. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you can also join the Discord or the DPA forum or the DPA chat. This all the links is all in the description below. Also, of course, thank you to Irene Putin for giving the free memberships. Today he gave 10, very, very generous. It's a lot of money. So, and of course, thank you for all the super chats. Is what makes this open mic worth it financially for me as well to keep this thing going. And if there's any money need to be spent to do the clipping, timestamping or whatever, if I need to use it, at least there's some revenues to do it. So anyway, yeah, that's it. I'm not going to drag it any more longer. So have a great week ahead. I know many of you guys, this is Monday already. So for me, it's totally Monday. It's like 7 a.m. Actually, it's coming to 9 a.m. So why did I sound say 8 a.m.? So now it's coming to 1 minute to 9 a.m. So, oh yeah, it's 7 hours. Yeah, I see, I not enough sleep. So anyway, thank you for watching. After I end, I'm going to record the frontline changes report. So, do stay tuned, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye-bye. Oh, I forgot to remove myself off the screen. Bye, guys.
Every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future. Here